The story kicks off with Kim Yisak, the unluckiest dude alive. My guy got hit with a one-of-a-kind illness. Literally, he's the only person diagnosed with it. And if that wasn't bad enough, boom, he's got 6 months left to live. His whole life? Nothing but slavery and misery. No fun, no freedom, just endless suffering. But you know what really broke him? The fact that he was going to die a virgin. Talk about tragic. And just to rub salt into his already painful wounds, on the same day he gets diagnosed, he wins the freaking lottery. Talk about god-tier bad luck. But in the end, yet he dies. And then boom, reincarnation. But hold up, it's not as a hero, not as a noble, not even as a regular dude. No, he's reborn as a bald-ass skeleton in the underworld. An inferior class summon monster. Bruh, his new job? Wiping out rebellious forces threatening the demonic realm. And guess what? He ain't playing around. He annihilates the threats, brings prosperity to demonkind. And before you know it, he's crowned the undying sovereign of the underworld. All hail King Isaac. Even though his name is Yisak, these demons keep butchering it and calling him Isaac. SMH. But even with all this clout and power, our boy ain't satisfied. His ultimate goal? Become human again. Why? Not for power, not for fame, just to taste food, feel pain, and experience life like a normal dude. Simple, right? So, he marches his skeletal self into the divine realm, with the severed head of the enemy leader, proving he completed his mission. Mission accomplished, baby! Now, it's time for the gods to hold up their end of the deal and turn him human again. But guess what? These snake gods never planned to keep their promise. They expected the task to take 500 years, but my guy blitzed it in just a few. The gods thought they could scam him into eternal servitude. But Yisak? He ain't having it. He demands his reward, right here, right now. But one of these shady gods tries to weasel out with a classic just one more favor. Nah fam, Yisak ain't dumb. Realizing he's about to get played, our skeleton king rages. The power he unleashes? So terrifying, even the gods flinch. They panic, and these cowards resort to their ultimate trump card. They write Yisak's name on some creepy centipede-like creature holy artifact that completely immobilizes anyone whose name is inscribed. This is some EX-grade holy magic, the kind of technique they use to seal disasters. But Yisak? He's no disaster. He's the apocalypse itself. The gods start their final ritual to trap Yisak inside that wretched bug for eternity. But our boy says, screw that. If he's going to go out, it's on his terms. His energy explodes, shaking the entire divine realm to its core. A massive blast engulfs everything. And when the dust settles, Yisak is gone. All that's left? That tiny, insignificant caterpillar the gods had prepared. Thinking their spell actually worked, the gods celebrate, believing they've sealed away the demon king forever. They're ready to reclaim their dominance. But one of the wiser gods ain't buying it. He warns the others, don't get too comfortable. Because if another monster like Yisak is ever born, the gods are screwed. The gods are still at it. Since they fumbled sealing Yisak, they gotta fix their divine mess up. Their new plan? Create the ultimate saint in the human realm to wipe out every last demon. But one god points out, this is kinda a huge job. Whoever makes this saint is gonna get drained like a juice box. Still, the volunteer god? Confident as hell. He just needs to find the perfect soul to throw into the saint's body. And as for our bald skeleton overlord, the gods are cackling at the thought of torturing him as a caterpillar for all eternity. But hold up, Yisak ain't a bug. He's a baby now. Dude is confused. 1 second, he's beefing with the gods, and now he's been ice-skied into an infant. The only logical conclusion? Those divine clowns fumbled the seal. The maids around him start cooing, all excited that the saint has woken up. But Yisak ain't buying it. He peeps their faces and immediately gets bad vibes. And then, BM, one of them pulls out a feeder full of suspicious green goo. Alarm bells go off. Yisak ain't stupid. This looks like a one-way ticket to another reincarnation. The servant with the poison bottle even grins at him like, sorry little guy, but I gotta do this. As soon as they try to shove the feeder in his mouth, he dodges like a pro, twisting his head left and right like he's Neo in the Matrix. The maids freak out. Why is the saint refusing to eat? Duh, because he doesn't want to die. At this point, Yisak is trying to figure out how the hell he even became human again. And then, he hears it. They call him Isaac. His soul leaves his body for a second. That name, the same mispronunciation that the underworld and the gods used. And then it hits him. The gods messed up. Their dollar store sealing spell failed because they used the wrong name. Instead of trapping him forever, they yeeted him into a new human body. Yisak grins like a villain. These divine buffoons played themselves, and he's loving every second of it. But before he can bask in the glory of his escape, boom, the maids strike. They shove the feeder into his mouth. He fights back, but baby strength can only do so much. He finally gives in and takes a sip, and it tastes like blended kale and regret. This is worse than death. But since he ain't keeled over yet, he figures it's probably not poison. Probably just some disgusting baby veggie juice. But then something changes. A weird sensation creeps through his body. Something is off. This ain't normal food, there's definitely something else mixed in. And with that, the scene shifts to the Holy Empire Hellas Central Temple. The old coot thinks he's won, but nah, our boy's built different. Over at the Holy Empire Hellas Central Temple, an ancient geezer is sitting back, smirking to himself. Why? Because he's convinced that Isaac, one of the saint candidates, is deader than a doornail by now. Dude's already picturing our boy pushing up daisies. But then, enter the big boss. The emperor of the Holy Empire Hella, Alexander Heathcliff Hella, strides into the temple like a king inspecting his domain. He's here for one reason only, to check on the saint candidate of the Ashwa household, aka our boy. The old bishop freezes for a second, but then, quick as ever, he plasters on a fake smile and bows his balding head along with his disciples. Alexander, the walking definition of absolute authority, wastes no time and asks the old man what he's doing here. "Oh, your majesty," the bishop lies through his teeth. "I merely came to greet the saint candidate of House Ashwa." Bruh, he's lying so hard it's almost impressive. Then suddenly, a loud voice breaks through the temple. A reporter dashes in, panting like he just ran a holy marathon. His voice is urgent. Something's happened to Isaac. The old bastard nearly jumps with joy. Oh, his plan must have worked. Alexander and his nightly entourage waste no time. They sprint straight to Isaac's room. But when they get there, plot twist, our boy ain't dead. Turns out Isaac's just chilling. His belly? Round as a pumpkin. The reason? He's been guzzling that poison like it's a 5-star meal. Servants spill the tea. Isaac has already chugged 15 bottles of that tasteless green juice. 15. This dude ate the deadly poison like it was a buffet. The emperor is intrigued, but the old geezer? Devastated. His entire soul leaves his body. How is this kid still alive? Flashback time. Let's rewind a bit. When Isaac first sipped that nasty juice, he immediately felt something off. There was an ominous force sinking into his body. But soon he figured it out. It's a holy poison, a devastating toxin designed to destroy holy power. It's slow-acting, but if a normal saint candidate drinks too much, they're toast. But here's the thing. The poison? It's made from demonic mana. And guess who used to be a demon king? This isn't poison. It's a full-course meal. To Isaac, this stuff is like weed. He could smoke this poison all day, and it'd still hit just as good. The moment he finishes his first bottle, boom, he starts crying for more. The servants panic, thinking, "Oh no, we have to make him drink more." Bruh, he's literally begging for it. They think they're killing him, but they're just feeding him power. And as Isaac keeps downing the bottles, something wild starts happening inside him. He enters a deep, unconscious state. Right at the core of his soul, he starts forging his mana core. A ball of fire ignites in his hands. He takes all that demonic mana poison and starts stuffing it into his core. Why? Because if he wants to use magic later, he needs to set up the foundation now. But then boom, his mana core explodes. Smoke clears, and what he sees? Absolutely not normal. A mana core should be one of the 3 primary colors. His? It's white, and he has no idea why. But color ain't even the real problem. It's the sheer, overwhelming power bursting out of this unfinished core. Something big is coming. Our boy just hit the jackpot. Despite the sheer chaos inside his body, Isaac can't help but grin like a madman. This is beyond anything he expected. his tiny new body is overflowing with terrifying power. If he trains properly, if he hones himself just right, he might just become a monster beyond comprehension. From loser to legend, his journey begins. Looking back at his past, it still pisses him off. He died like a loser. No accomplishments, no grand victories, just a pathetic death. But did he give up? Hell no. All he ever wanted was to survive. That desperation turned him into a bald skeleton demon. And through sheer effort, he created original buffs and spells. And now, it looks like all those abilities got passed down to this body too. Meanwhile, outside his head, the servants are panicking. For a second, they legit thought he was dead. Dude was just lying there, not moving an inch. But then, suddenly, he lifts a single finger and demands another bottle of poison at full volume. The servants nearly jump out of their skin. Back to the present, Alexander and his knights are low-key shook. They were expecting the worst, but nope, everything's fine. Even Isaac is relieved. For a second, he thought he was about to get assassinated. Then something catches his attention. The bishop is staring daggers at him. Why the hell is this old man looking at him like that? Did he eat too much? Did he just commit some sort of baby crime by chugging too much juice? Whatever it is, our boy ain't about to overreact. He's playing it cool. The last thing he needs is to look suspicious. So, he keeps up the act, staying in character as an innocent little baby. Meanwhile, the old coot is literally fuming. This brat should be on the floor, coughing up blood, fighting for his last breath. Instead, he's grinning like he just won the lottery. The bishop is losing his mind. But let's switch scenes back to a few days earlier. At the Holy Essie headquarters, a golden-haired dude sits in a grand chamber, absolutely seething. Why? Because whoever gets the title of saint automatically gains control over the entire Holy Empire. And this guy? He wants that power for himself. He's convinced that all the noble families are throwing their kids into the saint candidate race just for the throne. And he is not happy about it. Standing before him is our favorite old coot, the bishop. The bishop reassures him, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll handle the other candidates. They won't be a problem." But then, the golden-haired guy leans forward. "I've been hearing some unpleasant rumors. Whispers have been spreading about a new saint candidate from House of Schwa. And House of Schwa? They're tight with the emperor. This is bad news." The bishop tenses up. He knows taking down House of Schwa's candidate won't be easy. But still, he forces a smile and reassures his master. "I assure you, the brat will be dead before the emperor even considers him." Golden Boy isn't satisfied. "Verify the corpse yourself." He orders the bishop to go back to House of Schwa and personally confirm that the brat is dead. Well, good luck with that, old man. The plot just thickened, and so did the bishop's sweat. That golden-haired schemer? Cardinal Harry Barrett, the head of House Barrett and the mastermind behind this whole saint candidate purge scheme. His goal? Eliminate every other candidate, so the next saint comes from his own family. And now, back in the present, our favorite old coot is in full panic mode. Why? Because Isaac is very much alive. This man is sweating bullets. He knows that if he goes back empty-handed, Cardinal Barrett will have his head on a silver platter. Meanwhile, Alexander is having an entirely different kind of moment. He's staring at Isaac's platinum blonde hair, utterly fascinated. Why? Because it reminds him of the Holy Empire's founder. And that's where the bishop officially loses his marbles. Blasphemy! Comparing this brat to the Holy Empire's founder is an absolute crime in his eyes. But then, Alexander drops an even bigger bombshell. This boy is closer to God than even the Pope. Excuse me, what? And just like that, Isaac is officially declared the final saint candidate. Our boy is in shock. A saint candidate? Him, the former demon king, is supposed to be a holy saint. And the bishop? Oh, he's not having it. With the emperor showing clear favoritism toward our boy, this old bastard knows he has to act fast. So, he tries to BS his way into an inspection. "Your Majesty, this child is unnatural. No baby should be able to drink that much vegetable juice." Bro really just called Isaac out for being a bottomless pit. But Alexander? He's not buying it. He's a saint candidate. Of course, he can chug monk food. Meanwhile, Isaac is still struggling to process this mess. How the hell is a former demon king suddenly a saint candidate? What kind of reverse ice sky is this? But then, he accidentally screws up. After stuffing himself like a Thanksgiving turkey, he casually burps out excess demonic energy. And he realizes immediately he just goofed. His eyes go wide. His hand slaps over his mouth. Did I just blow my cover? Yep, he did. The bastard bishop immediately latches on. He sensed the demonic energy. This was the proof he needed. Your Majesty, this child is a fake. He carries impure mana. He insists that an inquisitor be brought in immediately. Alexander, however, is fed up with this clownery. He's getting real tired of this old man barking nonsense. But then, the bishop plays his trump card. There's no need for concern, Your Majesty. The Pope has already chosen the saint. It is none other than a child from House Barrett. And that right there sets off all kinds of red flags for Alexander. Oh really? So the Pope just happened to pick a kid from his own damn family? And finally, Isaac gets it. He connects the dots. The Barretts are eliminating every rival candidate so they can keep the saint's power within their family. And this slimy old man was sent to kill him. But then, the bishop strikes. He scoops Isaac up in his arms. I must take this child to a priest immediately. Bro is trying to kidnap him on the spot. The tension is rising as the old coot tries to push his agenda. But before he can get too far, Alexander stops him dead in his tracks. Alexander reminds him pointedly that House Ashwa is the imperial family's closest ally. And as emperor, he highly suggests this old coot to reassess the child at a later date. The old bastard halts in his tracks, only to make a comeback. This time with a soft but clear threat aimed at the emperor. Apparently, the Pope has mentioned that the ceremony of investiture for the crown prince will only take place once the saint's election is concluded. Basically, the Pope is threatening the emperor by refusing to officially recognize his son unless the emperor agrees with the Pope's choice for the saint. Even Isaac can sense what's going on, and it makes him incredibly annoyed. While he has no intention of becoming the saint candidate because it would attract unwanted attention and jeopardize his true identity, he also can't let the inspection go through. It might reveal his real identity as a demon. Then, an idea sparks in his tiny mind, a plan to turn the situation to his advantage. He infuses the feeder bottle he's holding with mana and strikes the old bastard across the face hard enough to break his teeth, sending blood leaking from his mouth. The broken teeth fly through the air as Isaac acts like a little child just playing around. The old man struggles to comprehend how something so simple could hurt so much. But Isaac just keeps playing the role of the cute, innocent child. Seeing the sheer strength of this boy, the emperor declares that this child must truly be the saint. Even the old man is clueless as to where all this holy power is coming from. Isaac doesn't stop there. He swings the bottle again and lands another brutal hit, and further continues his relentless barrage, one strike after another. It's safe to say this is one of the worst days the old bastard's had in a while. Meanwhile, the emperor is enjoying every moment of this, thoroughly pleased to see such a capable candidate for the title of saint. Isaac, on the other hand, makes sure to strengthen the bottle with magic and delivers one last hit to seal the deal. But suddenly, he senses something unusual about his own powers. Every time he uses mana, he can sense a faint amount of holy power as well. You see, mana and holy power are incompatible and can't normally be used together. The only explanation for this odd occurrence is the influence of the mana core now residing inside him. The old man finally grabs the feeder bottle, throwing it away in a fit of rage, declaring that the baby is a heretic and that they must immediately use the holy exorcism art. To put the final nail in the coffin, Isaac reaches into the old man's jacket and pulls out a creepy hand. Seeing this hand in public leaves the old man utterly devastated. He knows he's in real trouble now. Here's the context. This hand is actually the corpse of a high-ranking demon sealed away. In other words, it's a totem. The totem is an artifact that utilizes the characteristics of demons, who consume the corpses of other demons to absorb their mana. Isaac has kept this totem on him at all times, just in case he ever encounters demons. The old man completely loses his shit when he realizes this kid even knows about the totem. Isaac proceeds to throw the totem on the floor, making it visible for everyone to see. As soon as the totem touches the ground, Isaac snaps his fingers, and the demonic monster inside is unleashed. While the onlookers are absolutely shocked, my guy is rocked. It's a true dab moment for him. The discovery of the shadow lich catches the emperor on high alert. He roars at the bishop of the Barrett family to have summoned a demon inside their temple. The bishop attempts to pin the blame on the child, accusing him of taking out the totem. But the emperor reminds him that totems can only bind dead demons, so a mere kid couldn't have done something like that. The emperor orders his men to protect the child from the demon and the bishop. Our little protagonist is quickly snatched away, giving the old bitch face a cocky smile, forever messing with him. More importantly, he's intrigued to find out the bishop's strength. Suddenly, the demonic figure roars after understanding its objective to kill the saint at all costs. This puts our little dude in major trouble because the monster in the room has set its sights on killing him particularly. The royal guards jump ahead to protect the young master at all costs. But even Isaac doesn't get what's going on, as he's the one who summoned the demon, and yet it is targeting him on the spot. He's not worried though, because he thinks the platoon of royal knights will be enough to protect him. That happy-go-lucky attitude goes out the fucking window when one of the guards gets smashed into the nearest wall. Now he's left questioning if these dudes are even competent as the royal knights to begin with. The monstrous demon catches up on Isaac and the guard protecting him. This creature seems adamant on achieving its goal, to save the imprisoned king for some reason. The guard holding him is scared shitless as more of his friends are getting tossed around like toys. Isaac realizes he must intervene, and he easily can, as no one will notice the use of his mana in the chaotic movement. The monstrous demon lunges forth to attack Isaac while he's left wondering why there is an entire group of people trying to assassinate a damn baby. Isaac is pissed that he just freed T-Demon, and yet this ungrateful fuck is trying to outlive him. He invokes his true self, that of a demonic lord, instilling extreme fear inside the demon. The monster is shocked to be in the presence of the Skeleton King, but shortly after that, the boy releases his mana and beams brightly, astonishing the Emperor and his guards. That every glowing shine of his engulfs even the demon, causing it to flee screaming in fear. The demon escaped, but everyone just witnessed the sight of true holy power at work. The guards can't believe that the young master could beat a high demon. They hold him in high regard. Meanwhile, our savage little killing machine is seriously surprised that he can channel holy power. He truly doesn't get where he's stuck. The holy power runs out, but here's the twist. His current body allows him to convert his personal pool of mana into holy power, which also troubles him, because now he won't be able to gather any dark mana. It makes him realize that there's no dark mana in the Holy Empire. The bishop is captured, despite him groaning accusations of the kid being a heretic. He blames the young master for being a demon, and even offers to exorcise him for the sake of the emperor. But the emperor has had enough of this guy's ramblings, and truly, all he's done so far is accuse a child of being a heretic when he himself released a high demon against the royal knights. The emperor speaks in a firm tone, emphasizing that the bishop will not be let off so easily for his treacherous acts. This is bad news for him and his group, as the emperor will only get closer on discovering the truth about their spy. The bishop fears that it will inevitably harm the reputation of the Sanctus Satis. So he sneakily attempts to cast a spell, sacrificing his own life for the sake of his family. The bishop releases a powerful mana beast, now hell-bent on his objective to kill the saint candidate at all costs. The creature bares its fangs against the tiny baby, who is sitting there bored out of his ass that this old geezer revealed his true self. At first, he's hella confident that he can knock this puppy down with a sweat. But then it dawns on Isaac that this dude ran out of mana only a few moments ago. It all seems lost until the creature is struck by a powerful attack from another caster. This silver-haired man has come with a vengeance to strike down those who attacked the child of Joshua. It's the devout Azure and his knight squad serving House Joshua. Rely is the leader of this group, as well as the boy's uncle. He orders for the bishop's immediate arrest while baby Isaac is chilling for life. Rely then orders his men to pay immediate respects to the newest member of their family, the son of Joshua. He apologizes to his baby brother and impresses even Isaac with his no-bullshit attitude. In return for their late arrival, they have come with a present. Isaac sees something shining and becomes excited at the thoughts of gold, but it's nothing more than a FING figurine of the Skeleton King getting beheaded. So he's basically receiving souvenirs signaling his own death. It's a shock to his system because these F-heirs have so many figurines of the Skeleton King dying in various ways, getting crisped alive, or even pulverized to death. There's so many of them. While they're adoring the child's expression, he's out here having heart attacks, realizing that he's going to have to survive the rest of his life with these lunatics around. So clearly the little murder machine isn't liking where this is going. He does vividly recall memories of his own defeat. The Saintess attempted to beat him. All three members that became responsible for bringing him down were part of the stupid Joshua family that he has now become a part of. Imagine reincarnating into your enemy's family line. Bro is punching the air right now. While he's thinking about his shitty luck, the bishop roars at the Joshua family for being nothing more than heretics who created a monster. The old geezer has made it his life's goal to reveal Isaac's true identity. He promises to annihilate the Joshuas by his hand, but that's enough of his yapping. Rely is done playing around and merely slices his throat, warning him that it is the mercy of their family that he didn't deal the killing blow just now. Isaac is really happy that he's got one hell of a powerhouse to rely on. He wonders if Rely is willing to go against the Sanctus Sedes in the future with the right persuasion. The Knights, on the other hand, they're out here treating him with care and consideration. The funny thing is, he remembers fighting against some of the members of the Joshua family and understands that they're strong. His own subordinates were terrified to face Joshua of Blue, for example. But this dude turned out to be a creep with weird figurines of the Skeleton King. The Emperor is glad to have been favored by Rylai in this situation, and wants to extend an offer of a lifetime. The Emperor wants to raise Isaac as one of the royal family members, something that comes as music to his ears. The Emperor is doing this because he knows the internal and external forces of the Holy Empire will be targeting the young master, so the situation calls for it. While the Joshuas are reliable and strong, there's no telling if they can safely protect the child. Isaac is a little confused and doesn't get what's going on. Interestingly, Isaac shares the same hair color as the founder of the Holy Empire, which somehow seems to be a significant point. Also, they think that the Skeleton King is secretly targeting the child too, which is just utter nonsense since Isaac is the Skeleton King himself. But these guys don't know that yet. Rely makes it very clear that this kid belongs to the Joshua family and therefore will be raised by them. As such, he doesn't care if it's the Pope or the Skeleton King that is after them. The Joshuas possess more than enough strength to handle the threat. Saint Tez Melissa, among their family, is actually eager to encounter the Skeleton King. They can't exactly have her direct descendant to be just gifted away to the imperial family. The name Melissa strikes pure fear in his heart, as Isaac recalls that she was his final opponent in the divine realm. She was the most terrifying foe she had ever squared up against. So let's add another layer to the Skeleton King's misery. Not only was he born into the family line of his enemy, but he's also the direct descendant of the one woman who beat his ass the most. At this point, he's seriously questioning what the actual FK is going on. Let's rewind a little and understand what a Saintess truly means. Having been defeated many times by the Skeleton King, the people decided to forge Saintesses, bringing them up as the ultimate weapons of war. They were made to punish evil, donning holy light magic, and considered the highest rank among the knights of the empire. The power of the Saintesses allowed the people to believe that the Skeleton King would soon meet his end. They had immense physical stats, a persistent survival instinct, and could only grow stronger with time. But for the Skeleton King, this guy was just ruthless. He was massacring the Saintesses left and right. He never really killed them fully, only injured them enough that they would be rendered defeated. The Skeleton King knew that the holy energy of the Saintesses always returned to the gods after their end, and that allowed for the creation of even more powerful, evolved Saintesses in place. Now let's get to Melissa, the final Saintess that he ever faced. She was the most powerful opponent he ever encountered, encountering a near-death experience. And now this terrifying woman is his ancestor. What a life! Rylai argues that the Saintesses purely exist to defeat the Skeleton King, and the Joshua family line is the only family capable of producing them. Their ultimate mission is to defeat those who stand against the path of gods. Many Saintesses have sacrificed their lives just challenging the Skeleton King, even though he never killed them. Turns out that Isaac once trapped a Saintess in a maze. It's funny because his intention was to free her, but she was just shit at navigating. 5 Saintesses died of frustration instead of going to the hospital to heal their injuries. Rylai comforts the child, reminding him that they'll do everything to protect him even if he's cursed. But in reality, Isaac is punching the air because he's the one suffering the most. Rely wants the child to have only one purpose, and that is for him to turn out anything other than the Skeleton King. Which is pretty fucking hilarious considering this is the baby version of their same damn arch-nemesis. Isaac apologizes for having crushed his parents' dreams by literally existing. The Emperor wants Rely to use his head, reminding him that the Skeleton King had been done away with for more than a century now. This is how Isaac learns that he reincarnated a while into the future, and that means he doesn't have Melissa to fear anymore. From that time, the demonkind continued to prosper. The Emperor argues that Isaac's powers are more important to the Imperial family more than anything. Also, the Emperor highlights that there aren't even any Sanuses from the Joshua family line in service at present. It's been 1 year ever since Isaac came into this world, only for his parents to disappear into thin air. Bro, they really said fuck you to their kid and left. Isaac's received 8 different shocking realizations today, and learning that his mother was the head saint of the family makes it all the more worse. He thinks it's all over for him. Also, remember when this idiot assumed that Melissa is dead? Turns out that Persistent Sanus is also alive, and she's still kicking ass. The dude seriously can't believe that she lived for nearly 2 centuries. He's having a headache, and even the Emperor is surprised seeing the child so distraught. Isaac thinks his life is actually ruined if his lifelong enemy is alive and well. He's going to get eviscerated the second she uncovers his true identity as the Skeleton King. He really doesn't want a piece of her at his age, so he pulls out the only move at his disposal. Isaac chooses the Imperial family, and such cuteness that even he is swooned. Rylai tries to play his cards and defends that Isaac is just being friendly, but the Emperor is adamant in raising him as his own, as the Imperial family's got plenty of privileges for the child to offer. The Joshua family is known for its saintesses, but they don't have experience actually raising saints. The boy is eventually going to become a demon slayer exorcist, which is why Relia argues that the Joshuas are more fitting of his caliber. They're literally pulling a 1-year-old apart from each end, arguing like children while Isaac is about to get sacrificed in this funny scene. Bro is literally hanging on and really wants to become a part of the Imperial family to save himself. He strongly believes that the Emperor is his best bet, as he offers the most security for his life. So the boy turns to the Emperor and chooses him again. In the next scene, the annoying bishop comes before his cult, still convinced that the boy belongs to the demonkind. His masters are upset hearing his whinings. They merely can't accept the ridiculous idea that the power of light was channeled by a demonic child. The bishop mentions the use of mana, and that he saw it before his eyes. But the Sancticetes group has already made up its mind. They waste no efforts in slicing his head clean, deeming it as a punishment for his blasphemous claims. The leader is uninterested in leading an attack squad, believing that the Emperor is going to take Isaac anyway. And then, they'll have more than enough chances to deal with the boy. Only this time, they'll make it personal that he dies. Meanwhile, Isaac learns that he ended up getting taken by the Joshua family. Let's recap what happened a few days earlier. A beam of light distracted them all, while Relai surprisingly gave up ownership over their child, stating that it would be an unworthy place for Isaac to grow up in. Also, it's here he comes to learn that the Joshua family actually possesses the damn corpse of the Skeleton King. His precious body has been snatched and mentioned so late. All of a sudden, Isaac grabs Rylai's finger, switching up his plans, and this time aiming to go with the Joshua family. His adorable smile is enough to swoon the older brother. And that's how he ended up pairing with Tay, Joshua family, instead of the royal one. It's not the best thing ever as he's getting dragged to the military just to try his best on stealing his previous body. That body of his was refined with mana to the point that it challenged even the strength of gods. If he can retrieve it safely, he's going to be on the top of the world again. Also, he's never seen the light of desire to survive shine at an alarming rate. It came from Rylai, which means he's being signaled that the Joshua family is somehow a better chance at his survival. Still, there are questions regarding the Pope's forces specifically targeting Isaac, something even he has no clue about. Turns out there was a recent prophecy from the gods, which stated that a saint will become the child of the gods. That also implies that Isaac is in line to become the next pope, which is bad news for the Barrett family. It's the kind of development that the Skeleton King seriously wasn't expecting. The Pope is supposed to be the strongest cleric, the only one capable of using 10th rank holy spells. This dude is equal to the status of a king with his own army of holy knights. For millennia, the Barrett family has produced popes, which makes sense that they're going batshit crazy that a saint from the Joshua family is about to take their place. Suddenly, the coachman comes to inform Rely that they've run into a problem. A certain group of men are restricting access to the duchy. Enraged, Rely howls at them for not recognizing the crest of the Joshua family. This evil group actually turned out to be demonic and evil, and their purpose is to eliminate the child of the saintess at all cost. Isaac certainly wasn't expecting his life to take yet another turn and questions what the FK is wrong with the new Demon King. The Demonkind forces warn them about their mighty king's orders to slay saints and saintesses on the spot. This confirms his suspicions that a new king has usurped the Skeleton King's previous orders, and that is why they are required to kill the saint at all cost. Not knowing that they're targeting their very own demon lord from the past. They're happy to spare their lives as long as they surrender the child. But to that, Rely thunderbolts one of them to ashes. Pissed that they could say such words against an exorcist of Joshua. Pointing his blade, Rely declares that the Joshua household will not rest until all evil beings are vanquished from this world. He and the rest of his group prepare their swords, ready to send the demons back to freaking hell. As for the Skeleton King, Rely is amused at the thought of him using his mere underlings to seize his body. The Demonkind monsters attempt to strike them down after being provoked. To guarantee the young master's safety, Isaac is escorted by one of the guards away from the battlefield. He's baffled to hear what happened just now. If he's the Skeleton King, then who's the new guy impersonating his identity? Isaac is placed in a bush and protected by a barrier. It's such a powerful barrier that high-ranking demons won't be able to penetrate. Isaac's glad that nothing can jeopardize his safety, but it also implies he's stuck on the inside for good. So he aims to correct that by activating his magic release. Bro meditates into the cosmos like some galactic, overpowered baby and calls forth the one who watches. This demonic spirit appears to greet its master, but Isaac quiets him down so he doesn't blow things up. The spirit is eager to serve his master after being called after a long time. This is actually supposed to be a detection spell, but it bears a conscience of its own. He was made for the purpose of detecting magic and painful analysis. The spirit congratulates the Skeleton King for successfully manipulating and taking control of the body of a child. He thinks Bro willingly chose to get stuck inside a baby's body because he's just that evil. The spirit is enraged that they trapped him in a powerful barrier and brought insult to his master. Isaac's done with his bannering and tells him to activate his detection magic at once. The demon spirit begins scouting within 100 meters, sensing a total of 88 enemy monsters. They're weak as shit compared to Isaac though, but he's worried that such a number is crazy for a battle like this. It's going to get difficult for him if the security for this territory becomes tightened, as it will pose trouble to Isaac's own forces in the future. That's why he wants to end this fight quickly before getting caught. So now, he's risking to activate every last bit of his mana for a single move. Interestingly, he learns that the enemy numbers are getting obliterated at an alarming rate. There are only 31 left, and then reduced to 13. Isaac wonders what's going on. In the battlefield, only 4 Demonkind soldiers remain while Rely is made alert of an incoming monster. The Demonkind soldiers are happy to have been joined by a powerful ally as they can now kill the saint. To everyone's surprise, Demonkind soldier, which leads to the destruction of all the Demonkind soldiers there. The Shadow Lich, the same demon who attacked Isaac before, has arrived. And this monster is as pissed as ever that the Demonkind bastards tried hurting his master. You see, from their previous encounter, the Shadow Lich already knows about Isaac's identity. That's exactly the troublesome part for our little murder machine. The Shadow Lich is adamant in protecting its master, insulted by the fact that his king was trapped inside the body of a child. Isaac managed to free him after all, so now he's suddenly loyal to the guy. The monster stares at Joshua's line of defenses. Even Rely is confused as to what's going on. The humans were thankfully unable to understand his language. Otherwise, Isaac would be getting slaughtered here. The Shadow Lich has figured out his identity, and while that is commendable, it has compelled the human forces to target the Shadow Lich. The baby cries out from the barrier, catching the attention of the knights. He promises to return to Isaac soon, and for the Shadow Lich, this dude is swooning in affection that his master recognized him. The Shadow Lich ignores all of them and targets Isaac. But Riley and his men don't understand that the Shadow Lich means no harm to the child. He's just pissed that they sealed him in a tiny barrier. Meanwhile, Isaac instructs the demon to break the barrier, which it shatters with a king smash, fulfilling the king's order. With the barrier penetrated, Riley and his men are losing their shit. But Isaac is having the time of his life, reuniting with the Shadow Lich. Next, he actually double-crosses the Shadow Lich by sealing him inside the totem, much to his disappointment and confusion. Seeing this feat being performed by a damn child, Riley is questioning what the hell just happened. They just witnessed the boy turning a high demon into a totem. Shortly after his accomplishment, the knights praise him in glory for having used a holy spell. In reality, the kid used mana to seal the Shadow Lich. But Riley doesn't know that. He just thinks that a high-level holy spell was casted and yet no power leaked out. They think the young master acted out of urgency of the situation, believing that Isaac was the most threatening force to the Shadow Lich at the time. They sing praises of the young master's glory and his future as a saint. But Riley is troubled in deep thought, not knowing why the demonkind forces are targeting the child. At this rate, he knows that something is special about this boy, but it's the fact that Isaac is a child that bothers him. Riley configures his thoughts and strengthens his resolve. The leader of the Blue Division wants to protect Isaac's future with his life. This is great news to Riley, who realizes that he's been naive all along. He was afraid of the Skeleton King's curse, but this boy seems destined to raise the honor of the Joshua family name. He grabs the boy and promises to teach the kid lots of things to become an incredible holy knight. Isaac happily smiles, but on the inside, he's secretly plotting his objective to retrieve his original body. Riley promises to protect him no matter how short his life is, spreading the boy's name across the continent. Isaac wants him to rewind to the part where he mentioned the shortness of his life. Anyway, let's skip ahead to Joshua Duchy, Isaac's safe haven, which is decorated with beauty all over the place. Isaac feeling betrayed that these guys are actually living the wealthiest damn life imaginable. When back at his place, the demonkind was starved for resources. He had to assume responsibility for them and keep them well fed. The detection spell even confirms that even a few of these sculptures are worth 10 Demon King castles. Riley places the boy in his tiny casket. The Joshua residence is the hallmark place where demon-slaying warriors came to existence. He wants the boy to gaze outside at the knights' training, as he will one day become just like them. Meanwhile, these very knights are actually beating the shit out of the Demon King's mannequin. Bro is out here realizing that he's seriously fucked if they found out about his identity. Still, his main purpose remains the same. He's going to burn the Emperor alive and soon take over the Joshua Duchy. Even the detection spell thinks he's being petty for holding a grudge against kids. The spirit gets to work and interestingly locates a bunch of mana cores scattered all over the place. This is great news for Isaac. Riley arrives at his place and commands his servants to prepare his room for Isaac as well. One of the butlers apologizes for mentioning new orders. Apparently, Riley is to guide the young master to the annex. It turns out that the fifth young master displays a deep grudge against Isaac and has issued orders against him. Riley is seriously annoyed that Isaac is supposed to be kept where a person met their own end. Their conflict just now makes Isaac happy to see that the Joshua family is in shambles on the inside. Riley doesn't understand his brother's intentions. At first, Isaac strongly opposes the idea himself. But that's when his convenient detection spell reminds him that there are many mana cores resting in Annex as well. Riley is firm in his decision and doesn't want to take the kid to that haunting place. The baby whines because Riley wants to read him some holy scriptures as bedtime stories. Isaac is getting tortured in his own family. As Riley is taking him away, the fifth young master shows up with an arrogant attitude, reminding his orders of sending the boy to the annex. This bitch faces Gaul Joshua, the fifth son of the family. Just one sight of this dude is enough for Isaac to conclude that he's your average delinquent. This guy doesn't even regard the boy as a person. He calls him a mere thing instead of recognizing him as the descendant of the family. Riley strongly opposes Gaul, while Isaac is almost convinced that this new clown is also a part of a group that despises him for some reason. This bitch faces Gaul Joshua, the fifth son of the family. Just one sight of this dude is enough for Isaac to conclude that he's your average delinquent. This guy doesn't even regard the boy as a person. He calls him a mere thing instead of recognizing him as the descendant of the family. Riley strongly opposes Gowl, while Isaac is almost convinced that this new clown is also a part of a group that despises him for some reason. Then again, Isaac is of the same opinion that he should go into the annex instead of wasting time hearing bedtime stories. Gowl insults the kid to the point Isaac doesn't get why he's beefing with a damn 1-year-old. It's insane levels of petty coming from him. Anyway, Isaac has decided to go to the annex and acquire some mana cores. Relia disagrees and counters that people will think of the boy as cursed if they send him there. All of a sudden, Isaac realizes he's making a fucking mistake. His intention was to suck the mana cores dry and then become the saint and the pope on top of that. Then finally, he would be able to take revenge against the gods. Gowl points out how a demon specifically came to target the child, which means he's probably already cursed. The leader of the Blue Division counters that it was Isaac's involvement that led to the demon's defeat. They all mention his special saintly powers, but Gowl is unfazed and doesn't give a shit. He calls the baby a pile of garbage, continually upsetting the boy as the argument goes on. The detection spell even thinks that Isaac should sneakily rain down a bunch of meteors on this guy's, asked to teach him a lesson. Gowl is okay with them calling the Joshua descendant a saint, but he wants to politely remind them of the family crest. He thinks it would be useful to get the child to revive the one thing that their Lord loves dearly. The holy tree died thanks to the mana of the powerful demons. Gowl believes that the boy should be capable of reviving the tree if he truly does possess powers of a saint. He's provoking Relia, who thinks the guy has gone crazy. Isaac is convinced that Melissa left behind some psychopathic descendants behind her back. At first her son went missing, and her second son ended up being adopted. Isaac suddenly spots something that catches his eye and literally throws his damn detection spirit at it. The dead tree has been resting for 70 years, and yet Gowl ridiculously expects a mere child to revive it instantly. Both of them are interrupted when they catch sight of the holy tree, now filled with life and as full as ever. It really did come back to life, leaving Gowl stuttering for words. Isaac doesn't even think it was a big deal. He just had the spirit suck all the bad mana from it, leaving it full of life. Realized men are stumped, and he's astonished. They all think it was a baby again. They're all celebrating in joy after seeing him perform yet another miraculous feat. Gowl, on the other hand, still thinks that it's ridiculous that a mere child pulled off something unimaginable. No one in their family was able to do anything, and yet this mere boy revived the tree. First it was exorcism, but now it's purification too. Gowl strongly accuses his brother of messing with him, believing that Riley somehow possesses help of the Saintess and deliberately acted out a scene. Gowl's strong accusations cause the conflict to escape even further. Isaac is left wondering that Melissa's household is in need of serious therapy because these guys are all crazier than even the demons. Gowl, for some reason, doesn't even look like Melissa. They suspect that he must be a half-brother of some kind. His appearance kind of fits the bill for the Pope. Gowl is as enraged as ever, howling at real life for perpetrating a scene, even though they've already got a saint candidate among the Joshua family. This is surprising news to the boy, because he just came to learn that there's a competitor against him. Clearly, Gowl is supporting the other candidate. Isaac wonders if the second candidate is just as foolish as these clowns. Relia helps talk some sense to his brother, reminding him of the kid's importance and his right to lead the house. But Gowl only smears his first brother's name, calling him a coward and a wimp for running away. Isaac is now being treated like a bastard child among the Joshuas, which is honestly the least surprising thing about this family. Gowl accuses him of being a half-blood and lays out a haunting theory. He thinks Isaac isn't necessarily their brother's son even, as his face only matches the description of the Saintess only. To this, Relia gets immensely pissed and chucks a fist in his face. A well-deserved punch for baseless accusations. Isaac is just enjoying them fighting each other, when really it's just a one-sided massacre with Relia bullying and beating the shit out of Gowl. It's the perfect setting as it makes things easier for him to conquer in the future. He's already wishing the worst upon this household, but the demon spirit politely reminds him that he will also go down if the entire house falls, so it's not exactly the best idea. In the next scene, Isaac plays the part of what he is supposed to be, a damn baby. He's out here looking like a potato, sitting amongst the most important members of the family. They're all in strong opposition, and against the kid, up until the acting matriarch, Hina Joshua, orders them to be silent. She lays out her decision to raise the child in a minor house away from the main attention. She inquires why he brought the child here in the first place. The woman is expressing open hostility, which is enough to confirm to Isaac where her loyalty lies. As for Gowl and his broken nose, he's as bitchless and smug as ever. Relia begins by dodging the question and pointing out that his father isn't around to make the decision. Hina expresses that he's out of the city to deal with the Saint candidate situation. Relia drops the bombshell on everyone by revealing the incredible feat of Isaac Joshua, the boy who revived the holy tree. Gowl and the others are stunned. He even tries to bring it down. The rest of the members also agree that not even the patriarch could figure out a solution to the tree. So the doings of the boy make no sense. Hina naturally agrees with them too, and quickly points out the lack of evidence. Isaac is done playing around and decides to whip out some proof for them to enjoy. He unleashes magic that shocks everyone at the table, showcasing to them the energy of the holy tree in the form of a crystal. Relia must be thinking this kid is the perfect storm of chaos and greatness. Isaac's face just says it all. He's giving these elders the absolute runaround. Like, seriously, the kid's pulling off feats that even the old folks can't wrap their heads around. He just casually drained the mana from the holy tree like it was nothing. People are shook, but they're trying to keep a straight face as they process what happened. Gowl, though, is losing his mind. He can't fathom how this baby could have done something so impossible. He's got a point, I mean, come on. But Relia is all in for Isaac, defending him like he's his personal champion. The kid did it instinctively, Relia says, which is just too much. This is a huge flex for Isaac, but also, how is this even happening? Gowl is not having it. He's up in arms, calling all of this nonsense. The whole situation is just blowing his mind, especially when he points at Isaac, who's just chilling like the most badass 1-year-old ever. Isaac isn't even trying to be a show-off. He's just doing his thing while the adults have an aneurysm over his existence. Then Relia starts pushing for Isaac to become the next saint, or even pope if he puts in the effort. Isaac's like, sure, whatever, until he hears the mention of the Skeleton King. That's when he's like, nope, I'm out. It's too much even for him. And the elders are listening closely. Their arch-nemesis is on the table now. Hina, though, is over here thinking Relia is digging his own grave with all this talk. Then things get even more interesting. Hina suggests testing Isaac's powers using the divine relic storage, and that's when everything hits a whole new level. It's a serious test, and the Patriarch's got some resistance to it because he knows how dangerous it is. But then, surprise, surprise, Melissa rolls in, and she's all about it. She's not fazed by the risk of a kid from another family stealing something. She's seen it all. Melissa, though, has a bit of a larger plan. She's thinking if this kid can pull off the impossible, then he might just be the one to finally take down the Skeleton King for good. So, she throws in a reward, a pretty big one too. The best treasure in the divine relic storage, plus the Zhou Shao family's generation heirloom. A pretty sweet deal if Isaac pulls through. But before we get to the details of the divine relic storage, it's good to know that this place is a vault of secrets, protected for thousands of years by Sanuses. The Joshua family has held on to it for generations, and only kids under 10 get to set foot inside. It's an honor to even get a shot at it, and now Isaac's stepping into some major territory. Isaac's facing off against an obstacle course of pure madness, and this kid's got his work cut out for him. With all these power-hungry candidates eyeing the divine relic storage, it's clear no one's going to hold back. The stakes are high, and Isaac's got one hell of a mission ahead, getting his previous body back from this crazy vault. So, the captain of the Blue Division gives Isaac the 411. 5 candidates from each major household will step up, but they all know the odds are stacked against them. Isaac's pretty sure he's got this in the bag, though. He's relieved to have distractions to deal with, and he's thinking those will make his hunt for the Skeleton King much easier. Relia, ever the worried big brother, isn't having any of that. He's got all these warnings, dangers lurking inside the storage, demon spirits from the battlefield, and some serious threats. Isaac, being the cocky little guy he is, brushes it off. If they'll be weak, he thinks. One attack and done. But then Relia drops the bombshell. Isaac's going up against 8th-ranked demons. Oh, and did he mention the 9th-ranked dragon? A freaking dragon inside a storage meant for little kids to level up in? Yeah. Isaac's eyes widen, and the demon spirit inside him can't stop laughing. This family is out of their minds. But Isaac? He's terrified. He starts biting his nails, full-on sweating bullets. Why? Because Isaac's history with dragons is complicated. He's scammed and sold them in the past, and now, those same dragons bear a grudge. They'll recognize his soul on sight. The demon spirit thinks Isaac's toast, like maybe it's time for a new master? But Isaac's not going down without a fight. He might be a baby, but he's got a plan. He knows he can't take on 9th-ranked demons with his current strength, so the best bet is to grab those mana cores from the annex, cue the shift in Isaac's plan. Capture the mana cores, get stronger. But let's be real, the kid's more deranged than ever. His fear is written all over his face, but he's also studying up on how to slay the Skeleton King in every possible way. If only he could wield holy power, he'd be unstoppable. But that's out of the question. Using holy magic would make him a target for the demons. Meanwhile, the demon spirit's got a whole other agenda. Isaac needs to stay on course, focus on the annex. But Isaac's distracted by all this holy magic theory nonsense. Riley, realizing the kid's burning out, swoops in with a plan. He casts a regeneration spell on Isaac, giving him a full recovery. Isaac, now fully rested, is hyped. He wants more attack spells too. But Riley's still got his priorities straight. They need to get through the obstacles first before anything else. Isaac's got his hands full, but the journey to become the strongest is about to get even crazier. So he sleeps with Oscar-worthy acting and convinces Riley that the child is impressive at sleeping as well. They fell for an obvious spell like that. Even the demon spirit can't believe that the Joshuas are so naive. Isaac comes to his senses when he hears a nest about the totem. They want to keep it safe somewhere, which is bad news because Isaac requires it for resurrection. Poor dude is crying his eyeballs out, devastated that he doesn't even have access to his mana core anymore. At this point, he's convinced that he'll have to use the mana from the cores in the annex. He executes Mission Impossible 10 and attempts to crawl his way out. Isaac signals the spirit to open the door because he's got a plan. As for his mission, Isaac hits the ground and learns that Riley locked the door on his way out with a holy spell. It makes things more hectic. Isaac orders him to break the spell, but then it will draw attention. He's seriously annoyed that things aren't going his way, and if he intervenes with his own magic, there will be hell to explain. Right as he's thinking of another plan, Bro gets hit with the damn door. One of the kids surprisingly came to pay him a visit. This brat is the son of Gaul, a 5-year-old called Shuri, and this dude is supposed to be his rival for the Saint candidate spot. Shuri is pissed that a mere baby could do something beyond his level of genius. He emphasizes that he'll be the one to become the Saint candidate no matter what. Once again, Bro is beefing with a 1-year-old. All Isaac has to do is shove a mallet against his face, figuring out his transport vehicle for his destination. Shuri winces in pain, while the tiny murder machine wants to pay him back dearly for attempting to attack him. He beats the shit out of Shuri, smacking him again and again until he's forced to cast a barrier. Isaac is actually surprised that he could cast a holy barrier magic. Shuri then activates a 3rd-rank attack magic, aiming to obliterate the 1-year-old, which is just crazy to me. Isaac thinks it's all impressive before he casts an even bigger barrier to prevent the attack. Shuri can't believe his eyes. A mere 1-year-old is casting insane levels of magic without any training. It's him on the ropes now, as Isaac has just learned his first attack spell on top of that. He points to Shuri to unleash his attack and witnesses the scene in complete joy. The demon spirit understands that he's enjoying bullying a child, but reminds him that killing a Joshua descendant isn't the wisest idea. But Isaac knows that, which is why none of the attacks actually struck Shuri. Embarrassed, he howls at the kid for scaring him. Shuri talks shit against the kid until the damn Shadow Lich manifests in response to Shuri laying a single finger against his master. Shuri gets on his knees and begs for his life, completely terrified that the baby's got a really scary bodyguard to protect him. Isaac stares at Shuri like a villain, ordering the brat to become his transport vehicle and carry him. The brown-haired boy, Shuri Joshua, is just 5 years old and the son of Gaul Joshua, who holds a deep grudge against our protagonist. Though he's a saint candidate, Shuri secretly yearns to escape the cursed Joshua household and dreams of one day becoming a pope. As the scene transitions, our little toddler, the former Demon King, is seen riding on Shuri's back. Using his milk bottle as a makeshift direction indicator, he orders Shuri to take him to the annex immediately. Annoyed by being treated like a horse, Shuri grumbles, questioning why he has to put up with this ridiculous task. But before he can complain any further, Isaac's shadow lich looms over him, threatening to obey the orders given. It addresses him as a little bug and advises him to focus on making it out alive rather than whining. As the scene transitions, Shuri has taken the toddler nearly to his destination. He asks, wondering aloud where he's being dragged off to at such an hour, half-jokingly wondering if he is a ghost. Suddenly, he freezes, realizing that the place he's standing in front of is none other than the Joshua residence's second annex. Shuri freaks out, claiming that it's a haunted house. He can't understand why the toddler has brought him to such a terrifying place. I'm pretty sure this is where kids should definitely have no business being. He recalls the rumors about the annex, a place known for the many lies it has claimed, which led the patriarch to forbid entry. Meanwhile, our boy and his shadow pet Whisper are scheming something dangerous. The mana levels inside are so high that they would be the equivalent of training for an entire decade. Excited, the toddler tugs on Shuri's ears, urging him to take him inside. However, his cousin resists, insisting that kids like them are definitely not allowed inside. But before he can resist much longer, the shadow lich reappears and scares the living daylights out of Shuri, forcing him to obey the toddler's instructions. Shuri, despite trembling with fear, reluctantly does as he's asked at gunpoint. Meanwhile, our little toddler is more focused on the inner state of the second annex, which appears even more dilapidated than it looked from the outside. His pet Whisper analyzes the entire place and informs him that the annex is shrouded in some sort of seal. Whisper further clarifies that each one of the doors is surrounded by something resembling a barrier. This revelation leaves our toddler disappointed, as he was hoping for a clear path. Meanwhile, Shuri, still panicking, insists they should leave, pointing out that everything is locked and sealed. But this is Isaac we're talking about, and as expected, the toddler refuses to give up at any cost. In frustration, he yanks on poor Shuri's poop brown hair. After a brief pause, the two happen to notice the paintings hanging on the walls. Shuri shares with his baby master that they belong to the past patriarchs. Sensing his cousin's motivation, our boy asks if Shuri plans on going after the patriarch position too. So after he calms down a bit, the boy confidently boasts that he will undoubtedly be the next patriarch. In the meantime, Isaac comes up with a plan. Having detected barriers around the pictures, he raises his magical milk bottle, now glowing red, and uses it to break the barrier. A chill runs down Shuri's spine as he imagines the consequences, accurately predicting that he'll soon be blamed for what Isaac just did. Throwing his hands over his head, Shuri shouts at the toddler, demanding to know what he's doing to their great ancestors. Completely unfazed, Isaac simply replies that only a fool would place barriers on mere portraits. Isaac's pet informs him that the barrier has been broken, which cheers our boss's baby up. With a mischievous grin, Isaac jumps off Shuri's shoulders and rolls over to the exit like a plane doing a barrel roll. Now teeming with panic, Shuri shouts after him, asking where the heck the little runt is going off to after making such a mess. Upon reaching the door, Isaac commands Whisper to lock it, leaving the poor 5-year-old Shuri alone outside. Shuri shouts at Isaac, wondering what he's doing. But our tyrannical toddler just waves him off, saying that a mere child like him doesn't need to know. Ignoring Shuri's protests, Isaac sits down and begins his ritual of absorbing mana. Shuri, on the other hand, has had enough. He demands that Isaac leave the room or he'll tell the adults about everything, warning him that he'll be branded a traitor. As soon as he bangs on the door, he feels a sense of impending doom. It turns out the adults have already found their way to him, looking for the two kids. Seeing the adults approaching, Shuri thinks it's the perfect time to complain about Isaac. But before he can as much as utter a word, his whining is abruptly cut short by an old geezer who bursts in, furious. The elder scolds Shuri for entering the forbidden place, no matter what his reasons are. Shuri's face pales as the old woman scolds him for acting so immature and bringing a toddler along with him. She accuses him of being reckless, reminding him that many people have seen him carrying the little boy on his back. Then, she asks if the traces of holy magic she found in Isaac's room were all his doing. Shuri, caught off guard by the inquiries, can't find the words to defend himself. After all, no one would believe that it was all the work of a mere toddler. His silence only deepens the suspicion. Uncle Riley steps forward and rests his hand on Shuri's shoulder with a serious expression. He berates the boy, emphasizing that he's gone too far this time. In a calmer tone, he accuses Shuri of harassing a toddler who hasn't even stopped drinking his mother's milk. The uncle in shining armor then knocks on the door, asking Isaac if he is inside. This legend is actually asking a newborn if he got locked in. Anyway, when the door opens, they find our boy sitting inside wailing and seemingly petrified. The old lady quickly approaches him, deeply concerned about the little toddler left all alone, pitying the terrified poor thing. With his frustration reaching its peak, Shuri watches Isaac with growing rage and is unable to hold back any longer. He shouts with his seething rage boiling over, demanding an explanation. The old lady notices the sudden outburst and furrows her brow, wondering what could have caused such a reaction. She wonders if it is due to the chilly weather. Meanwhile, Isaac is perched comfortably in Riley's arms, blissfully unaware of the growing tension in the room. He relishes the magic he has absorbed, clenching his tiny paws in satisfaction. You see, the sheer quantity of mana he collected to juice his powers would normally take decades to accumulate. Having gathered up this much mana, he plans on using it efficiently for what he has been intending to. The following day after the shenanigans, Uncle Riley decides it's time to take action. He arrives at Isaac's room with a lady by his side and introduces her as his assistant. The noble lady steps forward and introduces herself as Asalai Larcha. She conveniently also happens to be a holy knight from the Joshua household. Finishing up her intro, she bows gracefully before Isaac and pledges to serve him with her whole heart until her last breath. Our little toddler wonders if this is the result of the previous night's events. He puts on his best baby ghost act and asks the lady to leave his sight. The situation quickly grows a bit awkward for our boy, but she doesn't back down. Her face turns a shade of red as she shyly asks if she can pinch Isaac's cheek. Isaac can't help but wonder what this lady is up to, especially considering the strange characters that fill his household. In the meantime, Uncle Riley reaches into his inner coat pocket. He pulls out a ring and presents it to Isaac as a special gift from his uncle. The toddler looks at the simple ring and wonders if Uncle Riley fished it out of a random dumpster. After taking a closer look at its quality, our boy and his pet come to the conclusion that the Joshua household must be facing some serious crisis. However, the lady assistant catches a glimpse of the ring and asks if it happens to be the Sainus' heirloom, a treasure reserved for only a select few. Uncle Riley pats Isaac on the head, proudly sharing with him that he personally requested the item for his first birthday from the council. The toddler wonders if the ring is the real deal. As far as he can recall, this was the exact same item the Saints used during their battle. Known as the Elder Ring, this treasure holds powers that are said to stretch beyond this world. With this newfound knowledge, our boy can't help but get excited about the holy power locked inside the ring. He knows the ring will likely break if he uses it more than twice, but as the former Skeleton King, he's already thought of a way to repair it. His doubts about whether the ring is authentic are quickly confirmed when Uncle Gowl Joshua looks at it with an expression that clearly shows jealousy. Without wasting a moment, the jealous prick steps closer to Isaac, calling him his cute little nephew. It's obvious that Uncle Gowl has ulterior motives and plans on stealing Isaac's ring. He starts by warming up to Isaac just like when he would sweet-talk his daddy when asking for something. Isaac wonders if the man has completely lost it. Meanwhile, the uncle is caught up in a situation that's much more complicated than he expected. In reality, he's the one responsible for breaking the blessing device that Isaac was supposed to receive. He made sure Isaac wouldn't get his hands on it. What he had never anticipated, though, was that Riley would go so far as to provide the Saint Tessa's heirloom as compensation. Before Isaac even touched the ring, Gowl did everything he could to convince the old lady to give it to Shuri, but all his efforts were in vain. No matter what he said or did, the old hag flatly refused, telling him not to be greedy. Gowl grinds his teeth in frustration, thinking that no one could ever understand the true value of the ring. He argues with Riley, insisting that if he really wanted to give his nephew a gift, he should have chosen something decent instead of this useless piece of junk. However, Riley seems firmly opposed to this idea and counters that the ring is anything but useless. Gowl then responds by saying that Isaac is incredibly precious to him and that he would never give him something as worthless as this. With a sly grin, he pulls out another ring and shows it to his nephew. He proudly claims that this ring is imbued with magic beyond this world and comes directly from the Holy See, also known as the Sanctus Setis. Gowl goes on to explain that this relic is capable of storing things and is an incredibly rare item that Riley could never have gotten for Isaac. He then brings the ring close to Isaac, hoping the toddler would trade the other ring for it. But instead, the infant slaps his hand away. The toddler dismisses the new ring as just a worthless piece of junk and proudly proves Gowl wrong by declaring that he couldn't outsmart him. To emphasize his point, he even tosses the ring away, finding it utterly useless. Watching all this unfold, Riley can't help but wonder why his nephew chose the ring he gave him over the one that looked at least 1,000 times more valuable. Thrilled by Isaac's choice, Riley tosses his nephew into the air with excitement. Meanwhile, Uncle Gowl is desperately having his servants search the water for his supposed invaluable ring. The little toddler soaring in the air feels optimistic knowing they'll never find it since he cast weight magic on it. Clearly impressed by Isaac, his pet praises him for always living up to expectations. But his mood shifts when Isaac casually tells him to pick it up at dawn. Meanwhile, Uncle Gowl is in full meltdown mode, crying and shouting in frustration because his precious fortune ring is gone, and none of his men can find it. The scene shifts to Uncle Gowl slamming his fist on the table in his room, seething with frustration. He argues that the infant has no idea how expensive it was for him to acquire the storage ring. With a deep sigh, he pushes the thought aside, hoping that Isaac would never be able to use the Elder Ring properly. Gowl convinces himself that the toddler would never manage to use its power, as he would need to absorb at least 20 people's worth of holy power to do so. He laughs at the idea, convinced it's impossible for the kid. Mocking Isaac further, he predicts that not even 10 people will attend his birthday ceremony. However, the next day, things take an unexpected turn. The place is completely packed with people, around 4,000 in total. Among them are over 148 Saint candidates. It turns out that all the ducal families, dozens of marquis families, and even the imperial majesty have gathered to attend the ceremony. Hearing about the overwhelming number of Saint candidates, our boy feels a surge of irritation, wondering why there are so many, as if someone had just scattered them across the world like seeds in the wind. His uncle rests his chin in his hand, musing that he never expected such a massive crowd to gather here. As he tries to make sense of why so many people have shown up, his bestie, Count Simonage, suddenly appears. Without wasting a second, he asks what brought Simon here. With a grin, Simon explains that the rumor has spread far and wide, and there was no way he could miss out on something this big. Barrett goes on questioning how Riley could have possibly kept him confined to his house after everything the head of the Joshua household has risked. With a smirk, he drops another bombshell. The Pope's own family will be attending the ceremony. The toddler's uncle scoffs at the idea, calling it ridiculous since there is no way the Pope's family would bother showing up. Simon, however, doesn't hold back, throwing out a harsh truth about how deeply they detest commoners. His words hang heavy in the air. But before he can say more, Riley urgently warns him to keep his voice down, reminding him that even walls have ears. Simon sees no reason to hold back, especially now that even his own kid, Armin, has been chosen as a Saint candidate. Yet Riley still urges him to watch his words carefully. As their argument heats up, an unsettling presence creeps in. Bishop Barrett arrives without a sound, sending a wave of unease through the room. With a smug grin, he wastes no time mocking Riley, calling him weak and unworthy. The idea that someone like him could pull off such a grand event seems laughable in his eyes. His gaze then shifts to Riley's family, his words dripping with scorn. He wonders aloud whether the Saint candidate has what it takes to bring any real honor to their name. Across the lands, it is common knowledge that boys of the esteemed Joshuas may have enchanting looks, yet they are seen as utterly useless. This reputation persists because others frequently seek to drain their power and win the favor of the Barrett family's popes by undermining these unfortunate children. A long-standing custom among outsiders involves slipping poisoned milk bottles into their hands under the guise of harmless pranks. The intent is clear. Lacing a baby's juice with a blend of toxins, including holy poison, is a surefire way to cripple his sacred power. This cruel trick usually turns innocent infants into tragic warnings for others, but this time the outcome is anything but expected. The children watching are left in stunned silence. Our hero is guzzling the poison-laced bottles as if they are nothing more than a refreshing drink. Each time he finishes one, he looks to the creeped-out saint candidates for more. He goes beyond simply drinking the poison. He terrorizes the saint candidates by hurling empty bottles at them, pushing them to the brink of tears. The children stand frozen in disbelief as their own peers terrorized by the tyrannical baby. Their whispers grow frantic as they try to make sense of the madness. He isn't even breaking a sweat after chugging an entire bottle spiked with diarrhea meds. One by one, their spirits crumble, realizing that not a single drop of poison has managed to faze the almighty baby. Amidst the growing despair, Shuri, the family's treasured heir, finds the whole thing utterly humiliating. The family's pride is rendered utterly powerless against a baby. His frustration boils over, and he suddenly snatches the bottle from our hero's grasp, demanding to know if he is really that thirsty. But instead of more poison, he hands over a bottle of clean water. Yet the almighty baby is unimpressed. Poison is what fuels him, and plain water is of no use. Without hesitation, he hurls the bottle straight at Shuri's face before turning to another boy, practically pleading for poison water. One of them hesitates, his hands shaking at the mere thought. Handing over water laced with holy poison feels like delivering a death sentence. But before he can pull away, our hero strikes without warning and enters into a fight for the magic juice. The others' whispers grow frantic as they try to make sense of the madness. They wonder if the monstrous baby already unlocked the fabled detoxification magic. Their delusion spirals further, making some believe the tyrannical baby isn't a menace, but a hero in disguise protecting them from the poison. Before they can dwell on the thought any longer, a sudden presence sweeps through the room, stealing all attention in an instant. A white-haired boy enters with a face exuding confidence as he dismisses the absurd notion. The very idea that a mere toddler could be self-sacrificial is nonsensical. Shuri jolts upright and is confused why Kenna Barrett, of all people, is here. Even he had caught no rumors of the Pope's very own son joining the trial. All the boys fall into stunned silence, their eyes locked onto the white-haired legend. The question lingers why he wants the Sainus' relics. A wave of resignation washes over the candidates as realization dawns. If Kenna Barrett has entered the trial, then there is no point in even trying. Unamused, our hero eyes the pompous boy as practically destined to become the saint, though something feels off. Every Barrett is born with hair the color of dung, so the sight of this one snow white makes him wonder if it's bleached. Before this thought can settle, the Barrett boy flashes a cheeky grin, brushing off any doubts. With unwavering confidence, he claims that his participation is perfectly justified. Since the Pope reigns over all, even the Sainus' relic storage ultimately belongs to his family. His laughter rings through the room, carrying the arrogance of someone who sees himself as untouchable. To him, this is merely reclaiming what is rightfully his. Sipping his water, our smug baby watches the display with amusement over the boy's giant ego. Yet underneath all that bravado lies something genuinely impressive. He is rather surprised to discover Kenna's immense holy power reserves that surpass the bishop by a landslide. With a dramatic flair, Kenna goes on to condemn everyone's behavior, shaming them for the sheer disrespect of poisoning their own host. When he asks what tormenting a baby achieves, all the runt share fall into silence. As our hero steps forward, he hears the claim that the poor baby can't detoxify poison. Rather, the Sainus' miraculous power saves him. My guy wonders if they're all born with a lack of common sense. The golden boy, eager to play the role of the gracious savior, casts his detoxifying spell. He steals the attention of all the candidates with his advanced magic. But our hero has had enough of watching this spoiled kid show off. With a swift motion, he drives his tiny fist right into Keena's face. One of the boys gasps in surprise, noticing Keena's holy power vanishes in an instant. The Barrett boy stands there in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Our hero slips from his grasp, leaving the Wunderkind thinking how a toddler managed to nullify his magic. For a brief moment, the boy starts to wonder if someone might actually be stronger than him. Watching our smug baby crawl away, Keena curses under his breath. Not fond of the rich kid's stare, our almighty baby fires back with a death glare and readies himself to bash his head in. Before he can strike, Shuri throws himself into the chaos, determined to keep Isaac from ruining his reputation any further. The Barrett boy lingers with a scornful gaze, while everyone else trembles at the thought of how the Pope's family might retaliate for the attack. Pinned down by Shuri's full weight, our hero finds himself unable to land another hit on the Pope's smug son. Deciding that fighting a baby is beneath him, Kina turns away with an air of arrogance. He tosses out a parting remark, wishing our boy luck and challenging him to at least make an effort to restore his family's reputation. The tyrannical toddler fights the urge to explode with rage, though most of his restraint comes from the simple fact that he's still trapped in Shuri's grip. With one final smug piece of advice, Kina arrogantly declares that he will claim the highest treasure, the Skeleton King's body. After all, a puny Joshua runt can't even get close to it. Even Shuri is fed up with the flashy nuisance, but our hero isn't satisfied. So he jostles his cousin back and forth to confirm what Kina meant. Unfamiliar with baby knees, the boy crouches in confusion as he's shaken back and forth. Suddenly his eyes widen in shock as he remembers something. Melissa promised to teach her secret technique to whoever brings back the Skeleton King's remains. The realization hits our hero like a ton of bricks. He curses his mother for putting a bounty on his majestic bony body. After a while, the chaos finally settles and all the saint candidates gather waiting for the trial to begin. Bored out of his mind, our hero drifts into memories of his glory days as the Skeleton King, when his body was packed with centuries of mana. All he wishes for now is to regain that power, but the greedy kids around him have become a barrier to that. The agitated baby flings his bottle aside, ready to crush anyone who dares block his path. Shuri shudders upon seemingly understanding his intentions. Just then, a robed man from the Holy Seas steps forward, instructing the candidates to follow his orders. Gathering the kids together, he begins a long, drawn-out history lecture. Our almighty baby is unimpressed, seeing it as a pointless waste of time, and decides to leave on his own. Shuri tries to stop him, but with just a flick of his tiny foot, our hero blasts off faster than a cannonball. The loud boom draws everyone's attention, and Shuri stands there utterly baffled, unsure what to think. Meanwhile, our hero activates the spell he recently learned, High-Speed Stride, to zip right into the restricted zone. The history teacher frantically shouts at the almighty baby to stop, warning that the area is filled with traps. It takes a moment for everyone to process the situation before an all-out chase begins for the supersonic baby. Meanwhile, in the Joshua Mansion's banquet hall, a concerned Ezile expresses her worry about our hero. It seems everyone has gathered around a magical globe, watching the trial unfold. The commentator announces that they've tapped into the interior with familiars that track each candidate's movements in real time. Relai and the other nobles are taken aback when they hear that the first door has already opened. To their surprise, in third place is Armin, the son of Relai's loudmouth friend. Then there's Shuri Joshua, who comes in second. The announcer pauses dramatically before revealing the frontrunner, and shouts our boy's name loud and clear, stunning everyone in the room. The magic orb shows a baby tearing through a trap-filled chamber, the church employee hot on his heels. The old man runs as fast as he can, terrified that the toddler will get himself killed. But a misstep from Shuri triggers one of the traps, and the poor elder is caught in its wake. Some of the candidates start crying for their parents, while others rush, hoping it ends soon. The wailing Shuri curses his crazy cousin for causing chaos from the very start. He pleads with our hero to stop triggering the traps, but the supersonic baby refuses to listen to the loser. With that, he reaches the door to the second trial. As smug as ever, Whisper boasts that he's evolved thanks to all the mana they've gathered in the annex. But our boy gladly replies that's great since now he can work even harder. With a simple wave of his tiny noodle arm, he commands his familiar to fetch his mount. The ghost advances toward the exhausted kids, grumbling about how difficult it's been. While they chat, one of the kids points to Shuri, wondering how the Joshua kid is able to fly. The jealous kids start grumbling, convinced that his family secretly taught him the cool trick. In his mind, the boy has already submitted to his fate, while Whisper has a blast floating his body around. The demon ghost effortlessly carries the boy like a drone, dropping him face down beside its master. A weeping Shuri curses his cousin, begging him to stop his antics. He tries to reason with our hero, advising that despite getting lucky in the trial of choice, one wrong move in the second trial can be fatal. As Shuri continues his lecture about how the trial forces one to face his fears, the almighty baby zaps him. Irritated by his incessant yammering, after having fun, he commands his cousin to explain the second trial again. Barely holding it together, he stresses that the worst mistake one can make is attacking their enemy. Our boy just stares at him, as if silently asking why he just sit there and do nothing. Shuri explains that the test of patience requires them to sit still for just 3 minutes in the face of their fear. If they fail, both of them will kick the bucket. Unimpressed by the cliché test, our demon king casually strolls toward the gates. Despite Shuri's repeated warnings, he enters the trial nonchalantly, sure that it's an easy win. As soon as he touches the doors, they glow in response. A voice welcomes him, clearly instructing him to remain calm no matter what. Isaac's big, bubbly eyes sparkle with excitement. Meanwhile, at the very back of the line, Kinna and his lackeys are chilling. One of them asks if it's okay for them to be so slow, considering their last. With a shrewd smirk, the Barrett boy replies that they don't need to take the hard route when they can just let the others be their meat shields. Calm as a cucumber, he restores their spirit by reminding them that an 8-ranked demon guards the second storage, so the others will undoubtedly get stuck there. Grinning confidently, his words come true as he points toward the brilliant light on the other side of the doors. As the trial begins, everyone is taken aback by the handsome deity who appears and warmly advises them to maintain their composure. But before the deity can finish, our impatient hero floods him with holy power, instantly burning him to the ground. Shuri loses it, cursing himself for even thinking his cousin could last 3 seconds, let alone minutes. The frustrated cries of the boys echo down the hallway. But even more furious is our boy, who can't help but reflexively want to annihilate any deity he lays eyes on. Whisper jokes that lasting 3 seconds is quite impressive for his boss. The voice announces they failed, and the impatient ones will face divine retribution. With that, a colossal golem slams open the gates. The earth-shaking roar of the golem sends Shuri into a panic. But the almighty baby remains unfazed, too busy charging up his magical Kamehameha. Without wasting a single breath, he unleashes the red beam that slices through the golem like a hot knife through butter. Shuri's jaw hangs open in pure bewilderment, but as the behemoth of a golem looms before them, our boy can't help but wonder what it's even doing here. But just as our hero thinks this headache is over, boom, he gets hit with an even bigger problem. This thing? This golem? Yeah, it is. He was told only 8th-ranked demons were involved, but one glance at the creature is enough for him to recognize it as one of his own creations. The summoning magic belongs to one of his 14 elite familiars. And now, the gears in his mind are turning fast. Did the Joshua family strike a deal with his subordinates? Or did his remains somehow call them here? Determined to find the truth, he strides toward the second storage, moving with pure confidence. But before Shuri can even yell at him to hold up, boom! Some loudmouth bursts onto the scene, spewing nonsense. Enter Neezer, the walking headache. With a cocky grin plastered across his face, the red-headed menace saunters out from the bushes with his lackeys trailing behind him. And of course, because he just can't help himself, he smugly thanks the Joshua brothers for doing all the dirty work. I can already tell this guy is going to be unbearable. Then, with all the confidence of a man who has no idea what's about to hit him, Neezer starts running his mouth. He tells our hero to step aside and let the real warriors handle things from here. His lackeys? They're already moving, surrounding our boy to keep him from pulling any of his nasty trap tricks like last time. And then, because of course he does, Neezer turns to Shuri, practically laughing in his face. Oh, using your cousin as bait? Have you no shame? Shuri tries to get a word in, but nope. Neezer isn't buying it. He flat out refuses to believe this so-called baby actually made it through all the traps alone. And then, oh, this part hurts. His eyes land on the ring around our hero's neck. In a flash, snatch, Neezer rips it right off and dangles it like a damn trophy. Ah, perfect. This little artifact will protect me from all the traps ahead, he declares, grinning from ear to ear like he just won the lottery. Shuri? He's visibly uncomfortable. And his cousin? Completely unbothered. No reaction. No anger. Nothing. And that, my friends, is never a good sign. Fool alert! Neezer and his squad move forward, completely oblivious to what's about to happen. With all the arrogance of a man walking straight into his own doom, the redhead loudly announces that he will claim the Skeleton King's body and become a hero of the ducal family. Kaboom! Screams, explosions, fire swallowing them whole. Knees squad? Instant toast. The moment their feet hit the next area, the place erupts in flames, turning them into a bunch of crispy idiots. Shuri? He's standing there, speechless. But our demon baby? Oh, he's thriving. Watching these loudmouths get baited straight into a firestorm? Chef's kiss. Absolute perfection. And the best part? As he rides his cousin forward, he laughs, looking back at the burning fools and thanking them for triggering all the traps for him. Absolute menace. Despite everything, our boy is still annoyed. Those damn kids have been trailing him for way too long, and their fanboying is getting out of hand. They're absolutely enchanted by the almighty baby's divine wisdom, to the point where they even blame Neezer for his own miserable fate. In their eyes, the adorable little Joshua heir would never cheat. Shuri, on the other hand, he's internally screaming at these fools to run for their lives. Do they not see the literal demon sitting on his shoulders? Just as he's about to lose it, a new challenger approaches. Enter Paris Julius. With a regal presence, the second prince of the neighboring kingdom steps forward, all dramatic-like. And of course, he just has to drop a bold statement. If there truly is a saint among us, then Isaac is the perfect representation. Oh, now that gets our baby's attention. Paris formally introduces himself, and our boy's interest is immediately piqued. Why? Because rumors say this guy is blessed by the gods. And if there's anything our hero loves, it's sniffing out interesting people. But no time for chit-chat. Shuri quickly informs the prince that they've arrived at the entrance to the third trial. Whoosh! The gates swing open, revealing a breathtaking sight. Brilliant burning orbs of light and floating, angelic guardians. Then, like the voice of fate itself, a divine proclamation echoes through the arena. The third trial will test your courage. Isaac's fanboys? Pumped. They're ready to throw hands with some celestial beings. Meanwhile, Shuri? He's standing there, stunned, because the angelic guardians just announced that only those who defeat them will be allowed to pass. Wait a minute. While the fired-up idiots rush forward, thinking they just need to act brave, our little demon king takes a step back, his genius brain working overtime. Something isn't right. And then Eureka, it clicks. A devilish grin stretches across his tiny face. They're lying. The almighty baby immediately signals for his fanboys to stand down. But Shuri? He's still deep in thought. Isaac's judgment has never failed before. And in the last two trials, didn't he succeed by doing the exact opposite of what was expected? This is the trial of remembrance. Shuri pieces it together. The key isn't to fight the gatekeepers, it's to recall the lessons from the previous trials. Fully confident in his deduction, he does something unthinkable. Instead of charging in, he halts and guides the boys away from the guardians. His two-legged horse? Shocked. For a brief moment, he actually thinks that the Sainus' kindness has awakened inside his cousin. Maybe, just maybe, Isaac has changed. Wrong. Before Shuri can fully enjoy his delusion, Isaac casually charges up a tiny magic bomb and chucks it straight into a guardian's back. Boom! His poor, gullible ride is left speechless, completely baffled by what just happened. Meanwhile, our little menace is cackling, watching his evil scheme unfold perfectly. The guardian? Instantly pissed. With divine wrath, the celestial being unleashes hell, an explosive strike that obliterates everything beneath it. Kaboom! The wailing boys are blasted away like they were just caught in a magical grenade explosion. Their screams fill the air as they go flying, crying out for their mommies. And as the chaos erupts, our Joshua brothers just stand there, quietly watching the absolute carnage unfold. Shuri, finally realizing just how badly he messed up, slowly turns to look at his rider, only to find a demon grinning back at him in pure satisfaction. Already one step ahead, our boy instantly recognizes the lying puppets before him. Deja vu hits hard. These frauds were also crafted by his elite familiars. Wahaha! The villainous baby lets out a maniacal laugh, soaking in the delicious irony of it all. The foolish kids are now face to face with the brutal truth. Everything they thought was real was just another dirty trick. And poor Shuri? He's sitting there, internally crying, feeling way too sorry for these helpless souls. Bruh, does anyone remember that this little menace is supposed to be a saint now? Meanwhile, up on the second floor of Saint Tess's relic storage, the situation is going from bad to worse. Flames are raging at the corners, devouring everything in their path. The heat? Unbearable. The air? Thick with black smoke. It's like the entire room is slow roasting in a hellish inferno. And amidst the chaos, a bunch of kids are bawling their eyes out, panicked and lost. One of them frantically asks where the Joshua boys went. Little do they know, two ghostly figures are right there, standing next to them, completely invisible to the naked eye. Isaac's sneaky magic trick strikes again. Another kid yells that the Joshua brothers were just there a second ago. Where the hell did they go? Meanwhile, Isaac, rocking the nastiest smirk, watches the whole thing unfold like a true evil mastermind. Right beside him, Shuri, absolutely losing his mind. The poor dude is nervously jittering, practically pissing himself from the pure tension. The reveal? Isaac had casually dropped a 6th rank holy spell of invisibility on them. And why? Because his amazing uncle had gifted him this spell ages ago, specifically for emergencies. But the real kicker? This little menace saw the perfect opportunity to wing it and drag Paris Julius into his hidden ghost club. Paris, realizing what just happened, steps forward with genuine gratitude. He thanks Isaac for covering him with the spell, but Isaac just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Then, without warning, Isaac casually tosses a ring to Paris. Paris catches it, but, the dude just stands there, staring at it like it's some alien artifact. What's this for? His brain finally clicks. Paris narrows his eyes at Isaac, suspicion creeping in. Wait, you're giving me this because you can't handle a one-on-one with a demonkind? Isaac just stares at him, expression completely deadpan. Bro, duh. Paris's expression softens. And then, tears. He's actually touched, holding the ring tight. He deeply appreciates the gesture. This is a huge deal. He makes up his mind he's definitely telling his father about this moment. But then, out of nowhere, Paris lets out a blood-curdling shriek. His entire body convulses like he's being electrocuted by 1,000 volts of raw agony. The culprit? The ring. It's eerie. Crimson energy starts pulsing, draining the very life out of him. Shuri? Absolutely screaming. Dude looks like he just saw a literal ghost. His whole body is trembling like a leaf. Watching this freak show, Isaac and the vicious dark cloud crack up. The dark soul isn't even surprised, as he totally expected coming from his master Isaac. Besides that, Isaac figured out that Prince Paris had the most holy power. Meanwhile, Shuri glances at the sight of this pure evil, known to be Isaac. He can't believe that his uncle Relia brought this evil into their family. Stepping forward, one of the kids takes charge and tells the lot that they have to stick together. He then demands to know if anyone here is skilled in defensive holy power. A brunette steps forward, balling a golden magic in his hand. He is ready to handle the defense by using his defensive holy power first, while the other guys suggest backing him up, forming a shield against the lying puppets. Raging in, the lying puppets clearly have no patience, so they swing their wrath at the kid. They demand these wimps to accept their punishment head-on. Right then, the kid in black signals the brunette to do his thing now. Ready to blow them up? He channels the golden glow in his hand and dashes ahead at full speed. Just as he is about to unleash the defensive blow, something happens, and he drops dead on the floor. It seems like the kiddo just malfunctioned or something. The kid in black has no clue what went wrong, but he is in a panic frenzy. He asks the brunette what the heck happened, but no response. Shaking like a leaf, while the ring in flames hangs in the air near the kid in black. He doesn't know what is happening over here. Out of the blue, the same vicious ring zaps a shock, sucking the life out of him. Collapsing on his knees like a beggar, the lying puppets are inches away from slaughtering this bunch. However, this weird turn of events puts them at a halt. They have no idea what just happened to these wimps, like they strangely dropped. The lying puppet scowls, looking pretty much clueless about what's even happening. One of them even swoops up high, scanning the survivors, if any. Then, this one tosses a question at the wimps if there is anyone fallen for their lies. In the meantime, the dark soul maps it all together, realizing that the ring is straight up draining the holy power stored inside the kids. Shrugging it off, Isaac behaves like it's inevitable. Without wasting another second, he commands the dark soul to head to that point and do the same with that pair. Keeping an eye from the sidelines, Isaac smirks when the dark soul plays his twisted games. He casually floats the ring next to the blonde kid who is busy battling with a lying puppet. 1 second passes and he drops to the ground, passing out cold. The lying puppet and the other kid are in for a shock because have no clue what just happened. Shaking like a leaf, his buddy tends to ask what's wrong, but there is no response. The lying puppets ask the guy to relax, saying they don't meddle with anyone who has already been taken out. In fact, they add that getting their holy powers zapped out dry and passing out is much better than fighting. Acting like it's getting boring, the dark soul tells the master that the deed is almost done here. Out of the blue, a glowing ball of golden energy erupts, and the dark soul has no clue where it's coming from or what's causing it. Even crazier, it spots an eerie figure burning inside out right in the middle of it. In grave panic, he gets blasted, bouncing out of the court like a football. Shaken like a leaf, sure he is close to losing his mind. Holding Isaac on top of his head, they both didn't even see this coming. As the dark soul faints, a familiar voice rises through amidst the chaos. The man of dramatics, Kenna Barrett, declares to finally track down Isaac Joshua. Narrowing his eyes, he mutters under his breath, wondering where this dude ran off to. And now he chooses to finally appear. Shuri's face goes super pale, completely caught off guard by Kenna Barrett's tricks. He always knew this kid got a load of talent. But what he is seeing is pure genius, totally unexpected. Suddenly, Shuri spots a pair of huge, fluttering white wings belonging to an eagle. It bows to Kenna, boldly standing tall. Kenna's body emits the golden thunder. Shuri cannot believe this little kiddo is actually capable of summoning a holy spirit at her age. He is convinced that she is on a whole other level. Aside from that, Kenna accepts that Isaac has shocked her. Apparently, Kenna didn't accept to cross paths with the likes of him, who could also take down a demonkind. That, or she questions Isaac if he pulled the other kids into some sort of a trap to raise his odds. Just like in the first trial, behind them, the kid in black helps out the brunette. The brunette yells out that this baby is trying to clear out the trial in their place. Moreover, they blurt out, mentioning that they were told which direction they should head to. According to them, Isaac is their benefactor. Isaac believes that these wimps have lost their minds. At that, the dark soul grins, realizing this must be what Stockholm Syndrome is all about. Kenna laughs at the thought of Isaac labeled as the benefactor. He questions the wimps about how low can they stoop and still call themselves the saint candidates, especially asking a baby for help. The kid in black reminds this brat that Kenna himself has been in hiding this whole time. And now, he is talking big after doing no such thing to look for traps, while others hunted. He straight tells Kenna that this baby is more of a saint than he can ever be, considering how Kenna avoids all the trouble. Just then, the lot agrees to let their parents know it's better to follow the Joshua family, and how Isaac did it all. Feeling hopeless, Shuri feels bad for these kids in the dark, who have been leeched off by this devilish monster on his head. Suddenly, this big golden ball bounces off of his head, taking everyone by surprise. Though, the kid in black spots the door to the third storage, but another kid wonders if they have cleared the second trial. Right then, the golden ball as the final gatekeeper of the storage congratulates the kids for passing the second trial. Furthermore, he lets them know there are two options. Laying out, he asks if they would prefer to pick up their treasure and move out, or face the fatal dangers of the third trial ahead. Panic rises as they try to decide. The lot is fully aware that facing the third trial means risking their lives, and if they fail to win, then they are as good as dead. Meanwhile, the dark soul senses something off about the mana coming from that voice. Isaac figures out it's a dragon, which means the death part is pretty authentic. Some of the kids feel like their whole ordeal for making it here will be for nothing if they don't check out the third trial. Most of the kids agree on this, and they know they won't be saints if they fail to clear this. Without further ado, the final gatekeeper hears their wishes, despite the lurking danger inside, and grants them access. Starting off with a bang, the final gatekeeper lets the crowd face the next trial, who are in to risk it all and become the saint. Even under the crazy tension, the gatekeeper says the next trial is rather simple. Cracking up like an evil lord, Isaac looks to be cooking something in his mind. Just like that, a massive figure appears out of nowhere, demanding to be praised as their god. Now, the lot is not sure what to do next. This daring group of wimps gathered together, clearly disappointed to face another statue. But this time, it turned out to be their god. Next, this stone figure voices to the candidates that none shall pass unless they prove their faith in their god. Only then did he mention that they would be allowed to enter the third trial. Apparently, this stone demands respect. One of the kids thinks it's just simple bowing before the statue and praying stuff. But the other kid bets it sounds rather too simple. Or what if there is more to the test that meets the eye? Clenching his teeth, Isaac looks to be grossed out at the thought of kneeling before this piece of jerk. In no way as hell he will ever do that. As it turns out, Isaac recalls this scum screwing up with him for centuries of years. To make it even worse, he scammed him at the end. All of a sudden, the kid in black rushes before the godly statue. He is convinced that this whole thing isn't as complex as they are all making it. Apparently, it seems like he cracked the code, believing that it's the usual stuff like praying to their Lord. He decides to get it over with this basic test of faith. Standing before his God, he kneels to his supreme Lord, and he loudly states that his God is worthy of all glory and honor. To him, the kid in black declares himself as a servant who offers worship. Without further ado, the godly statue gets impressed and passes him with flying colors. Bouncing in excitement, he can't believe that he cracked it. Other kids feel at ease to know it's that simple. Suddenly, Isaac, like a worm, crawls out of Shuri's embrace and looks to be up to something. Stopping him right there, Shuri orders this worm to pray, but Isaac kicks his ankle hard to shut him up. He isn't planning to do any such thing. Afterward, Kina Barrett recalls learning the art of praying at the Sanctus Sedis. Without wasting another breath, Kina kneels before her supreme Lord. She instructs the losers on how to properly set their posture for when they worship their Lord. All the wimps are inching to pray as well. Getting down to it, Kina initiates her worship, calling out to the supreme Lord who is worthy. And to him, Kina offers his worship. Out of the blue, the godly statue demands to know if Brunette is up for the task or having a change of heart. He demands to know if the little one forfeits and accepts death instead. Panic rises in his heart, and Brunette hurries up to offer his worship. In a matter of seconds, everyone has kneeled on their knees to offer their worship to this godly statue. Right then, the godly statue locks eyes with this cocky infant, who's still sitting casually before his supreme self. He demands to know why this baby isn't on his knees. Isaac, with a face that couldn't care less, tells the rock that it looks crazier than it sounds. All the kids turn their heads to Isaac, who looks to be out of his mind. They wonder if this guy possesses a shaky faith. Suddenly, the gossip spreads like wildfire among the other saint candidates. They whisper that the rumors about the Joshua family losing their faith might actually be true. Kneeling to worship, Shuri is trying his best to control his fury at this devil, who won't miss any event to tarnish their family's name. He wants this stupid infant to just pray and get it over with. Meanwhile, Kina Barrett likes his odds as, after all, the whole thing gets recorded. He wonders if the baby actually wants to kill his chances of becoming a saint. Kina cannot deny that the rising talent wouldn't mean a thing if this baby had no faith to begin with. He regrets meddling with the likes of him in the first place. Just then, the godly statue regards this disrespectful demeanor of this infant as quite unethical coming from the child of the Saintus family. But Isaac couldn't give a damn about it. He believes that death is far more gracious than kneeling before this jerk. The god here is quite stunned to witness this, and Isaac doesn't mind dying. Unleashing his dark aura, this swirls with an eerie energy all around the stone figure. Pissed off by the cocky brat, the godly statue calls upon the blasphemous to perish from his sight. But, teeth clenched, Isaac burns with fury and snaps back at the stone face, telling the so-called god to kill himself. Flipping his lid, Isaac boils off fumes, determined to tear apart that hideous statue. The dark soul trembles to see his master so worked up over this. He tells him that it reeks of danger. Just as he is about to unleash his fury, the godly statue turns the tide to reveal that Isaac performed excellently. Caught off guard, Isaac has no clue what just happened. Isaac stands there, completely stunned, as the stone face announces him as the passing baby candidate. Without any further explanation, it orders him to head straight to the third storage, leaving everyone else in shock. All the kids, including Kina Barrett, are in for a shock as they all waited to see the blasphemous to be perished. But that isn't happening today. Without thinking twice, Kina lifts her complaints to the godly statue that he had clearly asked to prove their faith to pass. She demands to know how that cocky brat gets to pass without lifting a finger as much. Breaking it down for the lassie, the godly statue announces that this baby, Isaac, gets to be the only kid entering the floor of the third trial. Claiming him as qualified, he regards Isaac to be the only one with true faith in God. That takes Isaac by surprise. The stone face makes it clear that these wimps were desperate to bow at the statue, not the god himself. Thus, he demands to know if their faith says to bow to a stone figure idol. Outsmarted by an idol, Shuri figures that it makes sense. Slowly, all the kids realize that they have fallen for this cheap trick. One of the kids argues that even similar to their god, the Bible commands not to kneel before an idol. That way, the godly statue states that Isaac kept his faith despite the fear of death. And that's how he gets to go in the third storage. Rising up with a smug grin, Isaac in the Dark Soul cracks up, enjoying this unexpected turn of events, but kinda refuses to accept this, stating that Isaac can't even speak. He points out that in no way they can tell if he kneeled or worshipped. Even then, the Dark Soul tells the smart wimp is right on the spot. Moreover, Kina expresses his thought that if Isaac goes with this, then it could be possible for him to possess a stigmata. A stigmata is such a wound carved on the skin with holy power. Claiming to have it, Kina raises the argument that how this only saint candidate does not have stigmata. She believes that this theory might lower Isaac's odds of winning. However, the godly statue fights her theory by mentioning that he is still a baby. Just then, the godly statue sticks a finger in his nose, revealing that it's just a baby. That pisses off Kina that this dude could move all along. Kina then asks him to let him in as well. Now, all kids argue with this god, and he confirms their desires to enter the third storage. So, he decides to let them go. Sure, he feels something off about this. Stoneface lets them know if they wish to see true hell. Then he will let them in. Opening the doors to the third trial, a swing of dark aura gushes at their path. Trembling in fear, they feel like throwing up now, having second thoughts about it all. Stoneface assures that this eerie feeling is coming from Skeleton King, although he planned to spare the kids who couldn't handle these evil vibes. Meanwhile, Isaac's happiness is off the charts that his body lies inside, and he is so damn close to it. Drooling by the thought of it, Isaac never knew that he would finally reunite since the self-destruction in the divine realm. Not to mention, he is thrilled to notice the dark mana leaking throughout the Skeleton King's body. Rising up, he looks to have lost his mind. The godly statue describes Isaac's faith imitating the face of a courageous warrior who is unfazed by this eerie mana. Taking a look at him, all the wimps get their jaws dropped to the floor when noticing Isaac's weird face. They notice that this infant looks to be completely out of his mind. Never have they ever seen an infant of such kind. Still, the final gatekeeper declares that the lot still has time to decide if they are up for it. He believes that those must come forth who can't smile when facing death, or else they should head home. In case of giving up, the final gatekeeper will allow the losers to pick up their treasure and get on moving. However, the kid in black hasn't come up with plans to push through this dark manor. Some kids are convinced that their death is inevitable if they step inside. They resort to choosing a hand-picked treasure from the second storage and head home. Coming forth, Kina shows her commitment to the third trial, with no interest in picking up the second floor's treasure. He declares that they all stepping in. Not only that, Kina demands the final gatekeeper to activate all the traps inside. Popping their eyes out, the kids believe this Dumbo has lost his mind to ask for such a thing. Kina announces that no mighty saint, even the likes of Saintess Melissa, could get the job of retrieving the Skeleton King's body. The final gatekeeper figures out that Kina knows a bit about the third storage, and to that she smirks. Melissa wouldn't let the kids march to their deaths, so Kina shows herself as a preventive measure. Plus, he expects not to hear that they did the job without any trouble. Without thinking twice, Kina demands the gatekeeper to restore the third store to its original, most dangerous state. All this, just to be seen as much greater than Melissa herself. Isaac thinks that Brad is out of it. The gatekeeper hears her wishes. Without wasting another breath, the kids let Kina go in by herself. Against their choice, something pulls them all in. Just then, the dark soul points at Skeleton King's hand, and Isaac's happiness skyrockets. Grinning like a total freak, Isaac praises his body for holding up this long. Turns out that his body has been sucking the third storage's mana. Brunette wonders if that's the Skeleton King's body, but Kind in Black points out that it's just the limb. But that's not it, as Isaac figures out that it's just the thumb leaking the eerie mana, while the rest is just a replica. In the middle of processing, a horrifying beast with glowing red eyes emerges. The group of kids freaks out, seeing the demonkin. They guess they wouldn't see such things show up in the third storage. Thus, the gatekeeper reminds these kids that they asked for it. So Kid in Black blames it all on Kina. Isaac's mind clicks as the beast lets out a bone-chilling growl. Completely unfazed, Kina assures that he will make sure they get their promised treasure. At the thought of it, Kina's mind takes back to the 14 familiars, the elite subordinates trained by the Skeleton King, and the Pope family's capture idiots. He has got an ace, the holy spell, to deal with this beast and claim the treasure as his. Without wasting another second, he unleashes his power, and the beast lets out a blood-curdling shriek. While Isaac couldn't care less, the rest of the kids had their jaws dropped to the floor. Apparently, the light of the Pope family seems to have worked. Out of nowhere, the beast voice is asking if Kina did this. Completely stunned, the demon kin, all furious, demands to know if Kinda dares to claim over his king's body. Suddenly, some dude breaks the news that the demon kin seal in the third storage has been broken. In a panic frenzy, Gowl wonders if it's the 14 familiars. And Riley realizes the grave danger the kids are in now. Asking for the elder supervisors, the old geezer mentions the lot went missing after neutralizing the storage's booby traps. They are aware that no kid can take on a beast like that, so they decide to call off the trial, but a blinding light strikes them. They figure it's the relic storage opening up. Barrett Bishop smirks, proud of Kina for pulling it off, while Gowl is stunned that a kid took down the demonkin. Rely bets it is Kina Barrett of the Pope family. The crowd congratulates Bishop Barrett, while he bets it's the end for the Joshua family to pledge their allegiance to the Pope family, as they own the Skeleton King's body. Just then, the kids walk out, but Relay's eyes look for Isaac and Shuri. Gathered at the entrance, the kids are somewhat injured but look fine. However, the bunch of kids who made it to the third storage hasn't come out yet. Panic rises while the parents wonder what's going on. Relay and Asali notice the last queue of children, which includes Shuri and Armin Age. Running to their father's embrace, Relay realizes that Isaac isn't here. Panic washes over Relly, who wonders where is his little son. Confirming Isaac is a no-show in the last wave, Bishop Barrett confronts Kina where is the Skeleton King's body. With a sharp tone, he demands answers. Sweating bullets, Kina has no clue how to break the news that she messed up. Meanwhile, Bishop spots the second storage's useless treasure in her hand. All of a sudden, the final gatekeeper glows in the air like a wolf in gold, picking baby Isaac by its teeth. That catches everyone off guard, including Relay. Apparently, Isaac with a smug grin watches over the crowd. The golden wolf surfaces on the ground with baby Isaac. Without thinking twice, Relay marches to that side to get his son alongside Asali. At a halt, Asali asks Master Relay if this golden wolf is actually the guardian dragon that protects the relic storage. Their jaws drop to witness the sight of the holy dragon coming out to deliver baby Isaac. Relay cannot ignore the fact that it is the real holy dragon, the hatchling that takes care of the relic storage. Not to mention, he confirms that even as a wolf, the mere aura screams that it's the holy dragon in the flesh. No doubt, Relay is convinced it's one of the matriarch's kin, deeply tied to the dragons and called upon inside the relic storage. He regards his presence to be noble. Suddenly, there is a weird noise seeping out of Isaac's mouth. The elder freaks out to think that an infant is sucking on the Skeleton King's body. He lets the baby know that it's not the thing to chew at. But what's scary is this infant managed to drag out the Skeleton King's body. With dagger eyes and possible delusions, Bishop asks Kina if she let the little baby have Skeleton King's body. Bishop declares that it's a foolish move coming from Kina, but he is aware that it's the saint's duty to save the honor of the host. But the holy dragon isn't buying that crap. He announces baby Isaac to be the sole claimer of the Skeleton King's body as he has done it, fair and square. Meanwhile, Isaac freakily grins with a victory sign, and Kina sulks down as his father takes the soul-shattering news. Looking back, the demon kin, utterly pissed, is ready to charge at Kinna, while she is left thinking about what's wrong with her holy spell not working. Without further ado, the demonkind declares them all to just drop dead already. Freaking out, the kids choose to run for now, as the beast goes full berserk, wreaking this place in smoke and dust. The demonkind is losing control. Right then, Kinna was surprised to see someone whipping out a cotton blue defensive barrier. Apparently, it's Isaac's doing, who is right now dashing right to the demonkind, ready to settle his score. Kinna is completely stunned to see Joshua's baby pulling this off, muttering the same old thing. The demonkind unleashes true horror to defeat this baby, but Isaac remains unfazed. Blowing all the power in one fist, Isaac blows a solid gut-wrenching punch at demonkind for not recognizing his master of all people. Coming to the present, the elder and others know that the holy dragon is one honest being, and even they are shocked to digest the fact that Isaac Joshua brought back the Skeleton King's body. They wonder what Kinna did then. Even Riley can't grasp the fact that something this dangerous has been done by his kid. Plus, Riley demands to know why they released the seal on the demonkind when mere children couldn't handle it. That cracks him up. He accuses the snobby brat in white, Kinna Barrett, of initiating such a thought. Just like that, all the wimpy kids start blaming it all on Kinda for activating the booby traps in the third storage and forcefully sucking them inside. All the parents can't believe their ears that Kinna Barrett risked their kids' lives for this. They never thought someone from the Pope's family would stoop so low. All of them are convinced that if Isaac Joshua didn't handle the thing, then the results would have been really bad. Afterward, the lot believes that by the looks of the results, it means the Joshua family won over the Pope family. The mere thought of this spoils Bishop's brain, because losing to them wasn't on his to-do list. Everyone keeps muttering about Isaac's true potential, even though he can't qualify as a saint, but he packs such power inside. Now the crowd is fully sure that the Joshua family has been preparing for their return all this time. On the other hand, Relia is totally proud of her son for doing a splendid job. Aside from that, the elders are practically begging Isaac to spit the bone out for God's sake. As soon as they reach out for Isaac, he slaps their hands away. The old geezers don't get why this baby is so strong. Meanwhile, Isaac notices this burst of mana surge inside him, but he wonders if it's from Survive. Also, the old woman lets Relia know that the matriarch would love to hear it all. Grinning like an evil hag, the old woman is convinced that they can sniff out the Skeleton King's body using his bone. She giggles like a true, which is she is ready to track down the body with a tracking spell. Seeing this fuss, Isaac's face turns pale, realizing the old geezers plan all this only to rip apart Skeleton's soul to settle their 150-year-old grudge. Right then, the holy dragon bows down to hand over Isaac and leaves the lunatics to their mess. One of the elders, an old man, asked if the item had been found. In response, the old lady shook her head and expressed her doubt that it was even there. All the elders then turned to look at Isaac, specifically at his failed attempt to relieve himself. Their faces were filled with disappointment as they questioned why nothing was coming out. They let out a collective sigh. Isaac, clearly disgusted by their stares, looked back at them with contempt. Internally, he was irritated, thinking that no matter how long they searched, they wouldn't find anything. But even as he brushed off their reactions, his mind drifted elsewhere. His concern was still fixed on what had happened inside the treasury. His thoughts took him back to a moment when he had confronted a demon. During that confrontation, Isaac had called out to the demon, trying to remind it of his identity. The demon had hesitated in confusion, sensing the familiar mana, and questioned whether Isaac was truly its master. Then it had lamented, recalling the news of its master's death, and expressed both sorrow and unwavering loyalty. The demon had believed its master would return and had vowed to serve him again. But that moment was cut short. Before Isaac could get any answers, the demon vanished under the impact of his attack. Panic hit him immediately. He regretted not having more time. There were still so many questions left unanswered. Back in the present, Isaac tried to refocus. He remembered hearing that the papal house had been the one to capture the demon. Just as he was deep in thought, someone unexpectedly held a milk bottle in front of him, breaking his concentration. He made a mental note to revisit the matter later. The person offering the bottle was his father, urging Isaac to poop. Meanwhile, the demon found the entire situation hilarious, cackling loudly and sarcastically demanding more and stronger laxatives. Isaac, overwhelmed by humiliation, swore internally that he would one day destroy his entire family. Tension in the room grew as the elders worried about the consequences. They feared that if the matriarch found out, they might all face execution, and even worse, she might go as far as to cut open Isaac's stomach. Isaac's father tried to calm the elder down, assuring him it would be fine, although his voice betrayed uncertainty. He hesitantly reminded them that while the matriarch had once cut open her own son's flank, surely she would show leniency toward her grandchild. But even he was disturbed by that memory, questioning the sanity of someone who would do such a thing. The demon, still nearby, casually remarked that Melissa had gone on a pilgrimage with the patriarch. This sparked another thought in Isaac. He realized that their pilgrimage would probably last a bit longer, giving him a brief window. All he had to do was absorb the mana and escape before Melissa returned. But just as that plan formed in his head, the door opened and Few entered the room. He requested Rely, Isaac's father, to come with him. Rely, caught off guard, turned to face him confused. Few informed him that the matriarch was calling. Isaac froze. His heart dropped. His father also reacted with shock, wondering if she had already returned. She had never come back so quickly before. Isaac's anxiety surged. He suspected that her early return might have something to do with him. The danger level skyrocketed in his mind. He hadn't even completed the mana absorption yet. Knowing Melissa, she wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures against him. Just then, someone opened a box in front of them, prompting a collective gasp from the group. They wondered if all the lavish items were gifts for Isaac. Rely, still shaken, turned to Few and quietly admitted that he had assumed the matriarch had returned. Few mocked him, calling him a coward, and then clarified that it had only been a voice message from her. She was still on her way back. He reminded everyone that he never said she had actually arrived. Isaac, hearing this, was enraged. He cursed Few in his thoughts, furious at the unnecessary panic. Meanwhile, on another side of the room, a brown-haired soldier captain informed the elders that the papal house had sent a tribute. One elder dismissed the gift, suggesting it be sold off as stolen goods. Another elder angrily spat in protest. The soldier captain, growing tense, pointed out that the messenger from the papal house was present and listening nearby. The messenger then stepped forward, announcing that the emperor himself was taking great interest in the incident. He declared that he had brought a tribute from the papal house to House of Schwa, both as an apology and a sign of gratitude. But, he added with mild sarcasm, it seemed the gift did not meet House of Schwa's expectations. Calmly, he opened a box and displayed its contents to the crowd. He then explained that the cardinal believed this item would be of great help to young Lord Isaac. The elders stared in shock. One of them recognized the item immediately. It was the Triple Crown. Isaac, clueless, reacted with confusion, wondering what it even was. The demon clarified with disdain that it was just a medal, a cheap trinket engraved with the Pope's emblem. One of the elders questioned why a medal would be given to Isaac by the Pope. Even the soldier seemed skeptical of such a gesture. Amid the stir, Rely heard someone calling his name from his right. He turned and saw the messenger, who handed him the box and explained that it was for Isaac. Isaac watched this unfold and grew increasingly frustrated. He couldn't understand why the medal, which was clearly meant for him, was being handed to his uncle. It didn't make any sense. Rely asked the messenger directly if he had been told to give it to him instead of Isaac. The messenger confirmed this. Someone else backed it up, saying the instructions had been very clear. The medal must be delivered to Sir Rely under all circumstances. That pushed one of the elders over the edge. He exploded with rage, accusing them of insulting Isaac by giving the medal to a family member. He reminded them what such an action meant. Gifting a medal to a relative signified that the intended recipient was deceased. Both Isaac and the demon were stunned by that implication. The elder was right. In their world, such a gesture meant the recipient was presumed dead. The messenger quickly tried to backpedal, urging them not to misunderstand the Pope's intentions. He explained that because Isaac was so young, they believed it would be more appropriate to entrust the medal to a family member. But another elder wasn't buying it. He pointed out the ribbon attached to the medal, which didn't fit the situation at all. Isaac's thoughts spiraled again. He was horrified. That ribbon was no ordinary decoration. A sunflower ribbon was traditionally handed to fallen soldiers as a symbol of their heroic death. It was meant to be placed inside a coffin. He couldn't believe it. In his mind, the Pope had to be insane. The room grew tense. One of the elders lashed out at the papal house, accusing them of mocking House of Schwa and their misfortune, referring bitterly to the so-called curse of Schwa. Few stepped in, trying to defuse the tension. He urged the elders to stay calm and not let their emotions get the best of them. But one of the elders, still fuming, shouted at Few, demanding to know how anyone could remain calm in such a situation. Few appeared visibly nervous, warning that the protagonist's family was treading on dangerous ground. As a representative of House of Schwa, he cautioned that any conflict with the papal house could have serious consequences. Letting the situation escalate might bring unwanted trouble to the family. He fell into deeper thought, feeling unsettled. It was hard for him to believe that someone would offer such a provocative and offensive gift just to humiliate them and remind them of their place. He realized the intent behind the gift. It was laced with hatred. Few recognized the signature of the cardinal's influence in this act. Despite being distantly related to the cardinal through his maternal bloodline, he found the act revolting and disgraceful. But he saw a silver lining. With this incident, Rely and the young troublemaker would no longer have the freedom to behave recklessly. In Few's view, that outcome was actually beneficial. With a more serious tone, he turned to the protagonist's father and demanded that Rely accept the gift formally and express their gratitude, brushing aside the tension. Another voice called out to stop him, but Few insisted there was no reason to make a fuss. The protagonist silently observed the situation, unimpressed and thinking to himself that things wouldn't go according to their expectations. Meanwhile, the messenger subtly smiled and, without saying a word, began to open the box. Everyone's attention shifted as they watched. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the room. The messenger shrieked in terror. Few instantly recognized what was inside and shouted in alarm, identifying it as the holy flame. The messenger, now gripped by horror, cried out in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why someone would use the holy flame in such a way. He pointed to the metal, overwhelmed by the shock. Then came a loud cry from the protagonist. With a smile on his face, he shouted a name, accusing Isaac as the one behind it all. Isaac stood calmly, a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, demanding an explanation for the melted metal, which had been sent by the Pope himself. He questioned whether this act was meant as rebellion. The elderly members of the family responded sharply, pointing out that Isaac was still a child, too young to even formally accept such a medal. The protagonist's father stepped forward, presenting the medal to everyone, and calmly clarified that the accident happened before Isaac accepted it, so they would act as if it was never received. The messenger was stunned, but then nervously offered a compromise, questioning if they should still accept the now damaged medal from the Pope, despite it being melted by a baby's flames. The elders examined the medal in disbelief. One of the older women gasped in shock. The protagonist's father demanded the medal, and the messenger handed it over. Suddenly, a bright blue light burst forth from the medal, causing the messenger to scream and fall to the floor. Amused by the chaos, the elders laughed. One of them joked that Isaac must really enjoy playing around. The protagonist, watching quietly, thought to himself that they had better let him go before he burned the rest of them as well. The messenger, overwhelmed and defeated, screamed again before scrambling out of the house in a panic, shouting bitterly at the Joshua family. One of the senior elders proudly praised Isaac, claiming he felt lighter because of him. Another ordered the melted metal to be disposed of, while laughing and mentioning how satisfying it would have been if the matriarch had seen the messenger's face. They continued to praise Riley, Isaac's father, for making all of it happen, saying it was a great idea to use holy flames. Riley, caught off guard, started reflecting and quietly apologized to himself. An elder leaned in and accused him of casting the holy fire on the child. Riley hesitated, believing it had been the elders. This sparked discussion among them. One elder recalled Riley casting a holy spell inside the relic storage. Riley defended himself, saying he only used invisibility magic. An older woman mentioned that Isaac had used quick strides. Riley was shocked. He hadn't taught Isaac that. Everyone turned toward Isaac in disbelief, realizing that he had cast all those spells. They began discussing the secret scripture, a legendary artifact that allows users to instantly learn and cast any spells contained within. Isaac, mentally reflecting, felt pleased he had brought the book from the storage. Though it was weaker than the flame magic he used when he was the Skeleton King, he still found it useful. One elder speculated whether Isaac's mother had used divine spells, but the older woman quickly denied it, saying she wasn't even a fire-type user. She was the complete opposite. They concluded that Isaac's ability wasn't simply talent. It was like someone writing poetry without ever learning how to write, completely beyond normal comprehension. The old lady reminded everyone that even the genius Saintess Melissa had learned to read before casting her first holy spell. The protagonist, feeling overwhelmed, internally dismissed both elders' concerns. Suddenly, a brown-haired servant girl rushed in, apologizing. She loudly exclaimed that it was more surprising the boy managed to wipe out the Pope's blessing. The elders, now thrilled, agreed enthusiastically. One elder ordered the medal to be brought so he could examine it. The protagonist's father quickly agreed, but then revealed that the medal was missing. Shock followed. One elder pointed at Joshua in disbelief, insisting it had been there. The protagonist's uncle, confused, realized he had thrown it away. He nervously explained that he did so under instruction. An elder scolded him for taking it literally. Another elder sighed and ordered a group to search for it. The uncle pondered how the Pope's medal, supposedly made of unmelting metals, could have been disposed of. He worried the head of house, Joshua, must not find out. Meanwhile, Isaac's uncle quietly smiled, thinking they shouldn't make baseless claims. A few days later, west of the Joshua dukedom, a black-cloaked elder led a force to a valley, urging focus. His men obeyed. As they neared, the elder noticed something odd and questioned it. Back at Isaac's residence, Isaac smiled to himself, wondering if the skeleton king was manifesting in him. He thanked the meal silently. The elders were disturbed. Isaac had consumed 300 bottles of poison and 500 Julius fruits. Despite this, he remained unfazed, commenting that the fruit was tasty and useful for improving affinity with holy beasts. He smiled blankly, believing that closeness with the beast was necessary to one day defeat the Pope and the gods. Inside, Isaac sensed something from within the house, a holy beast. A blue glow appeared, revealing the holy beast of Joshua, Terenblum. Isaac mentally told it to wait and attend the feast first. A soldier entered urgently. Then, the protagonist's grandfather arrived. Everyone greeted him respectfully, recognizing him as the patriarch of House Joshua. Isaac realized this was his grandfather and noted the powerful aura he radiated, feeling hopeful. Rely. Isaac's father pleaded with the patriarch to give them more time, insisting that cutting Isaac open wouldn't solve anything. Isaac was confident his uncle wouldn't allow such a thing. But the patriarch sternly ordered Isaac to be sent to the flumps. Shocked, Isaac remained silent as Rely nervously protested. At that moment, the protagonist was deep in thought, reflecting on a past conversation between his grandfather and father. He questioned whether he had misunderstood the meaning of survival and was overwhelmed by confusion and anger, unable to comprehend why he was being treated this way. The thought that only one uncle might be on his side crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Isaac cynically wondered if they were all planning to burn him in the end, treating death as inevitable. After the protagonist's father pleaded with his grandfather to reconsider, the protagonist's uncle entered the room and supported the idea that Isaac was held in high regard. However, the protagonist found this twisted logic infuriating, wondering how being thrown into fire could be considered a reward. He realized that if Isaac were sacrificed to the flames, they might be able to recover the skeleton king's body. The blessing from a fire could possibly strengthen him as well. Isaac seemed confused at the mention of a blessing. His father then raised his voice, again begging the grandfather to allow them more time. The uncle suggested another violent alternative, splitting Isaac open. The protagonist, horrified by these thoughts, considered dropping him into the temple waters instead. He was growing more disgusted, silently cursing the madness around him. The uncle, however, rejected these ideas, reminding everyone that the temple's sacred flames and waters were part of Joshua's secret treasures, originally meant for raising a saintess. He criticized the idea of using them on what he considered a useless child. The protagonist found some twisted comfort in this, thinking that anything the uncle opposed might actually be good for him. With a smirk, the uncle proposed that Shuri would make a better candidate for the blessing, reminding them that Shuri had defeated a demon in the relic storage. The protagonist's father immediately corrected him, asserting that it was Isaac who had done that, even backed by the Holy Dragon's testimony. The uncle dismissed it, mocking the idea that an infant could accomplish such a feat, implying the dragon must have been mistaken. Tempers flared as the father warned his brother not to push his luck, insisting the accusations were going too far. Meanwhile, the grandfather quietly processed everything. He brought up Isaac's act of burning the metals sent by the Pope using holy flames, an event they had all witnessed. Still, suspicion lingered. The grandfather questioned whether someone else might have orchestrated things behind the scenes. The uncle maintained there was no proof of anything. But then, the grandfather pulled out a medal, asking if this was the one being referred to. The only person recognized as being directly connected to the heavens was the Pope, and the only object imbued with his divine blessing was something known as blessed gold. As the protagonist stared at the badge in his hand, a wave of disbelief washed over him. He remembered how, even at the peak of his power as the Skeleton King, he couldn't melt something like this so easily. The fact that he had done it now made him wonder, was he simply born more powerful in this new body? His father, visibly shaken and sweating, couldn't hide his shock. He demanded to know how the badge had been found. In response, the clan leader explained calmly that he had discovered it at the bottom of Lake Elisiva while on his way there. This revelation sent the protagonist's father into a state of panic mixed with awe. He pointed out that his son possessed flames so powerful they were capable of melting a symbol blessed by the Pope himself, something considered sacred and virtually indestructible. That kind of power, he believed, was enough to prove that House Joshua had the potential to surpass even the Pope in strength and influence. Encouraged by this realization, he declared confidently that his son could one day even withstand the flames of the Skeleton King. An elder nearby quickly agreed, stating that the boy would make a perfect hunter of the Skeleton King. The protagonist's father continued, reminding everyone that many citizens had recently suffered because of the Skeleton King, who had remained hidden until now. Another elder supported this concern, warning that if the threat wasn't dealt with, it could lead to the resurgence of the Skeleton King's era. While everyone around him was caught up in heated discussion, the protagonist found himself confused. He didn't understand how any of this tied back to him. At that moment, his trusted companion, the demon, stepped forward and offered an insight. The demon explained that, whether in the present or the past, there always seemed to be imposters masquerading as the Skeleton King, imposters who bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist himself. Upon hearing this, the protagonist acknowledged that he was curious about who these impersonators might be, but ultimately decided it didn't matter. In fact, he reasoned, the more attention they drew, the better it would be for him. Just as the demon was about to agree, the protagonist's father interrupted with urgency in his voice. He reminded everyone of what had happened 10 years ago, when the Skeleton King had come to House Joshua and cursed them. The memory still weighed heavily on him, and now, with recent events unfolding, he feared history might repeat itself. Hearing those words, the protagonist turned toward his father, stunned by the implication. His mind reeled with disbelief. How could that be true? His father, visibly enraged, continued speaking with fury. He explained that the being had come to them, claiming its purpose was to wipe out the Sanus' bloodline. Just remembering the curse made his blood boil with rage. The demon, ever observant, calmly reminded the protagonist that if such an event had taken place 70 years ago, it couldn't possibly have been him. After all, the real Skeleton King, his master, had died 150 years ago. That remark made the protagonist think. A curse on their bloodline? It finally made sense why people around him constantly talked about how short their lives would be. But he brushed it off with confidence, considering that a curse from an average demon was nothing to him. He was certain he could easily suppress it using his superior mana, rendering it useless. However, one of the elders interrupted that line of thought with a grim explanation. Even if the curse didn't kill them outright, it affected their life force in other ways, causing issues like stunted growth or even erectile dysfunction. Another elder added with some exasperation that many cursed individuals live their entire lives without a single strand of hair on their heads. That triggered the protagonist's temper. He gritted his teeth, his anger bubbling up. He'd had enough. He was going to find that impersonator and deal with him personally. Trying to reason with him, the demon pointed out that baldness could simply be due to genetics. But the protagonist wasn't having it. He snapped back, reminding the demon that both the patriarch and the elders had full heads of hair, completely dismissing the genetic excuse. Just then, the clan leader appeared in front of the protagonist, gazing at him with concern. He observed the redness in the boy's eyes and confirmed aloud that the curse had indeed taken hold of him as well. The leader then turned to the gathered adults and declared that conventional methods like fire and water wouldn't be enough to lift the curse. The protagonist, now filled with unease, grew anxious. His thoughts spiraled. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Suddenly, the clan leader made a bold decision. He announced that he would grant the boy a Holy Spirit. The declaration sent shockwaves through the elders. One of them, overwhelmed by panic, blurted out his disbelief. The protagonist, hearing the commotion, quickly realized what that meant. Holy Spirits were not something one could simply claim. They had to be given. And receiving one could help him ascend to the transcendental ranks, a level so high that even the gods themselves couldn't interfere with him. The mere thought thrilled him. He welcomed a chance. To him, it felt like an opportunity to break past all limitations and punch the gods right in the face. But not everyone was pleased. Few, one of the clan members, looked at the clan leader with panic and protested. He believed granting a Holy Spirit was excessive. That kind of blessing was only supposed to be given to those who had brought immense honor to their house. In his eyes, the child had done nothing of that scale. Even melting the Pope's blessed metal was seen more as an act of defiance rather than a feat of valor. He worried that such hostility wouldn't be ignored and could bring disastrous consequences upon them. The protagonist, hearing Few's complaints, rolled his eyes in frustration. He thought to himself how Few was always running his mouth at the worst times. The clan leader's patience wore thin. He turned to Few with a piercing stare and demanded to know what he was doing when that so-called gift had been sent to them. His voice dripped with disappointment and anger. The leader reminded everyone that the enemy had dared to insult them within their very own home. Yet not only had Few let them leave unscathed, but now he was also standing up for them. The leader called him out for achieving nothing but criticizing his young nephew, someone who had, against all odds, helped reclaim the honor of their house. He accused Few of holding him back and asked whether he'd even done as much as an animal, which would at least protect its kin. He pointed to the child, Isaac, saying that though he was small and should have been protected, it was he who had taken action and defended their pride. In the clan leader's eyes, Isaac had already brought honor to House Joshua. The protagonist couldn't help but chuckle in amusement at the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Few lay on the ground, trembling in fear after being scolded so harshly. But the clan leader wasn't finished. Still glaring at Few, he gave a final order. Everyone was to be summoned to the main building. He would officially bestow his blessing upon Isaac. A few days later, the protagonist sat at a table when his father approached him with concern. He asked the clan leader if he was really going to go through with giving Isaac the Holy Spirit. The clan leader responded by pointing out the obvious. He explained that if they were to use fire or water to purge the skeleton king's presence from Isaac's body, it would be unbearably painful, clearly showing he had already made up his mind. Continuing his explanation, the clan leader made it clear that the temple's flames and waters were far too powerful in their anti-demonic properties. Subjecting Isaac to them would be dangerous, possibly even fatal. More importantly, due to this incompatibility, he wouldn't be able to undergo the rites of exorcism. Hearing this, Isaac's father, already sweating in anxiety, turned toward the clan leader, realizing the implication. Without the rites, Isaac would be stuck. He wouldn't be able to climb higher than the 5th cleric rank. The clan leader, however, remained calm and firm. He corrected him. Isaac wouldn't even reach the 5th rank. He would be permanently locked at the 4th rank. Holding 3 glowing marbles in his hand, each infused with a unique energy, the clan leader announced that he would allow Isaac to choose between them, the flames, the waters, or the Holy Spirit. This, he declared, would serve as a fair test. Standing nearby, Few, Isaac's relative, watched with a smug expression. Excitement welled up within him. In his mind, he was certain this would prove his point. He had always believed the clan leader wouldn't hand over a Holy Spirit so easily. Now, this setup only confirmed his expectation. The clan leader placed the 3 orbs in front of Isaac and asked him to choose. As Isaac's father watched nervously, his mind raced. He could feel the energies radiating from each marble. One pulsed with the heat of flame, another flowed with the calmness of water, and the third shimmered with the divine resonance of the Holy Spirit. Internally, he pleaded for Isaac to choose the white marble, the one containing the Holy Spirit. He hoped desperately that his son would sense it and make the right decision. But Isaac, after examining the 3, reached out and picked up the red marble instead. He lifted it confidently into the air. Few, spotting Isaac's choice, couldn't resist sneering. He was ready to gloat. In his mind, even a 4th-rank Joshua would eventually bring some honor to the family, just not the kind worth a Holy Spirit. But before he could even finish his mocking thoughts, something incredible happened. A dazzling burst of light filled the room, silencing everyone. The red marble Isaac held began to crack open, glowing from within. Flames erupted, huge, vibrant, and not at all like the temple's control fire. Everyone in the room recoiled in shock. These flames were different, wilder, stronger. They weren't from the temple. And then, out of the roaring fire, a figure emerged. A woman stepped forward from the flames, her presence radiating raw, divine power. The room erupted in panic and disbelief. It was a Holy Spirit. The elders looked on in horror, their foreheads drenched in sweat. None of them had expected this. The energy in the room grew more intense by the second. Few turned to his father in confusion and fear, demanding to know what was going on. Why had a Holy Spirit been sealed inside that red marble? The clan leader remained composed. Folding his arms, he calmly replied that there had never been just one Holy Spirit. The others had made a mistake assuming so. Then, looking at the spirit now standing before them, he explained further. The roots of House Joshua were tied to the element of water. But for a child like Isaac, one who had created flames hot enough to melt a Pope-blessed object, the rules had to be bent. Even this trial had been a trap, a carefully laid test to challenge him. Yet Isaac had still chosen the correct answer. Still, what was happening now had gone beyond even the clan leader's expectations. The Holy Spirit, now fully visible, stared directly at the clan leader. Her anger was palpable. She shouted his name, calling him mad for daring to summon someone of her rank into the human realm. Her divine energy surged, unleashing a sudden burst of power. The temperature in the room spiked as fear gripped everyone present. The elders and Isaac's father began to panic, and one of them urgently called for defensive spells to be activated. Few, terrified and trembling, turned once again to the clan leader. He shouted in disbelief. Realizing the truth, his father had summoned a royal rank spirit. The sheer power it carried was enough to incinerate the entire region if left unchecked. Was that his plan? But the clan leader corrected him. It hadn't been him who summoned the spirit. It had been the boy, Isaac. Pointing at the child, the clan leader said with a mix of pride and awe that Isaac had done it on his own. And then, as if accepting a grim reality, he added one final thought. This boy might end up making this place his grave. The Holy Spirit hovered mid-air, her presence illuminating the entire room as she activated her powers. She glanced around at everyone gathered there, exuding a pressure that silenced the atmosphere. The protagonist, noticing this, was stunned. In his thoughts, he reflected that although he had only infused a small amount of holy power to summon a medium-rank spirit, the result was unexpectedly much greater. A royal-rank spirit had appeared, far beyond what he had intended or expected. The demon standing nearby began sweating in disbelief. He turned to the protagonist, astonished by what kind of being could possibly summon such a powerful spirit with so little effort. The protagonist, still in shock, wondered what would have happened if he had actually tried seriously. But before he could finish that thought, the Holy Spirit suddenly released flames imbued with anti-demonic energy. The demon, recognizing the nature of the flames, spoke with a teasing expression. He remarked that these flames, capable of converting mana into holy power, would certainly be useful for his master. The protagonist agreed with him, acknowledging the potential of the flames, but expressed his uncertainty about how he was supposed to make the royal rank spirit submit to him. At that moment, the Holy Spirit launched an attack with her flames, targeting everyone else in the room. In response, the demon casually remarked that perhaps the key was simply doing things properly. Still unsure, the protagonist pointed out that royal rank spirits were closely connected to the heavens, and at that moment, he wasn't ready to get involved with the gods. The demon playfully agreed, adding that all spirits had close ties to the divine realm. Meanwhile, one of the people in the room panicked and begged the patriarch to send the spirit back. Another elder, pointing at the spirit, shouted that she was the insane one even the gods had given up on. The patriarch, thinking to himself, understood that the spirit might have been abandoned due to the color of her hair. He recalled that the gods distrusted anything with black hair, and figured she might have been ostracized for that reason alone. An old man nearby connected the dots and realized that this was likely why the spirit had been cast out. Without warning, the Holy Spirit turned on the old man, attacking him while demanding silence from the humans in the room. She then pointed at the patriarch, furious that she had been summoned through a subordination ritual. She questioned what he had been thinking. Despite her anger, the patriarch remained calm and composed. He confidently looked her in the eyes and clarified that he was not the one who summoned her. The spirit, still fuming, struggled to comprehend. She questioned how that was even possible, arguing that the patriarch must have used his authority to call her. In response, the patriarch simply pointed toward the protagonist. Seeing this, the spirit's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, then exploded into rage. She accused the patriarch of sacrificing a child just to summon her. The patriarch denied the accusation, claiming he hadn't done anything of the sort. But the spirit, unconvinced, pointed again at the protagonist. She was furious that someone would go to such extremes while their household was already crumbling. She questioned what had been done to the child, wondering aloud what was so strange and unusual about him. At that moment, the protagonist stared at the Holy Spirit's drooling form with eager anticipation. In his mind, he was amazed by her potential, recognizing her as both capable and aggressive towards divine entities. He immediately resolved to claim her for himself, planning to use her as a medium to refine and control his mana. But just then, the Holy Spirit raised a large flame above her head and declared her intent to test the boy. She wanted to see for herself whether he was truly the one who had summoned her through the ritual of subordination. Her condition was simple. If he survived her attack, he would be acknowledged. Without hesitation, she launched the attack at the boy, causing a powerful explosion that engulfed the area where he was sitting. Seeing the sudden blast, his father panicked and called out his name in fear. The Holy Spirit, assuming her attack had been fatal, commented that it was better for him to meet a peaceful end at her hands. However, to her shock, the boy emerged unharmed from the flames and walked calmly toward her. She was stunned by his resilience and confused by what she had just witnessed. Meanwhile, the patriarch addressed the Holy Spirit directly, confidently stating that the child was indeed the one who summoned her. He gave her two choices: form a contract with the boy or face the consequences. The Holy Spirit scoffed at the threat. She declared that punishment meant nothing to a spirit of her caliber. In fact, she was thrilled by the situation. Now that she was summoned, she intended to destroy the house of Joshua and reclaim her freedom. Pointing at the boy, she warned him to watch as everything he held dear burned. But just as she was about to hurl another insult, the boy suddenly put her into his mouth, cutting her off mid-sentence. All the elders and his father broke into a nervous sweat at the unexpected act. From inside his mouth, the muffled voice of the Holy Spirit shouted furiously, calling him insane. His father, horrified, yelled at him not to swallow her. He specifically warned him this time not to do it, which made the Holy Spirit pause in confusion. She questioned what he meant by this time, and immediately became alarmed by how casually everyone was reacting to the situation. She declared their parenting to be outrageous and warned them all that she would retreat for now, but vengeance would follow. Internally, the boy noted that she was preparing a teleportation spell. As she began to ignite power inside his mouth to escape, she tried to activate a spell and taunted everyone before vanishing. But much to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. A nearby demon, noticing the failed spell, expressed confusion. Inside the boy's mouth, the Holy Spirit began sweating and questioned why she couldn't activate her powers. Then, in a panic, she realized the reason: it was dark mana. She had become trapped in an environment toxic to her existence. The patriarch calmly explained that the boy had previously swallowed the thumb of the Skeleton King. Upon hearing this, the Holy Spirit panicked further, shocked at what kind of things the boy was being fed. The boy, analyzing the situation, recalled that Holy Spirits were essentially embodiments of pure holy energy and, as such, were highly vulnerable to dark mana. As the dark mana took effect, the Holy Spirit began to weaken. Covering her nose and trembling, she admitted she was losing strength. Her condition worsened, breaking into hives. In desperation, she called for someone to stop him. But the scene had already gone far beyond anyone's expectations. Upon hearing the situation, the patriarch casually poked his ear and remarked that it was unfortunate. He explained that the Skeleton King's powers were far too overwhelming for anyone to approach. This triggered a strong reaction. The people who always seemed to go wild at the mere mention of the Skeleton King were now showing hesitation, which felt hypocritical and frustrating. Unexpectedly, the patriarch knelt before the protagonist. He made a serious offer. If the protagonist stayed with his grandchild and successfully purified all the dark mana left by the Skeleton King, then he would send the protagonist back. The Holy Spirit, visibly furious, lashed out with disbelief, questioning whether the patriarch even understood who she was. The patriarch calmly responded that she was welcome to stay and get devoured if she preferred. This made the Holy Spirit panic. She started shouting and cursing everyone around, venting her hatred for them. She said that if they weren't of the Sainus' bloodline, she would have already sliced them up. Angry and desperate, she decided to shift her approach, declaring that she would use the child to destroy what she referred to in her thoughts as that goddamn. Her thoughts were abruptly cut short when she began crying. In a sudden change of tone, she pleaded for just 4 days, saying that was all she needed with the child. 4 days would be more than enough, even for something as small as a pinky finger. The patriarch, hearing this, thought to himself that 4 days sounded quite underwhelming. Without further delay, he began walking away from the protagonist and gave orders to open the East Castle gates. He instructed that the child and the spirit be taken there, and that no one was to enter until the purification process was finished. As the patriarch gave a command, someone, nervously sweating, called out to him, trying to object and mentioning the Eastern Castle. But the patriarch cut him off coldly with a piercing glare, making it clear that he wouldn't entertain any objections. Seeing the opportunity, the protagonist yanked the Holy Spirit out of his mouth and smirked. Internally, he laughed to himself, realizing that the Eastern Castle was right next to the Annex, the very location of the mana cores. Meanwhile, over at the Eastern Castle, inside House Joshua, a loud explosion rocked one of the rooms. A few people nearby commented on the situation, recognizing it as another incident caused by Lord Isaac, or rather, the mana of the Skeleton King. It seemed that even the patriarch had given up on trying to deal with it. One servant, looking to another, speculated that the next successor might go to Sir Goel of the Pope's bloodline, or possibly to Goel's brother. Lord Isaac, having been cursed, was no longer seen as a viable candidate. Another servant entered and questioned whether Lord Isaac was truly cursed. He elaborated further, saying that just the previous day, a servant who had gone to check on Lord Isaac ran away in fear. The earlier servant responded, describing what that terrified person claimed to have seen, the form of a balding old man. Confused, a maid asked if it wasn't a skinless monster or a skeleton like they had assumed. Then, raising a finger to her lips in thought, she noted something odd. It had already been 10 years since Lord Isaac had been locked away with a Holy Spirit. Inside the East Castle of the Joshua Mansion, the hallways were tense. A black-clad maid ran through the corridor in a panic, her breath quick and sharp, startled by something inside. Not long after, a brown-haired servant approached a particular door. She opened it gently and stepped inside the dim, quiet room. Her voice, though calm, carried a note of concern as she addressed the boy inside, Isaac. She looked over at the child and hesitated before asking if he was all right. Her thoughts betrayed her concern. She silently questioned just how powerful the Skeleton King's curse must be, considering that Isaac hadn't aged or grown at all. Isaac, still appearing as a small child, sat relaxed while enjoying a lollipop. He seemed unaffected and amused. Internally, he dismissed the idea of the curse being the problem. In truth, he was suppressing his own growth deliberately. He had figured out that power was most efficiently absorbed during infancy. Certain innate abilities, he realized, could only be developed at such an early stage. Nearby, the Holy Spirit, Lord Shalark, moved sluggishly, her body aching all over from exhaustion. Her expression betrayed her frustration. The brown-haired servant approached her respectfully and asked if she had slept well. Lord Shalark's patience was thin. She was agitated, voicing her determination to purify the dark mana no matter what. She insisted that she had nearly completed the purification the previous day. But when she looked at Isaac and sensed the mana had only increased again, she erupted in anger. She couldn't understand why the dark energy was growing stronger instead of weakening. Isaac laughed quietly at her frustration. That only further enraged Shalark. She demanded to know just how much of the Skeleton King's body Isaac had absorbed to make the dark mana persist even after 10 years of purification. Each time she slept, the corrupted energy only seemed to multiply. Isaac remained cheerful. He revealed, at least to himself, that he had been secretly absorbing the mana cores from the Annex every night for the past decade. Even the demon inside him, though usually composed, quietly admitted surprise at how many cores had been hidden in that place. Shalark, now overwhelmed by the situation, was struck with awe. Her internal thoughts acknowledged Isaac's incredible feat. She had originally estimated it would take 40 years to gather such energy, yet Isaac had managed to accomplish it in just 10. To her, the exhausting effort of mana collection finally seemed to be nearing its end. Isaac, pleased with himself, reflected that although he had been self-taught and lacked formal training, he had still managed to reach the 6th level of the sacred arts. A small smile touched his lips at the thought. The brown-haired servant, watching him fondly, reassured Isaac in a comforting tone. She informed him that the papacy was planning to take decisive action soon. That caught Isaac's attention. The mention of the papacy made him pause and thought. The servant then gently picked him up and explained that the Skeleton King's 14 demonic bee subordinates would soon be executed. Hearing that, Isaac was visibly shocked. His expression darkened as he processed the implications. Internally, he panicked. There was still so much he needed to learn from them, and now they were being eliminated before he had the chance. Trying to distract him, the servant offered him another lollipop and told him to rest. But Isaac, now serious and brooding, thought about the situation deeply. Someone out there, an imposter, needed to be stopped. He resolved to act. Just then, a voice from outside caught his attention. It was a cheerful compliment directed at someone named Shuri. Isaac's ears perked up, and he muttered quietly under his breath in curiosity. Outside, Shuri was walking beside his proud father. The older man was congratulating his son for not only skipping grades, but also becoming the youngest ordained priest. He added that the princess herself would be attending the ordination, and he seemed delighted by the honor that awaited his son. Shuri responded confidently, saying that it was only natural he was his father's son, after all. His father beamed with pride, laughing loudly and praising Shuri's talents and humility, drawing comparisons to himself. As they continued, the father suddenly noticed something strange. His tone shifted as he called Shuri's name, his voice tinged with confusion. But before he could react further, Shuri collapsed to the ground, shocked and in pain. A voice behind him interrupted the moment. It was Isaac, standing with a sharp, intense gaze. He confronted Shuri coldly, his tone accusatory. He scolded him, accusing him of being a habitual liar and warning him not to assume that life ended just because one graduated from the academy. Shuri, now seated on the floor and trembling, recognized Isaac immediately. In his thoughts, he referred to Isaac as a terrifying presence who always seemed to reappear without warning. Isaac, growing angrier, reminded Shuri that it was only thanks to his coaching that Shuri had passed exams and skipped grades. He demanded to know why Shuri was now acting superior. Shuri tried to defend himself, insisting that he had worked hard, that his achievements were not easy. But Isaac cut him off bluntly. According to him, none of it would have been possible without his help, and that on Shuri's own merit. He would have never reached that level. Kim Shuri spoke to Isaac in a rude tone, reluctantly admitting something with a stutter. Meanwhile, Isaac began thinking silently to himself, wondering if it was time for him to prepare for his priest ordination. He recalled that most sacred arts required ordination to be used effectively. Wanting help, Isaac turned to Kim Shuri and told her that she needed to assist him. Shuri immediately reacted in confusion and frustration, asking why it had to be her and what he wanted this time. As Isaac looked at her, his expression seemed almost demonic, causing Shuri to quickly shift her tone, forcing a smile and asking what kind of help he needed. Isaac then grinned like a devil, demanding everything Kim Shuri had, including the prize money from her quiz contest and the allowance she received from Goel. Kim Shuri started crying and, in his mind, cursed Isaac as a demon. Despite that, he tried to speak more calmly and change the topic, questioning what Isaac meant by the execution of the Skeleton King's subordinates. Isaac, with a hint of irritation in his thoughts, explained internally that after the treasure vault incident, those subordinates had stopped following orders and appeared to have given up on life. As a result, they were being eliminated. When asked about this, Isaac responded flatly, without meeting Shuri's gaze, saying that it couldn't be helped, he had to accomplish it this year. Kim Shuri responded curiously, asking what exactly he meant. Isaac revealed that he was referring to his goal of receiving priest ordination. Shuri was surprised and questioned him directly, pointing out that he hadn't even entered the academy yet, so how could he already be talking about ordination? Isaac then asked Shuri seriously if he was being laughed at, to which Shuri quickly and politely denied any such thing. He then informed Isaac about the recommendation system for ordination. He explained that Academy professors were present at the event and that, with a recommendation letter and passing the test, it was possible to receive ordination. Isaac sarcastically commented on how it sounded like a great system for backdoor dealings. Shuri clarified that to qualify, one had to accomplish a great deed that demonstrated good character. Isaac, seemingly irritated, pointed out that Shuri had terrible character himself. Just then, a demon behind Isaac commented bluntly, acknowledging that Isaac, at the very least, was good at recognizing people. Isaac kept thinking deeply about the situation. He recalled that to get a recommendation, one had to save a life, and the more important the person, the better the reward. But realistically, he knew it was unlikely that someone important would just happen to fall into danger in a way he could exploit. And now, there was only a month left. Then, Isaac turned to Kim Shuri and asked if the princess will be attending the upcoming ordination. Kim Shuri responded somewhat mysteriously, confirming it but with hesitation. Isaac smiled with a mischievous glint, realizing the princess would be an extremely valuable target to save. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the training grounds at the Joshua Mansion. A commanding voice echoed across the grounds, telling others to leave. It was Isaac's grandfather, addressing his two servants, both of whom also served as Isaac's instructors and associates. He declared loudly that Isaac would not be going to the capital. The teachers were surprised and tried to protest. They reminded the Duke that this year was special. It was finally the year when Saint candidates would receive their priest ordinations. They emphasized how important the founding festival was and urged him not to miss it. Isaac's grandfather pondered their words quietly. The two teachers continued, clearly happy and hopeful. They pointed out that for the past 10 years, the candidates had achieved many things, but Isaac had not made any public appearance. They recalled how Isaac showed amazing skill at the treasure vault a decade ago. They also mentioned how Isaac had been living like a saintless in the East Castle, something they found remarkable. Both were eager to see how much Isaac had grown. Their enthusiasm made the grandfather let out a loud laugh. One of the teachers added that, as an academy educator, teaching Isaac had always been a dream. They also reminded him that this year's ordination coincided with the princess's birthday, and the Pope himself would be conducting the ceremony. Hearing that, the grandfather silently repeated the word Pope in thought. He questioned their words again after considering that the Pope would also be bestowing the title of hero upon those receiving ordination. He knew that receiving such a title greatly boosted a person's power domain, an immense advantage. But there was a concern. The grandfather then pointed out that Isaac wasn't old enough to receive ordination. In response, the teachers reacted emotionally, insisting that if Isaac had the skill, his age shouldn't matter. Both smiled joyfully and celebrated the grandfather's eventual approval when he told them to do as they wished, but not without a final warning. He made it clear that they would be held responsible. Sometime later, a mysterious figure dressed in black stood outside, staring at a location with certainty, clearly having found what he had been searching for. In his mind, he acknowledged that even someone as powerful as the Pope could only summon a king-class spirit once. Yet the one he was observing had managed to forge a subjugation contract with a spirit, and not just any spirit, but an anti-magic one. As he thought about it, the image of the spirit came to his mind, black-haired and fiery. He recognized it as the spirit known for its uncontrollable nature, one that failed to become the Spirit King solely because it couldn't be tamed. The mysterious figure considered how obsessed the Pope's family was with collecting powerful spirits. If he could steal this one and deliver it to them, it would surely earn him a high position. Placing his left hand over his chest, he reminded himself that he had already secured a special herb capable of nullifying divine power. Everything was in place. He then calculated that if he could suppress the divine power of the boy Isaac, the Skeleton King's mana would spiral out of control. As he imagined the chaos that would follow, he planned to snatch the spirit in the confusion and vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, from a different scene, the door to a room opened as a professor guided someone to the location. They confirmed they had arrived at the right place to meet young Lord Isaac. When the professor approached Isaac, they were struck by how the boy hadn't changed at all in the last decade, his appearance just the same as 10 years ago. Isaac welcomed them warmly, his gaze soft and filled with appreciation, clearly overjoyed to see the professors. His expression suggested he saw them as his long-awaited recommendations. The professors, overwhelmed by his unexpected enthusiasm, reacted in exaggerated disbelief, clutching their chests as if emotionally struck. Without delay, one of them ordered everyone to return to the academy immediately. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure observed everything from the background, suspecting Isaac of playing a clever game to fool the people around him. He decided to unleash his divine power, hoping it would cause the Skeleton King's mana to run wild. Isaac calmly returned the mysterious figure's stare with a humble look, even as the man reached out and grabbed Isaac's arm, initiating his plan to drive the mana berserk. But just at that critical moment, Isaac blinked and smiled innocently. The unexpected reaction threw the mysterious figure into complete shock. The mysterious person began to wonder why there was no reaction. He had released divine power powerful enough to disrupt even the Skeleton King's mana, yet nothing was happening. At that moment, the Holy Spirit appeared in front of him and began shouting furiously, urging the priest to take action and end it. The mysterious person, clearly irritated by her outburst, mentally commented on how overwhelmingly unpleasant her divine power felt. Despite the intensity of the moment, the mysterious man suddenly began smiling as if amused. He recognized that a king-class spirit had appeared and saw it as an opportunity. Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his forehead, pretending it was just sweat caused by the heat. Isaac, observing the situation, caught a strange scent. He was surprised and suspicious, his expression shifting into a sly smile as he silently cursed at the mysterious man. The Holy Spirit, glaring in anger, suddenly let out a loud cry. Her behavior quickly shifted, and she started screaming wildly. One of the professor's colleagues, witnessing the scene from the side, panicked and questioned why the spirit was suddenly acting out of control. The Holy Spirit continued to scream, clearly in a critical state. Trying to make sense of the situation, the mysterious man addressed the professors, suggesting the spirit was going berserk due to the Skeleton King's mana. One of the professors warned that the situation had become dangerous. In response, the mysterious man pulled out a strange item from his pocket. He planned to use it to guide the crazed spirit away from the scene. With determination, he broke the item in front of the Holy Spirit and unleashed fire magic, aiming to suppress her with a spell that would cut off her pain perception. However, the spell backfired, and he ended up hurt himself. Isaac, now observing from a distance, shouted confidently and smirked. He looked at his chest, where his own power was taking form, satisfied with how things were playing out. He believed it was enough, and noted that a proper audience had gathered to witness the scene. Meanwhile, the mysterious man lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. One of the teachers watching from the side screamed in shock, realizing what was happening. Isaac was absorbing the mana. Another teacher confirmed it, pointing out that Isaac was successfully controlling the rampaging energy. Isaac now stood with a confident smile, declaring that the mana problem had been resolved. After saying so, he instructed someone else to stop as well. Everyone turned their attention to the Holy Spirit, who was now suspended in the room. The two servants were visibly shaken. They recognized the overwhelming aura, azure divine power. One of the male servants was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief that Isaac had managed to control the Skeleton King's mana. The female servant quickly added that he had also calmed the berserk spirit, a feat equally astonishing. The Holy Spirit herself seemed disoriented, struggling to grasp the situation. Isaac, watching all this, believed that what had just occurred could only be described as a miracle. The male servant softly called out Isaac's name. The female servant followed suit, addressing him as young master. Overcome with emotion, the male servant pointed out that Isaac had finally spoken. In their joy, they praised him repeatedly. Isaac, however, grew slightly annoyed in his thoughts, wondering if that was really the most important thing at the moment. The crowd then lifted Isaac up in celebration, shouting joyously and laughing together. Amidst the cheer, the mysterious intruder cursed in frustration, unable to understand what was unfolding. The Holy Spirit, now furious, addressed him directly, labeling him as scum from the Golden Faith. She angrily demanded to know who had ordered him to do all this. The mysterious figure, in a cold tone, tried to deflect the accusation, claiming he had merely come to meet young Lord Isaac. The Holy Spirit, not convinced, pressed further, pointing out that he had come fully armed with incendiary tools and questioned how such preparation could be called a misunderstanding. In response, she declared that from this moment onward, all fire spirits would sever their ties with priests from the Pope's family. Smiling sarcastically, she said it was simply because she was in a bad mood and warned him not to misunderstand her reasons. The mysterious man was shocked and tried to protest, asking for a moment and questioning how a spirit could break ties with priests contracted by the gods, emphasizing his affiliation with the Pope's family. The Holy Spirit immediately shut him down, cursing and stating that she had severed her connection with the gods long ago, making such rules meaningless to her. At this point, the female servant, carrying Isaac in her arms, turned away and firmly told the intruder to leave. The mysterious man could only stammer in disbelief. The Holy Spirit then turned back to Isaac, acknowledging that he had saved her using divine power and had even taken control of the Skeleton King's mana. She reflected that under normal circumstances, she should have ended the contract once the mana was purified, but because of the debt she owed, she decided to stay with him for a while longer. She muttered about how the holy faction was full of fools who couldn't function without repaying debts. Isaac's teacher, watching everything unfold with a smile, joyfully announced that they would return to the papacy and report all of this. Meanwhile, Isaac laughed ominously, his expression almost devilish, as he thought about how a young lord with this much power surely deserved to be ordained as a priest. The protagonist's father and grandfather were standing outside together, deeply engaged in a conversation regarding the protagonist, Isaac's priest ordination. The father had just been informed that the papacy had officially approved Isaac's ordination as a priest. Hearing this, the grandfather informed him that the church also wanted Isaac to participate in the ordination ceremony itself. This news seemed to catch the father off guard, as he reacted with surprise, wondering aloud if things had progressed so quickly due to the support from scholars and people from Manhwa. The grandfather, however, clarified that the real reason behind the swift approval was Isaac's extraordinary achievement. He had acquired a king-class spirit. That alone left no room for objections from anyone. Understanding this, the father acknowledged that with such a qualification, it was impossible for anyone to oppose the ordination. The grandfather continued, explaining that more than the ceremony, the ordination would signify Isaac's graduation from the academy. Because of that, they had to assess whether Isaac had the educational background and knowledge necessary for a priest. He went on to mention the results. Isaac had scored full marks on all 1,600 test items. Overjoyed, the father smiled and repeated the words, appreciating the perfect score. He then added that he couldn't ask for more, especially since Isaac could speak well and was active and mobile again. Despite the achievements, the grandfather's expression remained serious. He pointed out that Isaac's poor attitude still remained a flaw. There was, however, one final checkpoint: the result of the personality test. The grandfather explained that unless Isaac turned out to be a serious criminal or an utter degenerate, he should pass without any issues. Listening attentively, the father recalled the nature of the test. It was designed so that divine law ensured the truth would be revealed even if someone tried to lie. The grandfather then suggested they take a look at the responses. One of the questions was, what are your thoughts on the family that raised you? A. Conquer. Mine. The father was surprisingly delighted by this bold declaration. But the grandfather, looking far more serious, commented that while the response was absurd, it still reflected a level of ambition that might be necessary for someone in Isaac's position. Then came the next question. What will you do after becoming a priest? A. Break the gods' necks. And another. Question as a priest of the Holy Empire Hela. Describe your vision and ambitions for the nation. A. Destroy the nation. Each answer grew more shocking, and the gravity of Isaac's ambition and mindset became clearer to them both. The atmosphere between Isaac's grandfather and father turned tense and grim after they reviewed Isaac's personality test responses. Both men were visibly shocked and disturbed by what they had read, bold, heretical answers that went far beyond youthful arrogance. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to weariness, and finally to a kind of quiet dread. The grandfather, keeping his voice low and serious, reminded the father that they were the only ones who had seen these results. Isaac's father, now exhausted and frustrated, could barely contain his anger. He muttered through clenched teeth that if Isaac ever officially became a priest and had to retake that test under the Holy Empire's supervision, he would be executed for heresy on the spot. Driven by urgency and frustration, the grandfather slammed his fist on the table. He then made a firm decision. Isaac's father would take the priest ordination in his son's place. Meanwhile, Isaac was to be kept confined at home, under strict supervision. The grandfather barked out a new order. Home training was to begin immediately. Back in Isaac's room, a demon quietly entered and asked him if he had made up his mind. Isaac responded without hesitation. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he declared that he was going to run away. Elsewhere, the Empire's certified academy, an institution recognized for producing the Holy Empire's elite, buzzed with gossip. A group of students discussed a rumor. A 10-year-old was getting ordained as a priest. They were incredulous. To them, it sounded like an absurd joke. Among them was Neaizer, a boy with striking hair, who scoffed at the idea. He insisted that the child in question couldn't even walk properly and hadn't grown in a decade due to the curse of the Skeleton King. He turned to Kim Shuri for confirmation, reinforcing the idea that the entire ordination was just a ceremonial stunt, not a legitimate one. Another girl chimed in, expressing relief as if that explanation made more sense. Kim Shuri, silently listening, grew visibly irritated. He'd hoped Neaizer would stop spreading such nonsense, but clearly, that hope was in vain. Neaizer continued, mockingly pointing out how Isaac, due to his ties to the Saintis family, was being gifted an ordination title he didn't deserve. It, he said, devalued the entire tradition. Kim Shuri's frustration boiled over, but before he could respond, a poised and confident woman stepped into their circle. She questioned whether Neaizer thought the papal priests were a joke. Then she dropped a bombshell. It was Neaizer's own father, Duke Leon Sefit, who had recommended Isaac for ordination. Her sharp eyes gleamed with amusement as she mocked Neaizer for unknowingly insulting his own family. Neaizer lashed back, calling her out for not even being a student. She calmly replied that she was invited to mentor the graduates and teach sacred arts, so her presence was entirely justified. Turning to Kim Shuri, she offered a smile laced with condescension. She voiced concern for him, claiming there was no way a cursed child like Isaac would actually become a priest. She added that she only hoped the family of Ashwa wouldn't collapse before Kim inherited it. Kim Shuri internally seethed at her words. She even offered him a place as a servant in the Pope's household if his family fell, an insult wrapped in a fake gesture of charity. Trying to keep his composure, Kim told her off sharply, saying he didn't need her help, and stormed out of the room. Back at the dormitory, Kim Shuri finally let his frustration out, screaming into the empty room in anger and humiliation. Kim Shuri was seething with frustration, muttering angrily to himself about the people who constantly made his life miserable. He couldn't understand why they kept interfering with him. Even his family seemed indifferent to his ordination, all because of someone who had run away, a person he saw as nothing more than a useless fool stirring up trouble at the worst possible time. As he vented his anger, he suddenly lifted one hand and made a dramatic curse, wishing baldness upon that person, just like the legendary Skeleton King. Just then, Isaac entered the room, catching Kim Shuri off guard. He had clearly overheard the curse and was not pleased. Kim Shuri shrieked in fear, and Isaac immediately confronted him, demanding to know what he had just said. The tension spiked as Kim Shuri nervously questioned Isaac's sudden appearance and how he had gotten there. Isaac, unfazed, explained bluntly that he had come to be ordained, despite opposition from both his uncle and the family head. To get here, he had run away. With a hammer now in his hand, Isaac turned his attention fully to Kim Shuri, calling him out with a chilling tone. Kim Shuri, overwhelmed and panicked, tried to make sense of Isaac's sudden aggression and asked what was going on. But Isaac shouted back, insulting Kim Shuri's lack of backbone and accusing him of letting someone from the Pope's family talk down to him and try to make him a servant. Kim Shuri, clearly exhausted and trying to defend himself, denied it weakly and asked him to stop. But Isaac didn't listen. Enraged, he struck Kim Shuri, shouting that no one had the right to insult a Shwa, not even Kim Shuri. If anyone was going to destroy a Shwa, it would be Isaac himself. Kim Shuri, shocked by the twisted logic, could only think to himself how absurd the whole situation was. As Isaac barked for him to remember this moment, Kim Shuri, now in tears, mentally pleaded for divine help, hoping someone would save him from this madman. Isaac, showing no mercy, ordered him to stop crying and to get up, insisting that Kim Shuri lead the way. Confused and scared, Kim Shuri asked where they were going. With a devilish smile, Isaac answered they were going to crush the people who had messed with Kim Shuri. Inside a room at the academy, the atmosphere shifted as a young woman with striking red hair suddenly reacted in surprise upon seeing who had entered. She was taken aback and questioned aloud why someone would bring a kid into such a place. Another young woman with brown hair responded casually, seemingly more focused on appearances than the situation, noting how pretty the newcomer's hair color was. At that moment, Isaac walked into the room with a calm and confident air, a slight smile on his face. He openly wondered who had caused trouble with Joshua, implying that someone was about to be held accountable. The red-haired girl was visibly startled by Isaac's words, and she secretly began to question things in her mind. Something about the situation didn't feel right to her. Meanwhile, Isaac noticed something peculiar. As he looked at the red-haired girl more closely, he started to suspect that he had seen her before, specifically in the treasure vault 10 years ago. The memory triggered a sense of familiarity. Kim Shuri rushed forward toward Isaac, trying to stop him before anything escalated. In his mind, Kim Shuri was worried that if things went out of hand, the Inquisitors might storm into the room. He was also troubled by the identity of the girl, realizing she was Neizer's younger sister, Naki Sefet. Determined to intervene, Kim Shuri made a move to stop Isaac and reached out with a decisive motion. Isaac then turned his attention to the red-haired girl standing near the table. He casually addressed her, asking if she had bullied Kim Shuri. The girl quickly defended herself, denying the accusation and stating that it wasn't her, but Neizer who had bullied Shuri. However, Isaac smiled at her response, interpreting her words as an indirect admission that bullying had occurred. When she tried to clarify again that Neizer was the one responsible and not her, Isaac didn't seem convinced. Suddenly, a demon-like presence behind Isaac made a comment, noting that the girl felt strangely familiar. Isaac paused to consider that observation, acknowledging that there was indeed something familiar about her energy. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes and sensed something divine. She recognized the energy as belonging to one of the 5 great gods. She then directly addressed Isaac, asking if he was the same Isaac people had been talking about in rumors. With a calm expression, she commented on Isaac and another person, saying one was cursed and the other belonged to the papal family. From her view, it seemed the church was once again failing to select a new god this year. She added that Joshua's position in the 5 faiths seemed likely to be erased soon. Isaac was taken aback by her words. Her confidence and insight suggested that she came from one of the 5 godly families. Kim Shuri quickly stepped in again, urging Isaac not to engage with someone from an enemy family. He advised Isaac to simply return to his main house and avoid further trouble. Isaac, however, dismissed Shuri's advice, replying firmly that he wasn't going anywhere until he received ordination. In response, the red-haired girl informed him bluntly that he would never be ordained. According to her, Neizer had already planned to file a complaint with the papacy to have the ordination canceled. Kim Shuri looked visibly frustrated, his mind racing with disbelief at the situation. He couldn't comprehend how an improving kid could even dare to think about being ordained. He mentally blamed Neizer for allowing such a thing to happen. Meanwhile, a young woman with red hair and a calm demeanor commented with a slight smile to the red-clad young man nearby. Her tone hinted that if Kim Shuri continued acting this way, his ordination might be canceled even without Neizer's intervention. The red-clothed young man, showing concern, addressed the red-haired woman respectfully. She was, after all, Neizer's sister. In a low voice, he suggested whether they should call the Inquisitors just to be safe. Kim Shuri, upon hearing this, was startled. He quickly calculated the danger. 70% of the Inquisitors came from enemy families. Involving them could be disastrous. At that moment, Isaac called out firmly to Kim Shuri, urging him to move. But before anything could happen, a commotion broke out. A terrifying demonic beast appeared from outside, catching everyone off guard. Panic erupted immediately as the crowd began screaming in fear. Isaac, however, remained calm, even smiling to himself. He considered this beast as insurance and was clearly expecting its arrival. Both the red-haired woman and the man in red were caught off guard, wondering if the beast had escaped from practice room. The red-clad man quickly stepped in front of the woman, trying to shield her from the danger and urging her to step back. But the beast attacked all of them at once, letting out a fierce roar. Neizer's sister was in shock, unable to comprehend when the creature had even gotten close. Isaac swiftly reacted, engaging the two demonic monsters without hesitation. As he did, he scolded the creature internally for being late despite multiple summons. The appearance of the demonic beast was fearsome. It radiated raw power and malice. Neizer's sister furiously lashed out at the creature verbally, calling it a monster. But Isaac calmly told it to leave. To everyone's surprise, the beast began to cry out Isaac's name. It even addressed him respectfully, calling him its master. The creature remarked that Isaac had forcefully dragged it out of its peaceful trap, beaten it, and driven it away as if it were a performance. Isaac responded in thought, accepting that one had to make use of whatever resources were available. Soon after, a unit of soldiers dressed in white arrived, calling out and demanding to know where the beast had gone. They urged everyone to back away, stating that the creature seemed to have fled in a certain direction. Isaac, hearing them, thought it was time to contact the suppression team. One of the soldiers approached Neizer's sister, checking if she was unharmed. Meanwhile, Kim Shuri, now more anxious, feared being interrogated by the Heresy Inquisitors until a full investigation was completed. This thought made him uneasy, but he tried to brush it off with a forced laugh, claiming they were just going to leave. But a commanding voice from one of the soldiers halted everyone, making it clear that no one was allowed to leave. Realizing they were in trouble, Kim Shuri panicked and nervously insisted they knew nothing, laughing uncontrollably to hide his fear. Seeing the rising tension, Neizer's sister stepped in with a loud declaration, telling the soldiers not to do anything reckless. She clarified that the boy, Isaac, had saved her. Turning to Isaac directly, she addressed him by name and offered a sincere apology for the harsh way she had spoken to him earlier. Charlotte, visibly flustered, turned to the two boys and tried to cover up her true feelings by saying that it didn't necessarily mean she was thankful. Her tone was defensive, but the awkwardness in her voice said otherwise. Isaac, hearing that, looked genuinely disheartened, confused by her contradictory reaction and wondering silently what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, the entire classroom buzzed with whispers and gossip. Students were discussing Isaac's sudden spotlight, murmuring that he had received a recommendation for saving someone. This revelation stirred a mix of admiration and surprise. Kim Shuri confidently commented that Isaac's skills must have been real after all, validating what many had begun to suspect. Among the crowd, a brown-haired girl stood silently, lost in thought. As she observed Isaac, realization dawned on her. She wondered if this could be the same boy her brother had once mentioned. This girl was Charlotte Elekfrisch Hella, the princess of the Holy Empire Hella. Elsewhere, at Joshua Mansion inside Eli's office, a group of officials were in conversation with Isaac's grandfather. One of them tried to persuade him by asking why he was so against the idea, pointing out that it would be a good thing for his youngest grandson to be ordained. They even requested that he attend the ordination ceremony. In response, the Cardinal of Blue coldly summoned a magical blue orb and told them to get lost, leaving no room for further discussion. Someone on the other side of the communication sphere warned him that the Pope might take offense to his attitude. But the old man remained unfazed, stating that he didn't care. His grandson would continue to be educated at Joshua Mansion until adulthood. The others criticized his approach, suggesting that raising a child in isolation might damage their character. The grandfather snapped back that the damage had already been done. Then, the orb delivered new information. Rumors were circulating that a platinum-haired boy had been seen wandering around the academy. This caught the grandfather's attention instantly, and his thoughts jumped to Isaac. With sudden urgency, he shouted for his son, Relai. Relai rushed in, startled by his father's tone, and barely got a word out before being interrupted. The old man declared they were heading to the capital immediately and insisted they had to arrive by the next day. Relai, stunned, pointed out that even traveling on the fastest divine beast would take at least a week. But his father calmly replied that they had precisely 23 hours and 48 minutes left, implying they were about to bend time and distance. With determination, the grandfather ordered them to start running. The following day, a boy arrived at Isaac's residence, banging on the door impatiently. He shouted at Isaac, mocking him for trying to wear priest robes and questioning why such a short kid would think he could fit in. He reminded Isaac that everyone else had already gone inside and demanded he come out. Isaac hesitated inside, overwhelmed with anxiety and self-doubt. He wondered if skipping the event was an option. He felt like everyone would just laugh at him. But before his spiral could continue, the boy outside, clearly fed up, yelled at him to give up and return to his family home. His voice was aggressive and disrespectful, but just as he was about to continue yelling, he paused with an annoying smile. From behind him, a familiar voice interrupted. Kim Shuri had arrived. It was the final night of the Foundation Festival, and the atmosphere inside the ordination ceremony banquet hall was formal and grand. Suddenly, someone entered the hall, prompting an announcer to ask everyone to stand up. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly through the space as a group of senior members made their entrance. Among them was a striking individual dressed in yellow and black attire, with long hair and a bold, cheerful personality. His presence stood out among the others. As he entered, a young man with brown hair stood up with a smile. In his thoughts, he recognized the arrival of the patriarchs from the 5 great families and reaffirmed his ambition to become the next patriarch of Ashwa, known as the Blue Cardinal. Soon after, the young man's father arrived, asking him if he was late. Surprised, the young man turned and recognized him immediately. The father then inquired about someone named Isaac, wondering why he wasn't at home. The young man, slightly annoyed, dismissed the question and focused on more important matters. The father, however, looked at him with suspicion and questioned whether he had run all the way to the ceremony. He then shifted the topic, asking about someone named Shuri, suggesting that Isaac might be with him. The young man admitted he hadn't seen Isaac either. Just then, a formal announcement rang out, marking the entrance of His Holiness, the Pope. As Pope Julio Barrett entered the room, everyone rose once again to show their respect. The hall rang with unified chants offering divine blessings to Hela. Once the Pope had settled, the guests were invited to take their seats. On another side of the hall, the protagonist's grandfather sat silently, his thoughts lingering on Isaac's absence. A senior figure, also the protagonist's grandfather, stood and began the ceremony, inviting those whose names were called to step forward. In his mind, he tried to comfort himself, feeling that everything would proceed smoothly. But when the name Isaac Ashwa was called, he was caught off guard. The name was repeated again, this time more loudly, and the announcer questioned the audience, asking whether Isaac was present. The grandfather, still seated, grew visibly frustrated. He couldn't understand why Isaac's name remained on the list when he clearly wasn't in attendance. In his mind, he urged the ceremony to continue without delay. As his mood soured, he angrily tossed back his wine. Just then, a murmur spread across the room. The guests were stunned, and someone muttered in disbelief, wondering how someone so shameless could dare to appear. At that very moment, Isaac entered the hall, leaving everyone in the room shocked, including the senior members who reacted with open outrage and confusion at his sudden arrival. One of Isaac's friends called out to him, inviting him to come forward. As Isaac stepped up, his father became emotional and questioned how much Isaac had grown. He was overwhelmed, realizing that Isaac was now even wearing the priest's outfit that he himself had made for him. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, surprised and confused. They remembered Isaac as merely an infant, and now they were wondering if he had somehow overcome the Skeleton King's curse. Some questioned if a Schwa had truly fathered a child with such remarkable power. The crowd was in awe, noting not only his strength, but also how handsome he looked. Neiser, caught off guard, could only question what he was seeing. He couldn't understand how Isaac had suddenly matured so rapidly. His thoughts kept returning to that impossibility. Isaac, meanwhile, stood smiling calmly as his eyes glowed with light. Watching him, his grandfather became alarmed and questioned what the Skeleton King might have done to Isaac. He grew furious, vowing to destroy the Skeleton King. At the same time, he suspected that something was wrong with Isaac, thinking that the boy didn't smile like that and could possibly be under some form of mind control. Among the observers, a young woman in a white outfit wondered to herself if a Schwa's curse had now finally disappeared. Another young woman, dressed in a different color, overheard Isaac's words and questioned the assumption that he might be cursed. To her, everything about him pointed not to a curse but a blessing. She reasoned that if he wasn't a saint, then what else could he be? Isaac then approached Pope Julio Barrett. Upon seeing him, the Pope addressed Isaac directly. The Pope, an elderly man, looked well over 60, but the power he gave off was immense. Isaac silently evaluated him, noting that the man's appearance resembled every pope he had encountered and fought before. Isaac wondered to himself whether it would be wise to eliminate the pope on the spot. Isaac's grandfather then publicly posed a question, asking Isaac what he would like to say to His Holiness as a new priest. Isaac's response, cold and defiant, was that the pope should prepare to be executed, telling him to clean his neck and kneel so that the task would be easy. The grandfather, shocked and enraged by Isaac's words, slammed the table in anger and moved to strike him. He justified his actions by claiming he needed to stop Isaac. When he tried to slap him, he shouted that his hand had slipped too forcefully. Just then, Isaac's father screamed in panic. He suddenly shouted about a cockroach, startling everyone. He kept yelling that he had seen it, and that it was massive, nearly the size of someone's head. On the other side, a brown-haired senior addressed Isaac's grandfather, questioning if he had lost his mind. The old man nervously insisted that there had definitely been a cockroach, trying to justify the commotion. The announcer raised his voice sharply to regain order in the hall, calling for silence, and then calling the next name, Shuri Schwa. As she was summoned, Isaac turned his head, clearly irritated, and mentally blamed the people around him for getting in his way. He rubbed his temple with a tense expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Pope Julio Barrett quietly posed a question to those nearby, just as the announcer loudly declared the next segment of the ceremony. This portion involved the ordained individuals greeting the gods. Hearing this, the Pope responded with mild curiosity, wondering if the time had finally come for the gods to make their choices. At the same time, Isaac's father and grandfather were having a private conversation about him. His father wondered aloud which god would approach his child, and the grandfather calmly predicted that it should be one of the blue supreme gods. The father agreed, expressing a polite hope that this would be the case. Then, in a slightly worried tone, he added that even if things turned out badly, surely no evil god would come for Isaac. The grandfather responded bluntly, saying they would simply destroy the god if that happened. This shocked the father, who asked for clarification. Before he could process it fully, Relai directed a nervous question toward Isaac's father, trying to confirm whether he was talking about destroying Isaac. The father clarified that the thing to be destroyed would be the holy vessel, not the child himself. Then, Isaac's older brother stepped up to the ritual area. He pricked his finger with a needle, and as a drop of blood fell into the ceremonial water, blue energy began to radiate from it. The energy spread throughout the room, and their father lit up with excitement, realizing that a blue supreme god had personally responded to his son. The brother immediately ran over to his father, beaming with pride. At the same time, Isaac quietly approached the ritual area as well. In his thoughts, he identified the god that had come for Ashwa, the god of light, a deity known for incorruptibility and purity, though impoverished in influence. Preparing himself, Isaac pricked his own finger with a needle and let a drop of blood fall into the ritual water. He continued thinking that no matter which god appeared to him, he would probably find it annoying either way. Watching him closely, the bishop began to sweat, his expression turning increasingly disturbed. As light emerged from the water, the bishop's shock deepened, and his jaw tightened with unease. Suddenly, black miasma burst forth from the water and spread throughout the room. The entire crowd froze in shock at the unnatural sight. Isaac's grandfather stared at it, clearly alarmed. Right in front of Isaac, a shadowy figure materialized, taking the form of the Skeleton King. Isaac stood there, confused, trying to understand what was happening. The moment the Skeleton King appeared, panic spread. The protagonist immediately recognized him and felt a rush of emotion. At the same time, the protagonist's grandfather also realized who it was and reacted sharply in his thoughts, clearly disturbed by the presence of the Skeleton King. Without hesitation, the grandfather stepped forward, preparing to engage the Skeleton King in battle. His intent was deadly. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King had already captured Isaac, binding him with ropes. The protagonist, witnessing this, was filled with anticipation, having long awaited the arrival of someone referred to as the Saint. But when things began unfolding rapidly, he found himself confused by the situation. The Skeleton King then declared his intent to eliminate someone, clearly revealing hostile intentions. He went on to announce his goal of completely wiping out the Holy Empire. The protagonist was left disturbed by what he saw, comparing the Skeleton King's current state to a former version of himself, and feeling disgusted by it. Just then, a demon appeared in front of the Skeleton King, visibly dissatisfied with the Skeleton King's appearance. The demon compared him unfavorably to someone he called Master. A man referred to as Dottie then stepped forward and addressed the Skeleton King aggressively. The protagonist's grandfather once again moved to engage, reacting physically. In response, Fido urgently warned everyone to get back, trying to protect them. At this point, the grandfather revealed a portion of his true power and launched an attack on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, sensing the attack, thought about someone known as the Lord of Blue. He also considered the fact that the grandfather might not be able to use his full strength due to some kind of curse. The Skeleton King then questioned whether the grandfather should remain still, possibly to avoid further destruction. However, the grandfather responded that he had been holding back, concerned that the building might collapse. He then criticized the Skeleton King and launched another attack. In retaliation, the Skeleton King threatened the life of a character referred to as the Saint. The protagonist was shocked upon hearing this, realizing how serious the situation had become. The Skeleton King called attention to the fact that the protagonist was being held hostage, yet the grandfather was still willing to summon something extremely dangerous in battle. The protagonist, despite being in danger, responded with confusion at the Skeleton King's reaction. The grandfather, unfazed, dismissed the idea that the Saint could be harmed by such an attack, and confronted the Skeleton King even more forcefully. The Skeleton King then cried out in panic, convinced that the Saint was about to die. Amidst all this, the protagonist collapsed to the ground and screamed, overwhelmed by the situation. Meanwhile, his uncle, watching the events unfold silently, questioned whether they had successfully dealt with the enemy. At that moment, someone among the group spoke out loudly in shock, unable to believe that the Skeleton King had reappeared. Another person immediately responded, recalling that the Skeleton King had vanished after placing a curse on Joshua 70 years ago. There was speculation that the Skeleton King had returned after all this time to reclaim power, but someone quickly denied it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on the floor, trying to make sense of the situation. He came to the conclusion that the being they had seen wasn't the real Skeleton King, but a fake. The protagonist's grandfather, noticing his condition, asked Isaac if he was okay. He was surprised that Isaac was unharmed, especially given the severity of the hit and the fact that he was from Joshua. The protagonist questioned whether the Skeleton King had called Isaac a saint because he truly was one. Still trying to understand the situation, he turned to his father and asked if the Skeleton King was really dead. His father, somewhat relaxed, responded uncertainly, reminding him that the Lord of Blue had supposedly finished the job using a whale. Isaac let out a breath, still processing everything. The protagonist then spoke with his father, expressing doubt that the Skeleton King was truly dead. He believed it had only been an apparition. A nearby demon added that it looked like a shadow clone, though something about it seemed strange. The protagonist agreed, sensing that something was off. He realized that the Skeleton King had been using his mana. The thought led him to a troubling conclusion, that his mana core might have ended up elsewhere. Recalling that some of his bones had been kept in the Sainus' treasure vault, he acknowledged that this wasn't impossible. Still, Isaac appeared unfazed, even smiling at the thought that if the imitation held his mana core, he could simply defeat it and take it back. His grandfather, now calm, reflected on the earlier fight. He realized that if he hadn't acted in time, Isaac might have been killed as well. An elder then turned to Isaac, visibly confused and shocked. He couldn't believe what had happened. He began discussing the supreme god, the one the Golden House had longed for across thousands of years, a being considered above even the 5 great gods. He was baffled by the idea that such a god had attempted to choose someone from Joshua. The protagonist's grandfather then approached Isaac and called out to him. Isaac responded quickly. The grandfather told him to come along, saying it was time to go home. With a smile, he expressed pride that his grandson had overcome the Skeleton King's curse and had grown well. The protagonist, however, was unsettled by his grandfather's expression and found the smile a bit creepy. His grandfather then offered to buy him some sweets. But the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that his grandfather's face was hiding other intentions. He suspected that instead of sweets, he might be dragged to the hospital. At that moment, a young white-haired lady addressed the group respectfully, referring to the grandfather as Your Grace, the Duke. She advised that Isaac should not return just yet. Suddenly, loud noises signaled that danger was still present. Screams echoed as a new enemy appeared before them. The group realized the threat had not yet been resolved. The protagonist, accepting the situation, replied calmly and prepared to face the enemy. Acknowledging that returning now would not be possible, he moved forward to confront the danger ahead. One of the protagonist's colleagues was silently judging Isaac's behavior, finding it arrogant that he suddenly brought up the subject of being a saint. Meanwhile, the protagonist was watching her carefully, thinking that whatever plan she had, he could find a way to use it for his own benefit. Determined to prove himself, he stepped forward, declaring his intention to demonstrate who the real saint was. He began to activate his power, releasing a brilliant blessing of light throughout the entire room. The purification energy was exceptionally strong, immediately affecting the surroundings. As a result, all the monsters began to scream in pain due to the intensity of Isaac's power. The people standing nearby reacted with awe and amazement. They discussed the exceptional level of his purification, calling it the most pure light they had seen in a century. However, one person questioned why he was using purification techniques as if he were simply cleaning the place, rather than unleashing offensive holy arts. A man in white robes suggested that Isaac might be using purification to block the summoning of demonic beasts by cleansing the mana in the area. The demonic monsters, however, began laughing loudly, seemingly unfazed. The protagonist recalled teachings from the Holy Spirit, noting that he had no choice but to learn holy arts from someone named Shalark. A nearby demonic monster seemed to realize something, noting that once purification reached the 6th tier, its effects became far more dangerous. Isaac, smiling to himself, acknowledged that it also inflicted area of effect damage over time. Soon, the demonic monsters began to scream again, overwhelmed by the magical assault. As the situation unfolded, the protagonist reminded himself that the real reason purification was needed now had more to do with its specific utility than its raw power. Just then, his colleague pushed past him with attitude, claiming that his holy art wasn't enough to deal with the monsters. Internally, she judged him for only using 5th-tier holy art, considering it rare, but not enough to rival her own talent. She confidently told him to watch carefully and explained that the monsters needed to be struck hard in multiple locations using strong offensive spells. The protagonist found her behavior amusing and laughed, mocking her emphasis on multiple point attacks. He continued laughing as she tried to explain more, prompting her to turn around and question him about his understanding of the monsters. She reminded him that these monsters had strong regenerative abilities and had to be eliminated with powerful attacks. The protagonist simply laughed again, amused by how seriously she was taking the situation. His colleague, growing irritated, wondered if she should have let the Lord of Blue take him instead, finding his expression increasingly annoying. Isaac then pointed out that all of the visible monsters were just bait. His colleague questioned what he meant by that. Isaac walked up toward the demonic monsters and began searching around, revealing that their real bodies were actually hidden in the area. He soon identified the source, treating the moment lightly. His colleague, unimpressed, responded dismissively, wondering why it mattered if it was just some bug. Isaac then began his next move against the demonic monster, causing it to shriek. A description followed of a blue-colored magic technique, originating from a monster. Isaac smiled, revealing that it had the effect of poisoning people slowly. Someone nearby explained that the danger of the monsters lay in that exact mechanism. When poisoned slowly, victims often didn't realize it until it was too late. Another person, sitting on the floor, began reacting to the effects of the poison, clearly in distress. Isaac's colleague then brought up what the Skeleton King had said earlier, that he planned to wipe out the country from its roots. As she pieced the situation together, she suddenly appeared confused. Isaac, grinning in an annoying manner, pointed out that the seeds of the Holy Empire referred to the trainee priests, implying that they were the actual targets. An elder in the group quickly gave commands, telling everyone to find all the hidden demonic bugs and to escort anyone poisoned for detoxification using holy arts. The group responded in unison, immediately taking action. Meanwhile, Isaac suddenly became serious as he sensed something unexpected. As the purification magic continued to affect the area, he raised his voice, trying to stop the others. He had realized that killing all the monsters at once might trigger an unintended consequence. A demon advised the protagonist that this was a rare opportunity. If he purified those who had been knocked out by the poison, the people would recognize him as a true saint. The protagonist acknowledged the demon's idea, internally amused and impressed, realizing this could be their moment to turn the situation in their favor. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder entered the room and announced that the poisoning would stop from this point forward. The protagonist, however, responded inwardly with frustration and disrespect, expressing disdain for the papal house. At that moment, a demonic monster beast stormed into the room, declaring vengeance against those who opposed the Skeleton King. The protagonist, determined to take down at least one more threat, attacked the creature by targeting its eyes with a spell. The monster reacted in shock, recognizing the power of the attack. The protagonist dismissed the threat mentally, considering the monster weak and unworthy. He then took control of the situation, ordering others to move the wounded to the infirmary. His colleague watched, stunned by what had just happened, struggling to believe he had driven away a demon with nothing more than a look. Frustration built within her. The protagonist smiled, aware that the technique he had just used was one that only the Pope was supposed to be capable of performing. He found satisfaction in having demonstrated it. Later, news spread across the empire. The Skeleton King had appeared during the ordination, causing widespread panic. Reports confirmed his defeat and escape. Speculation emerged about the mysterious saint mentioned by the Skeleton King. Investigations revealed that a problem with the holy water vessel had contributed to the incident. An elder revealed that the vessel had an illusion-based summoning circle engraved on it, and they were now looking into the supplier. Another elder with red hair suggested the increase in foreigners might be contributing to the issues. A yellow-haired elder agreed that it was part of the problem, but not the sole cause. Attention then shifted to the Holy Dragon, which protected the Empire's barrier. The real concern, according to some, was that the weakening of this barrier had allowed demons to enter the Empire. The protagonist thought about this himself. He questioned whether the weakening of the barrier was the cause of the invasion. But since the Holy Dragon was bound to the royal family, he suspected the papal house was using that connection to avoid taking responsibility, something he felt aligned with their sly nature. Meanwhile, his uncle mocked him in a teasing tone, sarcastically praising his ability to read the news already and congratulating him for being ordained. The protagonist inwardly expressed irritation toward his uncle and assumed his grandfather had put him up to it. Then his father chimed in, jokingly mentioning that Isaac could now recite even the Skeleton King's curse letter. The grandfather, observing the behavior of the two, silently noted their antics and disapproved. Taking control of the situation, the grandfather called both the father and uncle together and asked Isaac to step aside for a private conversation. Isaac agreed and followed him. The grandfather activated a holy art, third-tier holy art, absolute soundproofing to ensure privacy. The protagonist's father asked why such a measure was necessary. The grandfather replied that even his office no longer felt secure. The father and uncle grew serious, realizing the conversation was about Isaac. The grandfather reflected on Isaac's ordination ceremony and then, looking grave, revealed something critical. He believed Isaac had been chosen by an evil god during the last ordination. The elders gathered, discussing Isaac's divine crest. The grandfather explained that the god Isaac chose clearly wasn't ordinary. During the ritual, a crest appeared that had never been recorded in ordination history, witnessed only by the Pope and the Gold Cardinal. The Pope immediately attempted to eliminate Isaac, which shocked the family. The grandfather clarified that such a reaction only made sense if the crest belonged to an evil god. Another family member suggested a different possibility. The crest might belong to a god associated with the Golden Faith, known for their obsession with purity and refusal to accept anything mixed. If someone from the Joshua lineage contracted with a god revered by the Golden Faith, possibly even a god never summoned before, those followers would react aggressively. Isaac's father briefly believed that could be true, but the grandfather doubted Isaac had even formed a proper divine contract. The family was collectively skeptical. The grandfather then instructed Goel to contact the papal house and investigate which god had made contact with Isaac. Goel resisted, but the grandfather promised to reward Shuri with a sacred relic if the investigation succeeded and stated Isaac will be placed under strict supervision until the start of his apprenticeship. If Isaac produced the same result during the faith test again, his path would lead toward becoming a dark priest. Everyone froze at the possibility. Goel panicked internally, realizing that if Isaac became a dark priest, the entire Joshua family would be branded as traitors and punished by association. Shuri could even be excommunicated. The grandfather declared that they had to prevent that outcome at all costs. The scene shifted. Isaac's father and uncle gathered the nephews to prepare them for their upcoming apprenticeships. They reminisced briefly about their own harsh experiences with seniors, though not fondly. They explained how apprentices would work alongside seniors to discover their roles, learn duties beyond the academy, and be evaluated for future assignments. After the apprenticeship, they would officially form contracts with their chosen gods. Isaac acknowledged this and asked when he could participate in the offering festival. His father was delighted by his interest. Isaac, determined, stated internally that he was focused on the subordinates of the execution king, intending to deal with them personally. His father proudly explained the festival, a large gathering where offerings were made to gods as a form of worship, involving crowds, yet fundamentally representing personal expressions of faith. He elaborated that offerings were essentially rituals, traditionally conducted by groups, though the intent of the gathering determined whether something counted as prayer or ritual. Isaac silently noted how deeply his father was invested in the explanation. Internally, Isaac had a darker motive. He planned to capture any lesser god or angel attending the festival and tear it apart. His father enthusiastically praised Isaac's resolve, believing it reflected righteous devotion toward executing the Skeleton King's follower. Goel then reminded the heirs that the team with the highest score would earn the honor of carrying out the execution. Shuri accepted the responsibility seriously. Isaac immediately questioned the idea of needing a team, realizing the mission would be approached as a group task rather than an individual one. The father wished for all the children to perform well and achieve their goals. Isaac agreed outwardly, though internally he planned to eliminate the other teams and rescue them afterward. He remained determined to put in effort. Goel nervously questioned Isaac about the ordination ceremony, specifically which god had chosen him. Isaac recalled that the crest he saw was revolting to the point of nausea. He even reenacted how it appeared, which terrified everyone around him, leading them to assume the god was evil. The father tried to reassure him, insisting some gods simply possess unsettling crests, while Goel emphasized that what truly mattered was Isaac's faith. Isaac, however, remained uninterested. They also informed him that the Golden Cardinal wanted to meet him, a request he reacted to with irritation. Suddenly, Kina Verd arrived, urgently seeking Isaac. Everyone was shocked and suspicious, wondering whether Kina had been sent by the papal house to harm him, especially due to concerns about Isaac's connection to an evil god. Kina approached Isaac intensely, believing he'd been training in isolation for years to refine his skills, and recognized him as vastly superior. Kina felt Isaac was wasting his potential by becoming an apprentice priest. Isaac found Kina unsettling, while his companion thought Kina seemed mentally unstable. Kina then urged Isaac to train alongside him under his grandfather, skip the apprenticeship entirely, and directly enter the professional ranks, even suggesting they could defeat the Skeleton King together and lead the Holy Empire. Shuri silently acknowledged the offer was tempting and far too beneficial to pass up. Isaac rejected the offer without hesitation. Kina was stunned, but Isaac insisted on advancing through the apprentice system like everyone else. When Kina tried to convince him further by offering high-level qualifications and skipping years of training, Isaac declined again and even suggested Kina take Shuri instead. Kina dismissed Shuri as incomparable to Isaac, while Isaac awkwardly agreed despite trying to defend her. Shuri became furious internally. Kina revealed he had seen Isaac drive away a demon using only intimidation, proving Isaac possessed rare talent. Isaac realized Kina wanted to learn that ability and became even less willing to accept the offer. He attempted to end the conversation, finding the idea of receiving personal lessons repulsive. When Kina reacted angrily, Isaac doubled down and nearly escalated the situation, only to be interrupted by the grandfather, who told Kina to leave and warned that associating with Isaac would only corrupt him. Kina grew enraged and silently vowed to destroy Isaac's clan. The scene shifts to the Pentagon, the series of trials every apprentice priest must take in the order of white, gold, blue, black, and red, each supervised by a cardinal of the corresponding faith. As Isaac walks toward the exam hall, he reflects on how passing these trials will make him a full priest. He notices that the 30 children in his assigned group come from powerful families and similar religious circles, suspecting the church intentionally grouped them to spark internal power struggles. Confident that attending school early was the right move, he plans to train the group hard, pass the trials, rescue his subordinates, and create a strong first impression. When he enters the room, the entire group focuses on him with hostility. They surround him, believing he had bullied Shuri, and the older trainees attempt to discipline him under the pretense of acting as senior brothers. They mock him for being childish and underestimate him, assuming he is weak. Before they finish provoking him, Isaac strikes first, knocking the lead boy unconscious with a direct punch. The rest of the group is stunned and panicked, unable to process how quickly he retaliates. He overwhelms the crowd using sheer force and energy, subduing them all and leaving them piled beneath him in a forced formation that he considers teamwork. Shuri arrives to find the entire group defeated and pinned, confused about Isaac's idea of bonding while the others beg for help. Isaac insists that their physical pile counts as unity for the evaluation, while Shuri recognizes it as forced submission rather than cooperation. Isaac then presents a list revealing that the same boys have been exploiting Shuri for years under various excuses. He believes that even though Shuri's family never required repayment, allowing others to take advantage of him was unreasonable. Isaac stood over the defeated group, and one of the boys beneath him panicked, insisting that their families had nothing to offer anyway. Isaac responded coldly, implying that everyone had something to contribute as long as they could work, insisting that he only expected fairness and loyalty from them. The group, terrified, agreed instantly. Isaac then stepped off them and casually ended the so-called bonding session. Shuri, still worried about the upcoming evaluation where unity was the first category and a single low score meant elimination, questioned Isaac's methods. Isaac brushed off the concern and told him to follow, saying he already had a plan. He then revealed a boy restrained and tied up, proudly presenting him as evidence. Shuri panicked, recognizing the boy as someone close to their family, someone who had even accompanied them to the treasure vault. Isaac explained that the problem was precisely that he belonged to their team, and that he had been caught carrying a letter promising to stop spying. Shuri removed the gag from the restrained boy, who immediately broke down with teary eyes, admitting he had been forced into betrayal and had no choice due to external pressure. Isaac ignored the boy's excuses and demanded to know exactly what Neiser had ordered. The boy, trembling, admitted that he had been told to sabotage the Joshua team during the evaluation, to make absurd demands that would force internal conflict, and that even the earlier attack on Isaac had been orchestrated by Neiser. The goal was simple. Neiser wanted to be the one to execute the Skeleton King's follower. Isaac realized Neiser's actions weren't just targeting him, but also his subordinate, and he decided a lesson was necessary. A few days later, Neiser's red-haired subordinate raged as yet another spy quit. The boy explained he couldn't continue after what he called a bonding session, leaving Neiser frustrated and confused about what had happened. Despite losing pawns, he didn't seem concerned, believing the Joshua team still had 3 loyal spies planted. With their votes, he expected Isaac's group to be disqualified. Annoyed that even his father was showing interest in Isaac, he decided that as long as today's plan worked, everything would be fine. The scene shifted to the first Pentagon trial, Unity. Neiser watched confidently, believing his planted members would guarantee the Joshua team's elimination, while Isaac stood unfazed. The results of the Unity trial were announced, and Team Blue passed with a unanimous vote. Isaac simply smirked at the outcome. Later, Shuri caught up to him, overwhelmed and demanding to know how he managed to secure unanimous support. Isaac explained that the Gold Cardinal had been calling for him repeatedly, and instead of answering, he demanded a gold pill as the prize for meeting. To Shuri's disbelief, the Cardinal actually handed it over. Isaac then used the pill as leverage to negotiate loyalty from his team. What shocked Shuri even more was that Isaac had given the pill to them before the vote, placing full confidence in their cooperation. He followed Isaac through a doorway, briefly wondering if Isaac was finally starting to act like a proper priest. That thought vanished instantly when they entered the room. The team members were collapsed on the floor, writhing in pain, begging Isaac for an antidote. Their condition was clearly the result of something he had done to prevent betrayal. Isaac seemed pleased, pointing to their loyalty as proof of his plan working, while Shuri was left horrified at the methods he used. Shuri confronted Isaac after seeing the group's condition, realizing he had tricked them with a fake gold pill. Isaac explained that he did give them a pill, but its contents were mostly harmless filler mixed with a tiny trace of real gold and ingredients designed to make them suffer, believing they needed to pay back what they had taken from Shuri over the years. One of the boys begged him for an antidote now that the Unity trial had been passed. Isaac casually searched a shelf for it and pulled out a used diaper, claiming the antidote was inside, leaving Shuri horrified at the absurdity of him storing medicine like that. When he asked who wanted it first, the red-haired rival barged in, angrily demanding his subordinates back and accusing Isaac of bribing them. Before he could finish, those same subordinates turned on him, defending Isaac instead. Isaac pointed out that people ultimately side with whoever guarantees their safety, not necessarily who holds power or status. The red-haired boy was left terrified, questioning if Isaac even behaved like a normal human. The scene shifted to the papal office, where a high-ranking figure was furious that Isaac still refused to come despite being summoned repeatedly. The servant reported that Isaac wouldn't attend and demanded a large gold bar next time instead of a pill. Enraged, the official ordered that Isaac be brought before him no matter what it took. The scene shifted to the red-haired noble fuming to himself, frustrated by Isaac's actions but convinced the situation wasn't a total defeat. His informants had discovered information that couldn't be revealed to the Inquisitors, and he planned to investigate further, so he could expose the truth on his own. While heading toward the dorms, he encountered a group suspiciously lingering nearby and demanded to know why they were there. They nervously claimed they were only visiting their young master, but internally panicked because they were from the Blue House, sworn enemies of the Red House, and didn't want information leaking. Isaac arrived unexpectedly from behind, telling them they were late and reminding them about preparations for a tea-related bonding event. The group took the opportunity to escape suspicion, acting as though they were following Isaac's orders. As they left, Isaac reminded them to deliver snacks for the event, and the red-haired noble realized this was the same supposed bonding tactic that had swayed his own subordinates. Before the group could leave, the red-haired noble suddenly attacked them, using a holy technique to block their escape, and confronted Isaac directly, forcing a test that reacted simply by touch. Shuri witnessed this from the side and panicked internally, knowing that failure would lead to execution and potentially the downfall of the entire family. The confrontation escalated when the cardinal arrived, immediately criticizing Isaac and accusing him of ignoring official summons just to waste time. His sudden appearance left the red-haired noble terrified, realizing too late that the person Isaac had just defeated was directly under the cardinal's authority. The revelation hit him hard, and panic set in as he understood the political weight of the situation. Isaac responded with a display of harmless innocence, shifting blame onto the red-haired noble by claiming he had been held up and prevented from responding due to orders not to associate with members of the Gold faction. The red-haired noble exploded in disbelief, shocked that Isaac twisted the situation so seamlessly and even dared imply that a cardinal had personally summoned him, something that was unheard of for a mere apprentice. The cardinal didn't question Isaac's excuse and instead turned his attention toward disciplining the red-haired noble. He accused him of wasting time, stating that he had only tolerated his behavior because of his family background. As punishment, he assigned additional papal duties to the red-haired noble's entire group, overwhelming them with tedious work they couldn't refuse. Despite the chaos, the cardinal ordered Isaac to follow him. Isaac instead claimed he needed to respond to a prior summons from the Red Cardinal, causing the current cardinal to reluctantly back off to avoid inter-faction conflict. Even though the cardinal stepped aside, he added more responsibilities to the red-haired noble starting the next day, declaring that the damage caused to the Gold faction needed compensation. The red-haired noble, now fully overwhelmed, tried to convince himself he could endure the extra workload as long as he could deliver Isaac to his father. But before he could act, he realized Isaac had already vanished. Shuri informed him that Isaac had simply gone to sleep, even though it was only the middle of the afternoon. Frustrated to the point of breaking, he demanded his subordinates drag Isaac out of bed immediately. 3 days passed. The red-haired student spent 18 exhausting hours a day cleaning as punishment, seething with hatred toward Isaac Joshua while recalling how the cardinal had scolded him for failing to bring Isaac as requested. His situation only worsened. The other group members were furious at their dropping grades and blamed him, while his failure cost him the chance to gain help from his powerful father. Realizing that earning his father's support required capturing Isaac first, he waited inside the chapel for hours, convinced Isaac would eventually come to pray. After 6 hours of waiting, a girl arrived and reminded him angrily that his mission scores were dropping and he needed to leave, but he refused, desperate to confront Isaac before fulfilling other duties. Eventually, Isaac appeared, and chaos ensued as the red-haired boy tried to break free from those pulling him away. From a distance, Shuri observed Isaac's actions and noted that he was intentionally interfering with the boy's schedule solely for amusement. Isaac enjoyed the chaos, while Shuri pointed out that their previous meeting with the Red Cardinal had actually created an advantage. Shuri explained that the cardinal they had encountered would never grant them a king-level evaluation. He then clarified the ranking system. King denoted an irreplaceable talent, followed by Queen for national-level talent, Bishop for exemplary ability, Knight for skill-focused talent, Pawn for average capability, and Skeleton for those deemed unfit for priesthood. The possibility of receiving a skeleton rating posed a major threat, as such a score would lead to demotion back to the academy, and Shuri noted that the cardinal likely bore a personal grudge that made such a rating a real risk. He explained the origin of this grudge. Isaac's mother had once been engaged to the cardinal, but she ultimately married Isaac's father instead. The engagement had been arranged between their families, so the situation was technically permissible, but deeply humiliating for the cardinal. Isaac's psychic then appeared and insisted that the cardinal's resentment was strong enough to justify wanting Isaac dead. Shuri suggested that winning favor with the Red Cardinal would serve as a counterbalance, since the Gold faction needed to pass through the Red Pentagon as well. If Isaac secured influence within Red, it could prevent Verret from assigning them a skeleton grade. Isaac considered this and concluded that a short meeting might be worthwhile. Before he could speak further, a demonic hand suddenly covered his mouth, and Shuri realized too late that Isaac had disappeared. The scene then shifted to a private chamber where a high-ranking figure received Isaac after forcibly sending attendants to abduct him. Isaac confronted him over the sudden kidnapping, accusing him of pretending to be polite earlier only to resort to force afterward. The eminent figure dismissed the chaos and stated he had something important to propose. He then revealed his true intention. He wanted Isaac to become the adopted son of House Gold. Isaac was stunned by the proposal, questioning internally whether joining the Gold family was a political trap, a ploy to separate him from the Joshua household, or simply mockery. The eminent figure clarified that there was no deception involved and formally offered to adopt him into the Verret family, instructing him to abandon Joshua. Isaac only grew more suspicious, wondering if this offer stemmed from being labeled as saint earlier, though he believed intentions didn't matter as much as the terms. Instead of accepting outright, he demanded to know what benefits he would receive in exchange, since a deal required real value. The eminent figure noted how unusual it was for someone so young to negotiate so boldly. He then explained that Gold could provide everything Joshua could not, claiming that the Joshua household intended to confine Isaac and suppress his nature for the sake of discipline. Gold, on the other hand, promised complete freedom, no interference, and full support for whatever path Isaac chose. Isaac dismissed these advantages as insufficient unless they included support to rise as the Verret family head. The eminent figure observed that Isaac harbored ambitions toward the papacy, suggesting that joining Gold would strategically align with such goals. Isaac countered by reaffirming loyalty to the Blue faction and insisted that simple temptations couldn't sway him, until the eminent figure dramatically expanded the offer, listing extensive benefits including personal land ownership, a vault of gold, private soldiers, tax exemption, a mansion larger than Joshua's, multiple villas, and rights equivalent to a direct bloodline member. Isaac casually responded that he would consider the offer. Believing progress had been made, the eminent figure prepared to proceed with alignment procedures and instructed Isaac not to inform Joshua yet. Isaac brushed off the warning dismissively. At that moment, they noticed someone eavesdropping. Shuri had overheard everything, panicked, and pretended to know nothing while reacting in fear. The eminent figure dismissed the concern, insisting the only thing that mattered was Isaac's final decision and that informing Joshua would not change the outcome. Isaac then clarified that he had not agreed to anything and had only said he would think about it. He declared that he would never join the papal house, even at the cost of his life. The eminent figure questioned his resolve, and Isaac reaffirmed it. The room filled with a strong aura of anger as the eminent figure compared him to someone named Jamie, expressing frustration that Isaac repeated the same words and attitude. He threatened to exile Isaac permanently, deny his future as a priest or saint, prevent him from ever becoming pope, and even use papal authority to ban him from the Holy Empire entirely. Isaac, unfazed, responded that if that happened, he would simply create a country where priests and popes were unnecessary. Isaac responded confidently, maintaining his usual villain-like tone, claiming that a nation only needed one ruler and that it would be his country regardless. He considered this level of ambition necessary to defeat the Skeleton King and decided to disregard the adoption offer, believing it was ultimately better for the other side as well. However, he admitted that the proposal sparked curiosity about what occurred during the ordination, questioning what could have driven the papal figure to adopt the heir of an enemy, suggesting the entire empire would want answers. The scene shifted to the Joshua mansion, where the family patriarch reacted with anger and disbelief upon learning Isaac passed the Pentagon of Unity, insisting he should have been disqualified. He blamed his own lack of faith and expressed his frustration through intense prayers and curses. Benjamin, the second son of the house, arrived and questioned what had happened during his absence. The patriarch tried to deflect and claimed concern for Isaac's safety, citing the dangers of the gold and red pentagons. Benjamin, unable to inherit due to his birth order, acknowledged that an heir appearing was beneficial but still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, the patriarch questioned why Isaac showed no reaction to the blessing he received, noting that most would collapse from zeal, suggesting the blessing resembled a curse instead. Despite his frustrations, Isaac's talent was undeniable, making postponing his ordination impossible. Leah, a silver-haired saintess candidate, arrived and greeted the family, noting how much the patriarch cared for Isaac. The patriarch demanded to know how Isaac passed unity, believing him to be a child incapable of such a feat internally. He worried that the papal house was too focused on Isaac and feared the Pope might be targeting him. He believed it would be safer if Isaac failed early and returned home, but Isaac's exceptional ability prevented delay. A luxurious letter arrived, drawing attention. Benjamin questioned its source, since their house never used such refined stationery. The patriarch, exhausted, revealed it came from the fourth son, shocking everyone present. The father questioned why Noel suddenly sent a letter, and the patriarch revealed its contents. Noel demanded he step down from the head seat immediately due to his age, implying he could die anytime. Enraged, the patriarch insisted Isaac urgently needed character training, declaring he would never allow the fourth son to inherit. The father agreed, but when the patriarch suggested that if Isaac failed, the father himself should take over, he choked in shock. Despite the chaos, the patriarch admitted Isaac passing unity meant there was at least a faint hope for his future. Shallark then stormed in, outraged, reporting that Isaac was once again hitting kids with a rattle. The patriarch remained unfazed, saying it was typical behavior for Isaac. Shallark continued ranting, revealing he healed people with holy arts solely to keep beating them, and even poisoned and threatened teammates during the unity test, causing everyone to grow increasingly irritated. The patriarch decided everything was fine as long as the papal house remained unaware of Isaac. But that hope evaporated when Shuri arrived, out of breath, announcing that the Red Cardinal had offered to adopt Isaac. Shock spread through the family. The father insisted Isaac would never leave Joshua, but Shuri explained Isaac found the offer tempting, especially due to the overwhelming amount of money involved. Whispering among the attendants confirmed the offer seemed reasonable, though the patriarch raged at the papal house for attempting to steal his bloodline while he was still alive. The scene shifted to a pile of gold, drawing amazement from onlookers as they confirmed it came from House Verret and was addressed to Isaac, fueling rumors of his connection to the papal house. Isaac observed it with a smirk, recognizing it as hush money and compensation. However, his attention shifted when Shuri arrived carrying a flag and handed him a letter from the patriarch. Isaac wondered in frustration why he was being subjected to such treatment. Shuri panicked, revealing that even the matron had appeared, shocking Isaac, who immediately tried to find a way to escape. The crowd assumed they were seeing only projections from a communicator. Realizing the visitors weren't physically present, Isaac relaxed slightly but scolded Shuri for startling him. Shuri complained in pain, insisting he did nothing wrong. Melissa's projection introduced herself to Isaac and praised him for overcoming the Skeleton King's curse, noting how much he had grown. Isaac felt relieved that the communication wasn't in person, believing they wouldn't recognize he was the Skeleton King. Melissa mentioned his supposed kidnapping and began to sense something unusual, noticing his power felt identical to Isaac's real power. Isaac quickly explained his affinity by claiming he had consumed the Skeleton King's bones years ago, which Melissa accepted, convinced the real Isaac wouldn't be attending. She casually remarked that if he did show up, she would punish him severely, while Isaac internally questioned what she planned to skin from a skeleton. Nearby, observers questioned why Sanuses appeared merely for an apprentice priest. The red-haired noble realized they were actually interested in him, only to be scolded by a girl who reminded him of his failures during Unity, including letting Isaac steal his subordinates and causing penalties through incompetence. Others around him worried as he mentally broke down. Melissa then announced she prepared a special reward for Isaac, a secret divine-level offensive holy art strong enough to defeat the Skeleton King. Isaac had no interest in such a technique, though Shuri recognized its rarity and value, calling it a superior sacred technique. Meanwhile, members of the red-haired nobles faction panicked, believing this gift would give Isaac's team a major advantage, while the blue-haired girl vowed not to allow his ego to grow. She planned to expose what happened during Unity, believing the Saintess wouldn't overlook his use of poison to blackmail them, and intended to get him disqualified. She stepped forward, declared she had something important to reveal about Isaac, and accused him of using poison during the test. The system identified her as a spy working under Neiser. The blue-haired girl dramatically accused Isaac of using poison, framing it as a disgraceful act for someone aiming to be a saint candidate. Melissa reacted with concern that poison was involved, while Neiser felt thrilled, believing the accusation would finally remove Isaac and planning to reward the girl for her loyalty. When Melissa addressed Isaac, she dismissed poison as inefficient for building mental fortitude and criticized him for doing something terrible to his fellow clergy. Everyone was stunned by her reaction. The girl panicked and changed her accusation, saying Isaac physically beat them until they were bruised. Melissa found that approach just as ineffective and insisted that if the goal was training, bones needed to be broken instead of flesh. She even volunteered to inflict the punishment herself as atonement. Another silver-haired saintess warned that the girl would die from Melissa's method and offered to break the bones cleanly instead, surprising everyone with her bluntness. Isaac stopped them and insisted he would handle the punishment personally. He glared at the blue-haired girl, reminding her that she should have obeyed when he originally threatened her, declaring that she would now serve as both his meat shield and poison tester. She realized in terror that all Eshuas were unhinged. The scene shifted. The silver-haired saintess asked Isaac whether he intended to become head of the house, and he confirmed he did. She questioned what he planned to do once he gained power, and he stated that his first act would be eliminating the saintesses entirely. Shuri panicked at the absurdity of such a goal, while the saintess asked him why. Isaac explained that saintesses were unnecessary. Shuri begged him to stop, but Isaac declared that he intended to defeat the Skeleton King and told his grandmother to abandon her role as a saintess as well. Melissa refused, saying she had committed a sin she never should have. She recalled a past moment with a young girl named Ray, where she admitted she once had the perfect opportunity to kill the Skeleton King forever, but failed to do it. She didn't know why she hesitated, only concluding that God likely wouldn't forgive her for it. Melissa explained to Isaac that the curse on the Ashwa house originated because of her past mistake. She believed the only way to break it was to defeat the Skeleton King, a responsibility she felt she had to bear alone. Isaac questioned the nature of the unforgivable sin she mentioned, while the silver-haired saintess silently wondered if Melissa had a deeper reason for failing to kill the Skeleton King in the past. Melissa clarified that the reason she summoned Isaac was important. Shuri recognized the object Melissa revealed and was startled to realize it was the saintess's rosary, an irreplaceable emblem that existed only once in the world. Isaac was baffled as to why Melissa would entrust something so priceless to him. Melissa explained that she had infused it with her power to compensate for his weak, offensive holy spells, giving him access to a divine technique whenever necessary. She noted that future challenges could not be cleared through purification alone and promised to teach him exorcism herself once she arrived in Hela. Internally, Isaac wished she would stay away. The silver-haired saintess prepared to depart as well, then suggested that Isaac possessed a mana core. Isaac panicked, wondering how she discovered something even Melissa failed to notice and briefly considered eliminating her. She clarified that she meant the sealed mana core taken from the annex, noticing the outline hidden beneath his coat. Isaac reluctantly affirmed it, thinking about how impossible it had been to absorb or unseal despite his efforts. The silver-haired saintess offered a necklace capable of breaking the mana core's seal. Isaac was stunned that she not only knew about the core, but willingly gave him the means to unlock it. She wasn't sure he could use it properly, but acknowledged that he was attempting to revive the family's secret arts. Isaac wondered if those techniques were connected to interdimensional abilities. She asked what he intended to do after eliminating the Sanuses, and he responded with a simple, selfish aspiration, which made her laugh before parting and suggesting they meet again after training. The scene shifted as she prepared to leave with her attendants. One of them reminded her that the necklace revealed the Ashwa family's secret arts, and that it was a direct heirloom from the head of the house. Other descendants had been coveting it due to its significance. She replied that if someone managed to steal it from Isaac, then he was only worth that much. The attendant added that if he protected it, he would be destined to become the next head. She firmly stated that they could not allow the papal house to take him. She recalled Isaac's earlier declaration about removing the Sanuses and defeating the Skeleton King. Amused by his confidence, she left with a faint laugh, acknowledging his determination. Inside the castle, a servant greeted Goel warmly after a long absence, and he returned the greeting with reserved politeness. She claimed nothing had changed, and when he asked about the state of House Joshua, she mocked them as hypocrites. Goel admitted he feared becoming emotionally attached to them, though he tried to deny it. Privately, he reflected on how strange things had become since Isaac's ordination. The clergy member responsible for the ceremony had been found dead in the Forest of Monsters, making it look as though witnesses were intentionally silenced. On top of that, House of Gold now wished to adopt Isaac, something that would never happen unless something drastic had changed. The inconsistencies troubled him, and he worried digging further might put his life at risk despite having family ties to them. He dismissed the servant for the night, asking not to be disturbed. Alone, he questioned whether he was truly becoming attached to House Joshua, even though he had handed over their rights to Cardinal Barrett. Despite occasional moments of closeness with Joshua, he felt none of that sentiment inside Barrett's estate. He eventually arrived at Barrett Manor's classified records. Searching through archived documents, he located the ordination records for Isaac Joshua, discovering the divine mark Isaac received. The mark belonged to the greatest God. Realizing this, he understood why the papal house took such drastic measures. Panic set in as he ran. Believing this incident wasn't merely political or religious, Isaac's existence was tied to the survival of House Barrett, and perhaps the stability of the entire empire. Meanwhile, Isaac sat in a room filled with scattered items while his companion pointed out that the money they had gathered might be enough to purchase a weapon capable of destroying the binding orb. Isaac agreed, but noted that the true issue was the antidemonic stone, an object capable of nullifying mana, aura, and holy power entirely, and the only feasible way to counter a ninth circle demon. He grew frustrated that the orb binding his minions had been transformed into such a stone, calling it a reckless move, while his companion emphasized that it was the only method capable of defeating such a powerful target. Isaac then shifted focus to breaking the seal on the mana core. His companion reacted with excitement as he prepared to absorb it. Following Leah's instructions, he activated the necklace's mechanism, causing the seal to unravel. A massive surge of mana released from the stone, surprising both of them. Isaac absorbed it eagerly, thrilled that it was enough to raise his magic rank and fuel higher-level spells without restriction. His excitement abruptly halted when his hand transformed into exposed bone. Panic set in as he recognized it as the Skeleton Curse, the very phenomenon that had allowed the Skeleton King to become the strongest demon lord through the reversal between life and death. His companion reacted in shock, fearing the curse might begin overtaking Isaac's entire body. Isaac reassured himself that his body held multiple divine blessings, which prevented the curse from consuming him immediately. The sudden surge in mana had simply thrown off the internal balance, amplifying the curse rather than overpowering it. His companion pointed out that the imbalance could be fixed through holy power, but Isaac complained that doing so would require prayer, something he wanted to avoid. Although his body could naturally convert mana into divine mana, he grew impatient at the thought of waiting. When the idea of siphoning holy mana from Rosario was suggested, he rejected it, concerned about wasting power and risking discovery. He decided instead to use the Pentagon's red test, believing that the heretical trial would drastically increase his divine mana. Until then, he planned to bind his skeletal hand to hide the curse's effects. Just as he settled into his plan, Shuri appeared unexpectedly. Startled, Isaac hit his arm, trying to downplay the situation while she questioned why he was acting strangely. She pushed to see the injury, and when he reluctantly revealed his exposed bones, she reacted in shock. Isaac's companion urged him to erase her memory, but he refused, believing using such magic on another human would expose him further. Shuri misunderstood the cursed condition entirely, assuming his decayed body was the cause of his moral corruption rather than the result of demonic interference. She compared his condition to ancestral cases in the family where talented men were born with physical deformities, wondering why Isaac suffered both physical flaws and questionable ethics. Isaac momentarily considered killing him out of frustration. Instead, Shuri urged him to report the issue to their elders and seek treatment, believing his lifespan could be extended if the curse were healed. Isaac panicked internally, knowing exposure would reveal his identity as the Skeleton King. He pretended to act selflessly, claiming he didn't want to burden their relatives and insisting he needed to eliminate the Skeleton King's minions before his own time ran out. Shuri, moved by his supposed noble resolve, saw him as a brave and misunderstood family member. Isaac assured him he would survive, hinting at a possible solution. When Shuri begged to help, Isaac finally revealed the first step of his plan. He needed something delivered directly to the Cardinal of Red. 20 days later, the dining hall was filled with complaints as everyone ranted about Isaac's recent actions. They accused him of setting traps around the house, bombs, poison gas, and even cyanide, treating his so-called training like attempted murder. Isaac remained unfazed, insisting that everything was part of his personalized plan. When they challenged him about the dangerous objectives he assigned, he simply told them to prepare and handed them sandbags, explaining they would need physical strength for the upcoming Pentagon test. The group protested, insisting the next test should be the Pentagon of Gold, but Isaac explained that he had mixed up the order and that the next stage was actually the physical Pentagon of Red. Despite their confusion and irritation, he pushed them into intense training, increasing the demand from 50 laps to 100 and threatening consequences if they didn't get first place. Exhausted and frustrated, they later gathered together, some throwing their sandbags aside and arguing that they didn't need to push themselves so hard. They believed 2 kings were enough and that the Pentagon of Azure could secure another, making further effort unnecessary. Isaac suddenly appeared behind them, startling the entire group as he reminded them that they needed at least 5 kings. The others panicked, insisting that Red and Gold would never give them any and arguing that the Pentagon's order was a sacred imperial tradition that couldn't be altered. Just then, someone came rushing in with breaking news. The Cardinals of Red and Gold had officially swapped the test order, making the next stage the Pentagon of Red. Everyone froze in horror, realizing it involved one-on-one combat, and that failing it meant failing the entire program. With the decision finalized, Isaac suggested they begin training immediately. A few days later at the Imperial Training Center, the red-haired candidate cursed the situation, frustrated that his father had agreed to Isaac's request. He remembered his father telling him to attack Isaac to see what interesting thing he would show. Adding to his irritation, the format had changed from single combat to full team battles. Even so, he felt confident, believing that the Azure team, with Shuri Joshua leading, posed no real threat. Apart from Isaac, the rest seemed easy opponents, and the House of Red, specialized in combat, shouldn't lose. He rallied his team, charging forward, until he suddenly froze at the sight of his father sitting nearby, as well as Kina Barrett. Then Isaac explained that his usual cupbearer had gotten sick for breakfast, so he found a replacement for the training, treating it casually since it was only practice. The red-haired candidate was stunned, realizing Kina Barrett had been placed on the Azure team despite being as strong as an upper-level priest. Even Leon confronted the Cardinal of Gold, questioning why such a powerful member was added, only to discover that the Cardinal himself had not been informed. Kina then stepped forward, wanting confirmation that if she handled the weaker opponents, Isaac would truly study with her and teach her powerful techniques. When he agreed, she accepted the arrangement reluctantly, calling it cheating. The red-haired trainee exploded in anger, pointing out that she wasn't even a trainee and questioning why someone of her level would interfere in a battle meant only for trainees. Kina calmly corrected him, revealing that she had refused her upper-level promotion and relinquished the privileges that came with it, so she could remain a trainee just like Isaac Joshua. The entire training center fell silent at her confession. She then asked the referee for a ruling, and the referee nervously declared that since she was still officially a lower-level priest and hadn't undergone any of the Pentagon tests, nothing in the rules prevented her from participating. The red-haired trainee shouted in disbelief, inwardly panicking as he realized that not even his entire team could handle Kina. With Isaac added on top of that, they were guaranteed to lose unless it came down to a one-on-one match between team leaders, which gave him a chance. Isaac noticed Shuri becoming tense and questioned him in his usual blunt way. Shuri's focus, however, was on Isaac's injured hand, hoping it would recover after the trial. Isaac reassured him while adjusting the glove covering it. Shuri admitted that Isaac should have been the team leader and that everything they had achieved, his position as class president, his rising grades, his top exam scores, even passing through, was all because of Isaac's teachings rather than his own talent. Isaac responded with his typical confidence, claiming he was an excellent teacher and that few students could keep up, but Shuri was one of the rare exceptions. Shuri warned him that Nizer wasn't an opponent to underestimate. Isaac dismissed the concern, saying that if everything Shuri said was true, even dealing with a loud red-haired opponent wouldn't be difficult. Then he added a darkly playful threat towards Shuri, only for Shuri to react in confusion. The referee announced that the match would begin in 5 minutes, urging both teams to complete their preparations. Nearby, the blonde girl glanced toward Isaac, worried even with Kina fighting on their side. Her father, however, explained that the situation still favored Isaac and Shuri, especially since the Red House had already begun using crippling holy arts. Meanwhile, several servants chained beside Isaac growled like beasts as the effects of his training took hold. Isaac held them back, stopping them from charging too early. The blonde girl was stunned when she realized the technique affecting them resembled a blue faction holy art, something Isaac had requested to learn. Her father, equally shocked, recognized it as the mental boost holy art, though neither of them expected it to produce such extreme results. They thought the technique only heightened excitement and suppressed fear, not turned people into near-animalistic fighters. Isaac understood the truth. Combining mental boost with herbal doping allowed him to push their stamina high enough to enter a beast-like state, something priests normally didn't know was possible. Confident in the effect, he prepared them for the match. As the battle drew closer, a divine presence appeared overhead, and the crowd reacted to the arrival of the Red Faction's patron deity, the god of punishment. Shuri immediately dropped to his knees, believing that increased piety would grant them a greater blessing and improve their chances of winning. He was convinced victory was within reach, until Isaac suddenly struck the deity's statue, unable to control his impulsive habit. Panic broke out as everyone reacted in shock, while Shuri yelled in disbelief that Isaac still hadn't grown out of that troublesome behavior. Isaac tried to defuse the situation casually, but the red team stood frozen in shock after witnessing him chop the deity statue's head clean off. Whispers spread through their ranks as they processed the fact that he had shattered the sacred figure with a single strike. Kina immediately reacted in surprise, questioning how he had destroyed a god statue and demanding to know what kind of technique or holy art it was, even asking if he could show it again during their study sessions. Shuri, however, focused instead on the fact that the statue's head had been completely severed. Kina remained unconcerned as she reminded Shuri that any god other than the Gold Faction's deity was a false deity to begin with. Shuri, overwhelmed, silently prayed for Isaac's salvation before awkwardly trying to cover the incident by grabbing him and laughing it off, insisting that Isaac was only testing the durability of the training grounds and urging him to apologize. Isaac reluctantly followed along and apologized. Nearby, Leon assessed the situation, labeling Isaac an unpredictable troublemaker worth investigating. Shuri panicked internally, worried an interrogation was about to take place. Before that could happen, The brown-haired trainee defended Isaac by suggesting that the real issue lay with the red faction for allowing a deity statue to be so fragile, even hinting that the red leader's faith should be investigated instead. He secretly vowed to protect Isaac, and a silent clash formed when Leon met his gaze, recognizing his intent. Leon then declared that holding an inquisition over a trainee would be excessive and ordered the Pentagon exam to continue, instructing Neiser to cripple Isaac during the match. Soon after, the referee explained the rules for the Red Pentagon. Each team possessed many fake necklaces and one real necklace, and victory required finding the opponent's real one first. The leader chose who would carry the real necklace, and once assigned, its location could not be changed. Shuri understood that even selecting who held it was part of the strategy. The referee continued by outlining the 3 ways to identify the real necklace: capturing the leader and forcing a confession, deducing it through insight, or defeating the entire opposing team and collecting the necklaces before asking for distribution to begin. The red team gathered confidently, believing blue would be easy to handle. Meanwhile, Shuri tried to step down as team leader, creating sudden confusion until Isaac pulled him back in frustration, demanding he distribute the necklaces. The red leader mocked Shuri internally, assuming blue would be predictable and easy to counter. Once the match officially began, that confidence vanished. Isaac's expression twisted into something wild as he entered a full beast-like state that shocked both teams. Shuri could barely recognize him, and the red team tried convincing themselves it was just a distraction tactic. Isaac unleashed his power without hesitation. The red team underestimated him, thinking it was only a simple barrier skill, but the moment he activated his modified golden bell chain flail, everything collapsed. Trainees were sent flying in all directions as he demanded their leader. Confusion spread through the red team, unable to understand why blue had abandoned their usual restraint. Standing over the chaos, Isaac repeated his demand, making it clear he would only spare them once their leader appeared. That's it for today's video. If you watched till now, I hope you enjoyed it. Support me by doing what makes me the happiest, like subscribe and join the Miram Master rank. And I'll see you in the next video.
Elsewhere in the arena, Azure launches another counterattack, confirming they are striking from multiple fronts. Neiser calls for help as his team is overwhelmed and dragged into the chaos. Even while downed, Azure continues pressing forward under orders to maintain formation and never retreat. A silver-haired boy suddenly charges into action, turning the tense standoff into open chaos. The red team is caught off guard when they realize the attackers are using the confusion to slip away. A warning is issued that the assault is only a feint, and Neiser is told to stay alert before the tricks succeed. Neiser is startled when the silver-haired strategist praises Kina for acting exactly as expected. He reveals that he has already seen through the scheme and considers it far too shallow to fool him. The silver-haired boy is shaken by how completely Neiser has understood his intentions, realizing that Neiser has identified the technique as a cloning holy spell rather than a genuine attack. Neiser immediately orders his side to capture the escaping target. The red team surges forward, surrounding the silver-haired boy and cutting off his escape route. They cast a restrained holy spell, turning the battlefield into a trap designed to pin him down. He clicks his tongue in frustration as the net closes around him. Before the trap can settle, something crashes into the arena with overwhelming force. Neiser drops from above like a predator, shocking everyone with his sudden return. Grinning wildly, he orders his allies to capture the intruders at any cost. The red team obeys and charges the blue side before they can regroup. Neiser boasts that techniques such as beistification and cloning only make his opponent slightly stronger and are nowhere near enough to threaten him. He then spots Shuri and identifies him as his true prey. Power crackles around Neiser's arm as he prepares to maim Shuri and keep the resulting injury as a trophy. The observers recognize the spell forming around his arm and panic at how dangerous it is. Shuri receives the warning too late as Neiser closes in with a charged strike. Shuri curses and braces himself, unsure whether he can stop the attack. At that moment, he remembers the silver-haired boy calmly telling him to trust the plan and follow his instructions if they wanted to win. The strategy had predicted that Neiser would force a duel because he underestimated Shuri. Their plan depended on that arrogance, with Shuri prepared to act when the opening appeared. Returning to the present, Shuri steadies himself and prepares instead of panicking. Neiser lunges forward, convinced the fight is already decided. At the last moment, Shuri's focus sharpens, and his fear turns into resolve. Their powers collide in a violent burst that shakes the arena. Rely and the others cry out for Shuri, fearing that he has been overwhelmed. Through the smoke, however, Isaac remains calm, as though everything is unfolding exactly as planned. He confirms that this is the moment he has been waiting for. Shuri catches Nizer's attack head-on and answers with his own anger, refusing to be treated as weak. Nizer is stunned when his charged strike fails to break through. Shuri then turns the clash into a throw, completely disrupting Nizer's balance before driving him into the ground with brutal force. The impact tears across the arena floor, leaving Nizer smashed into the tiles, sprawled and dazed with his confidence shattered. Shuri remains standing despite his injuries, forcing himself through the pain to maintain control of the fight. As the dust settles, Isaac begins explaining a truth about Azure techniques that most people misunderstand. Isaac rejects the common belief that Azure techniques are forbidden for humans simply because they only affect demons. The real reason, he explains, is that humans are too fragile to withstand them. Standing over the fallen Nizer, Shuri continues breathing heavily after surviving the exchange. Everyone in the arena begins to understand the danger Shuri has just survived. Shuri's expression hardens as he realizes what Nizer attempted to use against him. Rely begins protesting in alarm, sensing how far the confrontation has gone, but Shuri cuts through the noise and demands that the Azure side stop looking down on them. His shout echoes across the arena, briefly silencing the crowd. The blue side stares in shock at Shuri standing over their fallen fighter. Kina studies him and realizes that Shuri was never physically strong enough to accomplish what he just did, meaning some hidden enhancement must be affecting his holy spells. Shuri wipes the blood from his mouth and steadies himself while dealing with the lingering effects of the clash. When Isaac is asked whether Shuri's sudden increase in strength was his doing, he only hums instead of answering. Rather than explain, Isaac coldly orders Shuri to finish Nizer. Shuri hesitates because his real concern is recovering the stolen necklace, not killing an already defeated opponent. Isaac snaps at him to stop wavering and complete the task properly. Half-conscious, Nizer immediately agrees in terror, hoping that obedience will save him. He tries to regain control by addressing Shuri by his full name, but the fear in his voice exposes him. Shuri ignores the bluff and demands to know where the necklace is. Nizer laughs and insists that, as the future head of his house, he would never break under such crude pressure. Shuri suddenly changes tactics and begins begging in such a deranged manner that even Nizer becomes unnerved. When Nizer tries to respond with threats about the torture methods he learned as an heir, Shuri cuts him off and looms over him. His menace becomes so overwhelming that Nizer finally loses his nerve, stammering for Shuri to wait as he desperately tries to stop what is coming. The terror on Nizer's face makes it clear that Shuri's act is working better than force ever could. The spectators recoil in horror at both the scene and how completely the balance of fear has shifted. Shuri keeps pressing until even the onlookers question how Azure could produce someone so frightening. Isaac watches Nizer's breakdown with obvious amusement as his composure finally collapses. Shuri reminds Nizer that he was given a chance to confess properly, but before he can continue, the red side rushes toward them, calling for Nizer and attempting to intervene. Kina stops them, insisting they stay out of it before calmly activating his own holy spell. Kina unleashes an area-wide paralysis spell that locks down the battlefield and prevents the red side from helping Nizer. Blinding holy power floods the arena, leaving everyone caught in its effect. As Nizer struggles beneath the spell, he realizes too late that the blue side intended to be captured from the beginning. He pieces together that they already knew where the necklace was and begins understanding how thoroughly he had been manipulated. Seeing Isaac standing at the center of the chaos, Nizer finally suspects that everything may have been planned from the start. Isaac answers with a smug smile while openly holding the chain weapon that had concealed the prize. The red side accuses Isaac of orchestrating the entire situation simply to force Nizer into exposing himself, while admitting that Nizer would never have confessed otherwise. Isaac treats their outrage as confirmation of his point, revealing that everyone already knows where the necklace is because he is holding it. With the truth exposed, Isaac prepares to demonstrate how he protected it. The red side panics and offers to confess if he will stop, but Isaac raises the chain with manic delight and continues anyway. He pulls out the stolen necklace, finally ending the mystery in front of everyone. With the necklace recovered, the arena declares Azure the winner of the Pentagon of Red. The blue side erupts in celebration as their victory becomes official. Rely is praised for helping restore Azure's faith to prominence, while Isaac and Shuri are publicly commended. A high-ranking imperial figure remarks that Isaac has lived up to his reputation as the youngest priest ever chosen to represent the empire. He proposes rewarding the winners with a gift worthy of their performance. The speaker is revealed to be Shebli Alexafrikella, the crown prince of the Holy Helen Empire. Rely formally greets him and the prince responds by praising the quality of his nephew. The prince suggests giving the winners priest uniforms, which Rely immediately accepts as a fitting reward before their next competition. The prince adds that a royal gift would become a treasured heirloom and asks to personally accompany the seamster when the uniforms are delivered. Rely is confused by the unusual request, but the prince makes it clear that he wants to meet the boys himself. Rely cannot understand why the crown prince would take such interest in two trainees. The prince then quietly warns him that his youngest nephew must leave the Pentagon of Gold because the Pope is trying to have Isaac killed. Rely Relai is shaken by the revelation, suddenly realizing that a threat far beyond the tournament is surrounding them. He turns toward the arena, stunned by what he has just learned. Meanwhile, the blue team regroups around Isaac and Shuri after the match. Relai offers the prince his deepest thanks, though he is still processing the warning. Isaac, however, is already focused on Shuri and assures him that, despite everything, he will do just fine under his guidance. Elsewhere, the students excitedly spread the news that the crown prince is giving the winners clothes. The blue side jokes that they may have gone too far by winning both royal favor and a kingly reward. Isaac cuts through the celebration and addresses Kina, now comfortably seated in their quarters. Kina asks whether Isaac is not supposed to return home now that the test is over. Isaac bluntly tells him that he is no longer needed. A servant then arrives with orders from the patriarch, but Kina refuses to leave and calmly rejects the summons. He reminds Isaac that Isaac himself told him to convert to the House of Azure. The attendants are horrified when they realize Kina intends to take those words literally. Isaac denies ever making such a promise, while Kina insists that it happened the previous night. Isaac argues that whatever he said only applied to winning the Pentagon of Red, not becoming an official Azure priest. Kina remains unmoved and declares that he accepted the offer and will now stay with Azure regardless of Isaac's objection. He even orders the servants to tell his father that he will not be returning for some time. As the room erupts into an argument, Kina privately reflects on the holy spell Isaac used on Shuri and wonders what that mysterious power actually was. Isaac, meanwhile, realizes that the crown prince's gift of clothes is more than simple generosity. It is a claim of ownership over the winner. If the prince is attempting to take them away from the Pope's control, Isaac concludes that he may be openly challenging papal authority. Kina offers to remain by Isaac's side, collect the payment he was promised, and even assist him in the upcoming Pentagon. The servants warn that doing so will throw his entire house into chaos, but Kina goes further, offering political support against the priests of gold while assigning Azure priests to demon execution duty and proposing a full alliance. Isaac immediately rejects the offer and tells Kina to leave. Kina refuses, insisting that he will not go unless Isaac physically throws him out. Isaac finally admits that he only used Kina, but Kina points out that he still fulfilled his part of the agreement and intends to collect what was promised. When Isaac tries to postpone the matter, Kina realizes that Isaac could simply cancel their arrangement whenever he wants. As Kina starts bargaining again, Isaac ends the deal on the spot, adding that he already has a student who is far more obedient than Kina. Kina demands to know who could possibly be better than him. Isaac points to Kim Shuri without hesitation, leaving everyone in the room speechless. Taking the comparison personally, Kina asks whether Isaac truly considers Shuri superior to him. He then proposes a challenge. If he proves himself better in the next arena, Isaac must teach him instead. Shuri can only wonder why he has suddenly been dragged into the rivalry. Amused, Isaac says the decision will depend entirely on Kina's results. Kina and Shuri immediately begin a silent contest, each now viewing the other as a rival for Isaac's approval. The scene shifts to the Sanctus Ed's ballroom, where the tournament's political consequences continue to unfold. During dinner, the students are stunned by how lavishly the Azure winners are being treated. Azure now receives better food and upgraded dormitories, showing how dramatically first place has changed their status. Relai watches the celebration without being able to enjoy it fully. He admits that he never expected Isaac's team to rank first, and questions how Sanctus Ed judged the competition. Someone approaches and remarks that Relai should be pleased with Azure's victory. The speaker is the Red Cardinal, who greets Relai with unsettling familiarity. He notes that Relai is approaching rank 9 and praises his rapid progress, but Relai accepts the compliment without lowering his guard. The Cardinal then remarks that Azure's patriarch must be under tremendous pressure. He twists the remark further by saying that Relai is the only suitable successor to the patriarch's position, but his time is limited. He mockingly questions whether the role would have been too much for Relai even without his shortened lifespan. The insult deepens when the Cardinal reminds him that he cannot have children, meaning his bloodline ends with him and only his nephews remain. Relai gives a restrained formal response while swallowing the humiliation. The Cardinal laughs it off as a minor indulgence, claiming he only spoke so harshly because someone from his own house was publicly crushed before royalty and the entire crowd. After the exchange, Relai realizes that the others may already know about the curse on House Joshua, and that the tournament has exposed much more than a simple victory. The red-haired patriarch dismisses any ambition for succession, deciding that he can tolerate everything as long as Isaac remains unharmed. That resolve changes when he suddenly spots Isaac among the trainees at the banquet. He approaches the table and calls Isaac out directly, startling the boys in the middle of their meal. One of the trainees nudges Isaac to respond, while Isaac is internally annoyed at being interrupted while eating. Still chewing, he answers with forced politeness. The patriarch greets him with a smile that already feels threatening and reminds Isaac that he was supposed to show him something interesting. Isaac admits that the show has not quite reached him yet, prompting the patriarch to urge him to continue. Isaac bluntly reveals that the spectacle was him crushing the patriarch's son, and even asks whether he enjoyed watching it. One of the trainees panics at how openly Isaac is provoking House Crimson. Isaac dismisses their outrage, treating Crimson's obsession with spies and House Joshua as irrelevant. Instead of retaliating, the patriarch praises House Azure's potential and points out that Isaac has gained an unusual ability. He reveals that he can sense dark mana within Isaac. Isaac immediately recognizes the detection as a holy spell and explains that the dark trace comes from eating a piece of the Skeleton King as a baby. Isaac then casually offers the patriarch another source of entertainment by promising to cause trouble inside the Pentagon of Gold as well. The nearby trainees realize in terror that he may be planning to target the Cardinal of Gold's son next. The patriarch asks what Isaac wants in exchange. Isaac gives him a simple price: access to the demons imprisoned under the Skeleton King's authority, specifically the key to their prison. The demand immediately wipes the smile from the patriarch's face. He refuses to hand over the key unless Isaac first returns alive from the upcoming mission, coldly predicting that the Azure trainees will disappear inside the Pentagon of Gold. Isaac is left wondering what new trap the patriarch has prepared. The answer arrives when the mission notices are delivered to the trainees. They discover that their assignment is not routine work but an expedition. The patriarch explains that the Pentagon of Gold sends teams to recover missions lost in dangerous regions, hinting that Azure should be particularly interested in where their expedition is headed. The patriarch names their destination as Cross Andia, the Arcane Empire. The trainees are stunned because the Arcane Empire is Hela's mortal enemy and would gladly kill priests on sight. Their fear grows when they learn that the route also borders demonic territory. Several paladins and squires were recently kidnapped there, and the region is connected to a higher demon who massacred priests 14 years earlier. The patriarch mockingly offers to change the destination if they are too frightened. Desperate to escape the mission, Isaac's teammates beg him to plead for mercy just once. Isaac immediately brightens at the possibility that the assignment might actually be changed. Back at the Azure estate, the family learns that the team is being sent into the land of mages. The mission is confirmed as an S-rank rescue operation, and everyone sees it as a death sentence. One brother demands that the order be cancelled, while another explains that their father has already gone to formally protest. They conclude that the higher authorities are deliberately trying to get Isaac killed. Even so, they expect the protests to secure a safer assignment, believing diplomacy should prevent trainees from being sent into such an explosive region. The silver-haired brother interprets the mission as a warning intended to keep House Azure from becoming too ambitious. He also worries that Shuri could die alongside Isaac. Before he can offer any reassurance, a messenger suddenly arrives with urgent news concerning Isaac. Back at the banquet, the patriarch rejects any attempt to spare Isaac. His teammate braces for the worst, but the patriarch openly admits that he finds the deadly assignment amusing and has no intention of changing it. A report then arrives that Isaac has already accepted the mission. The story shifts to Blackfield, the land of demons. Inside a ruined demonic hall, a subordinate is forced to explain a failed assassination attempt. Lady Ash demands to know why the saint was not killed, leaving the subordinate to beg for forgiveness. Ash dismisses the failure because their real objective was to create chaos within the Holy Empire. She considers the operation worthwhile because it allowed them to witness the Skeleton King's power and confirm that the Empire's barriers could be breached. The subordinate praises the king's overwhelming strength, and Ash agrees, marveling that even a fragment of his power is extraordinary. When the subordinate mentions sensing that power during the ordinations, Ash immediately demands to know whose power it was. He reveals that it belonged to the great Skeleton King, shocking her. The revelation points to the mad boy who once ate a piece of the Skeleton King. The subordinate adds that the boy has since been ordained and is currently training, which excites Ash even more. Now that Isaac has finally left his family's territory, she sees an opportunity to act against him openly. After learning that Isaac will soon undergo the tests of Gold and Azure, Ash looks forward to the coming festival where young priests and demons hunt one another. She imagines that if a mere fragment of the king's flesh granted such power, consuming more of him directly could make demons vastly stronger. Her hunger then turns toward Isaac as she wonders what the child of Azure would taste like. Back in the Holy Empire, rumors about the Azure team's mission spread throughout the clergy. People whisper that they are being sent to the Arcane Empire to recover a hostage, and the general belief is that House Gold is deliberately arranging their death. One of Isaac's teammates realizes that everyone already expects the mission to fail. He then notices an even bigger problem. The Paladins are avoiding the Azure team entirely because no one wants to escort them. Without protection, they expect demons, bandits, and ransom hunters to attack as soon as they cross the border. Isaac dismisses the panic as ridiculous, but his teammate snaps that the entire team is being shunned because of Isaac's reputation. reputation. He accuses the authorities of sending them to die and points out that people around them are already preparing their wills. To emphasize the danger, he reminds Isaac that an Azure team was annihilated in the Pentagon of Gold 14 years earlier. Isaac recognizes the mission as a petty trap set by the Cardinal. Refusing would disgrace Azure, while accepting could get them killed. Even so, he decides that succeeding would silence everyone, and the dangerous route also promises plenty of mana cores. His teammate holds onto the hope that they can still survive by choosing a powerful paladin escort. That hope disappears when a noble arrives with bad news. Count Malik announces that the first paladins have chosen to accompany the gold team instead. He also reveals that his own son and their friends are abandoning Azure to transfer there. Malik coldly remarks that he should never have trusted Azure's old reputation. Isaac responds that Malik's short-sightedness will become obvious once Azure succeeds. While his teammate begs him to settle for any escort except the worst available option, Isaac seriously considers the remaining paladin candidate. Then he suddenly spots a group he likes. Ignoring the warnings, Isaac runs over to secure them. He thrusts the contract toward one of the candidates, catching the man completely off guard. The paladin is still trying to understand what just happened when Isaac confidently signals that the deal is done. His teammates wait anxiously for the result, only to turn horrified when they learn that Isaac chose the fourth paladins. Isaac returns cheerfully, acting as though he has solved everything, and proudly announces that he contracted the strongest escort he could find. His teammates can only stare in disbelief. The fourth paladins, known as the Pack Mules, are wandering elites reduced to glorified messengers. Although they are more skilled than the royal knights, they openly despise the clergy. Later, Isaac is summoned by the Azure Patriarch to explain his decision. Isaac notices that the Patriarch is angrier than usual and realizes he needs a convincing excuse. He claims that he accepted the mission to preserve House Joshua's honor. The Patriarch immediately tears apart the excuse, calling out Isaac's lies and his use of dark mana. He questions why someone tainted by dark power would pretend to care about honor and makes it clear that he has known the truth for some time. He admits that he once overlooked Isaac's secret because Isaac mattered to him, but says he can no longer trust him. His anger gradually turns into open hatred. Isaac responds by claiming that he hates the Skeleton King so much that he wants to kill him. He explains that the Skeleton King took his parents, cursed him, and left House Azure humiliated, leaving him so tormented by the shame that he cannot even sleep. He then gives an even more bizarre explanation, claiming that he is using the Skeleton King's actual power only to investigate and destroy a fake Skeleton King. He swears that he will kill the false king with his own hands, no matter what it takes. The Patriarch silently considers the speech, while Isaac's shadow familiar privately concludes that he has gone insane. Isaac continues, arguing that if he abandons honor simply to survive, House Joshua will remain disgraced forever. That finally softens the Patriarch. He admits that he never wanted Isaac to die for the family, and accepts that Isaac truly belongs to House Joshua after all. He orders Isaac to return alive with all of his teammates, even if the mission itself fails. He then adds another condition: if Isaac returns safely, he will officially name him as a successor. Isaac outwardly accepts the offer with gratitude, while his smile reveals that he has gotten exactly what he wanted. A few days later, the Azure team reaches the outskirts of the capital to begin the mission. Isaac reminds everyone that they are supposed to meet their escorting knights in a nearby town. Still terrified, his teammates resolve to do whatever is necessary to survive and return home. During the journey, Isaac's shadow familiar reports new information about the demon responsible for the massacre 14 years earlier. The culprit was a demon serving the Western Army, not one of the 14, but someone Isaac may personally know. The familiar adds that she is vicious and brutally devoured the young cadets. Isaac is irritated because her actions violated the rules he had established for his own followers. He decides to punish those responsible himself, though the familiar warns that he has not fully recovered his strength. The team continues forward, unaware of the danger approaching them. Hidden in the shadows, Lady Ash finally locates Isaac and gleefully identifies him as the Joshua boy. At the Imperial Castle, the Crown Prince receives news of Isaac's choice of escort and is surprised that he selected the Pack Mules. A subordinate explains that Isaac ignored the knights the prince had secretly sent to assist him. The prince initially wonders whether Isaac simply failed to recognize their value, but quickly changes his conclusion. He explains that the knight commander he sent is half spirit and therefore particularly vulnerable to demons. When his aide asks whether the choice was intended as a test, the prince denies it, noting that the commander would still have been a powerful ally. Instead, he concludes that Isaac deliberately chose the only order whose members are all part demon. The prince studies the Pack Mules' records with growing interest. He notes that they are uncontrollable and that two of them once converted from clerics to demonkind, making the group dangerous but revealing. He suspects Isaac is already at the Azure team's rendezvous point. Meanwhile, the Pack Mules have been waiting there for 5 hours and are furious that the Azure team has not arrived. arrive. Their commander, Derek, takes the delay as a deliberate insult and prepares for a confrontation. His men suggest that the Azure team may have heard the rumors about them and decided to toy with them. Derek responds with open contempt for priests and decides they should not let the insult go unanswered. Just then, Isaac suddenly appears beside him and greets him by name. Derek recoils in shock while Isaac acts as though nothing unusual has happened. Derek immediately complains about the team's lateness and points out their supposed reputation for punctuality. Isaac calmly claims that bandits delayed them and even broke his arm. He suggests that someone may have arranged the attack but says he hurried over anyway because keeping Derek waiting would have been rude. He then smiles and provocatively asks whether Derek considers himself too good for the pack mule. One of Isaac's teammates is stunned that he is antagonizing the only escort they have. Derek begins backing away, saying there is nothing to gain from this and suggesting they simply leave. Isaac immediately exposes the lie, pointing out that no one would wait 5 hours just to walk away. He presses further, noting that Derek's men are far too heavily armed for a simple escort, proving they came expecting something else. A captured paladin then accuses Isaac of planning to use them as bait to locate their missing comrades. He demands that if Isaac truly has no need for them, he should let them leave immediately. Instead of backing down, the paladin erupts, assuming someone named Halak must have fed Isaac those suspicions. He concludes that Halak planted Isaac among them to sabotage their mission. Isaac is caught off guard by the name but quickly realizes that Halak is the alias of his fourth uncle, making him suspect that his family is involved in the affair. Furious, the paladin admits they cannot enter Crasianda without Isaac and prepares to force him along. He declares that he will drag Isaac with them, even if it means mutilating him, then charges. Isaac calmly stops the attack before it lands and orders the paladin to sheath his sword. The man freezes as though obeying an instinct deeper than reason. A monstrous pressure manifests behind Isaac, revealing the demonic authority behind his command. The paladin realizes he cannot disobey, despite Isaac being only a child. Isaac explains that their demon blood makes them instinctively submit to stronger demons, which is exactly why he chose them. The paladin can only endure the humiliation as the power dynamic completely reverses. Isaac casually orders everyone to move out. His companions worry that he has already destroyed any chance of cooperation, but Isaac insists that both sides still need each other and is certain the paladins will follow. He lays out the mission simply: rescue the kidnapped people, and kill every demon involved. He adds that he does not care whether the paladin's old comrades survive, only that the mission continues. The paladin leader realizes that Isaac may have chosen them precisely because they have comrades to rescue, while Isaac pretends to know nothing about it. When the paladins finally agree to follow him, Isaac smugly reveals that he knew they would all along. One of his allies asks whether he actually has a plan, and Isaac responds with unsettling confidence, turning the question back on him. A paladin warns that the demons will inevitably betray them, but something strange begins happening to one of the demon-blooded men as Isaac explains why they keep receiving bootleg assignments. The man's body suddenly begins transforming. His hand twists into a claw, revealing his demonic side, and he lunges toward Isaac's group in a feral state, seemingly proving the paladin's warning correct. A nearby ally is seized before anyone can react, and the paladins immediately take it as proof that demons cannot be trusted. Isaac dismisses their panic and knocks the transformed attacker down with absurd ease. Everyone stares in disbelief as Isaac treats the crisis like a minor inconvenience. The demon-blooded man apologizes, explaining that he transformed faster than ever before and felt something pressing against his mind. Another suggests that their proximity to Crasianda may be affecting them because everyone has begun feeling strange. The transformed man is equally confused that a single blow forced him back into human form so quickly. Isaac praises him enthusiastically, seeming more amused by the result than concerned about the danger, and admits that he was the one who caused the reaction. Once the group prepares to leave, Isaac notices something unusual among his belongings. A sparrow is hiding inside his pack, and he immediately suspects that it is no ordinary bird. The bird pretends to be dead, but Isaac sees through the act immediately. Amused, he prepares to force it to talk, while his shadow familiar eagerly offers to help. The familiar complains that the Bloodlord cruelly sent it to deal with such a dreadful priest, giving Isaac an important clue. Isaac asks whether one of the great demons sent the bird as a messenger, and the creature immediately drops its act. Elsewhere, a barrier is reported as successfully established for its master. Isaac reveals that the Bloodlord is actually one of his servants imprisoned beneath the Sancta Sed, and that the bird was sent to contact him. He realizes that the Bloodlord must have hidden Isaac's true identity from the sparrow, and forces an answer from the frightened messenger. The bird reveals that the demon king Isaac will eventually face as the one who tampered with his ordination. She is identified as Ash, the demon who smuggled in the arcane device and ordered priests to be killed. The messenger adds that after absorbing the Skeleton King's power, Ash became strong enough to cross the holy Hellion barrier, and even the Bloodlord fears confronting her. Before Isaac can silence it, the bird reveals another shocking claim. The Bloodlord believes the current Skeleton King is an imposter. The messenger explains that the Bloodlord was captured after loudly insisting that the Skeleton King was fake, leaving Isaac to wonder how foolish he really is. The bird warns that Ash is likely waiting for him in her domain, and urges him to turn back if he values his life. Isaac sends the messenger back with word that he has received the warning. The bird departs after strangely wishing that Isaac will not die for its lord's sake. When Isaac rejoins the others, they complain that he disappeared while they were searching for him. One companion assumes Isaac arranged food for everyone, but Isaac reveals that he knows nothing about it. A village woman explains that the meal was prepared to support the priests during their hardship. Isaac is puzzled by the sudden hospitality. He had expected Ash to be waiting for him, not a warm welcome. Then he realizes that the hostess herself has approached them, meaning the enemy has already come directly within his reach. A companion quietly asks Shuri what is wrong with Isaac. Shuri explains that Isaac is overdoing things again and should simply be left alone. Isaac's mood turns sharp as he addresses the woman directly. A flashback reveals how he had been tormenting demon servants with petty, impossible complaints while they catered to him. His demands escalated until even their breathing offended him, forcing them into complete obedience. The paladins were horrified to see the demons treating Isaac like their master, while one servant could only wonder why the pack mule demons had chosen his side. Even while apologizing, the woman had already decided to eliminate the irritating paladins first. The paladin leader refuses her food, explaining that they were hired by Isaac and will not eat anything she offers. She continues pushing the meal on them while pretending to worry about their safety, though her demonic irritation begins showing through. Isaac bluntly asks why she does not eat it herself and points out the obvious problem. No one can trust food that might be poisoned. The woman is shaken that the child saw through her so quickly. The paladins immediately defend her, insisting Isaac has gone too far, and that she is clearly unharmed. One of them grabs the food to prove her innocence, declaring that Isaac has no right to mistreat her. The others follow his example and begin eating, convinced they are protecting an innocent woman from Isaac's cruelty. Within moments, they collapse. Isaac remains untouched and completely unsurprised. The woman admits that this only made things easier because she had planned to knock them out anyway. Isaac tells his familiar not to purify them, deciding that the fools need to learn from their mistake. The familiar suddenly notices something alarming about the poison. It does not merely incapacitate priests, it converts holy mana into dark mana. Instead of recoiling, Isaac becomes excited by the discovery and identifies it as a parasitic poison. He immediately recognizes its strategic value and imagines creating a dark mana farm within the Holy Empire. Ash finally drops her disguise and attacks, believing the now powerless child will be easy prey. Isaac mocks the idea that he is powerless, since the poison has effectively turned everyone around him into mana batteries. Ash still offers him a bargain. If Isaac follows her, she will provide the antidote and spare the others. Despite the poison, the paladins try to intervene, furious that she is manipulating him. Ash strikes one of them down and orders Isaac not to resist, briefly believing she has regained control. Isaac suddenly counters with his sacred weapon, catching her off guard and slamming her away before she can finish the exchange. Ash retreats and taunts Isaac to follow if he wants the antidote. The paladins insist on accompanying him, but Isaac refuses. He explains that they will only survive if he leaves them behind so they can continue drawing in mana. Now completely devoted to him, the paladins promise to protect the others while Isaac goes. Isaac accepts their help without ceremony and leaves them behind, intending to draw more from them later if necessary. Night falls as the pursuit leads deeper into the forest. Isaac confronts Ashelon, who mocks him for arriving without escorts and confidently assumes she still holds the advantage. Isaac agrees that coming alone was foolish, but his response hides his real intention. He rebukes her for talking about consuming humans without realizing who is standing before her. Then he gives a single command with absolute authority: kneel. Ash is stunned as the order pierces her will. Her body buckles despite her resistance and she is forced to the ground. Behind Isaac, the overwhelming presence of the Skeleton King manifests, revealing the source of his authority. Ash realizes in horror that Isaac possesses the king's mana and concludes that he gained it by consuming a piece of the Skeleton King. Instead of fearing for herself, she panics over the thought that her king's body has been defiled. Driven by fanatic devotion, she charges at Isaac, intending to cut him open and free what she believes remains of her king. Isaac responds by unleashing a fusion of holy and dark power. Ash falters as she senses something far beyond what she expected. The Skeleton King's power descends over her like a crushing claw and smashes her into the ground. Isaac coldly calls her a fool as dark power coils around him and prepares a devastating spell to show her who her true king is. Under the moonlit sky, the battle's outcome is decided. His familiar marvels that Isaac has just cast 5th rank magic with the force of 7th circle magic. Isaac proudly concludes that combining holy and dark mana has elevated him to a level the gods never intended. A small sound interrupts his self-congratulation. Ash, trembling and broken, begins calling him her king, leaving the familiar to wonder whether Isaac has completely shattered her mind. Isaac tests the situation with a casual slap, but Ash simply accepts it. She prostrates herself and confesses that she has committed a grave mistake. When she offers the antidote, Isaac dismisses it as unimportant. Instead, he gives her 1 minute to bring back the kidnapped paladins and hints that he wants something even more valuable. He explains that simply rescuing the captives will not earn him a perfect evaluation. He needs stronger evidence. Isaac decides the proof he needs is simple. He defeated a demon. 2 days later, the story returns to the town after the mission. One companion stares at Isaac in disbelief, wondering what happened to him. Another reassures everyone that Isaac had a tracker and was unlikely to fall easily, but the Major's repeated formal search parties suggest that something serious happened. His ally points out that such behavior is far from normal. They found blood along the route Isaac likely took, though there is still no confirmation that he died. Isaac suddenly walks back in alive with a sack over his shoulder. The room erupts in shock as everyone demands to know whether he is injured. Isaac casually announces that he brought back the antidote. When they inspect the sack, Isaac warns them that its contents are important and must be handled carefully. The bag proves much heavier than expected, and what they find inside horrifies them. Asked what it contains, Isaac calmly reveals that the sack holds the kidnapper's head, which he intends to use as perfect evidence for his evaluation. A rescued paladin anxiously asks about their missing comrades, and Isaac finally addresses the issue. He explains that he hid the rescued paladins in the bushes because carrying all of them back was too troublesome. Moments later, the others confirm that their missing comrades have indeed returned alive. Their names are called out one by one, proving that Isaac actually brought everyone back. His companions struggle to connect the impossible claim with the impossible result. Isaac simply states that he went in alone and returned with the kidnapper's head. They can barely process that he entered the land of mages alone and survived. Isaac prepares to explain, carefully choosing a version of events that sounds acceptable. He claims the mages intended to kidnap and sell them, that a mage woman drugged them, and that she backed down after he threatened to report her to the Sancta Sedis. He continues embellishing the story, saying she revealed the secret route and the captive's location, allowing him to retrieve the paladins while a demon guard happened to be asleep. When they remain doubtful, Isaac offers to demonstrate with his sacred weapon, but his allies decide that the exact truth no longer matters and choose to believe him. Even so, they scold him for recklessly entering alone when things could have ended badly. Isaac explains that he could not help it because sneaking in alone was still better than forcing everyone to fight the mages. He defends his retreat by insisting that fighting would only have caused more deaths and that he chose to protect the faithful instead. A wounded companion praises the decision as proof that Isaac truly follows his creed. Another trainee nearly calls the explanation nonsense but stops himself when warned. Even so, he admits he is relieved that Isaac returned alive, though he doubts the visiting mages ever truly cared about a mere priest. Isaac calmly tells him that he is being too harsh. The mages then arrive and insist that they came because they feared demons had taken Isaac, not to be insulted. Isaac privately dismisses their explanation and concludes that they were actually searching for manticores. When they ask him to cooperate with a demon investigation, he simply claims that he saw no demon. One mage senses a manticore nearby, prompting Isaac to casually suggest that it must belong to them. He reinforces the argument by pointing out that a trainee like him could never have survived, much less defeated, a demon. The reasoning unsettles the mages until one suddenly reveals that Halak specifically told them a demon would be there. Hearing the name Halak, Isaac realizes they may be referring to his fourth uncle. He quickly hides the suspicion and outwardly agrees with their conclusion. Isaac then ends the conversation and tells the others to get everything in order while he goes to rest. The frustrated trainees protest that he still has not given them a real explanation, but the scene shifts away from their argument. Isaac heads alone to a secluded building in the woods and enters without hesitation. Inside, he maintains the same calm smile he has shown all along. Once alone, however, he drops the act and prepares to settle unfinished business. A battered horned demon woman realizes that Isaac intends to finish with her as well. The story jumps back 2 days when Isaac demanded proof that he had actually slain the demons. He clarifies that he wants evidence concerning the monster responsible for devouring Azure trainees 14 years earlier. He directly asks whether she was responsible for that massacre, then dismisses the possibility himself, reasoning that someone as weak as her could never have defeated Relia back then, since her head alone would not convince anyone. Isaac orders her to bring him real proof instead. What he truly wants is a head he can present to the Sancta Sedis. Realizing that Isaac has seen through her deception, she admits that he is not a fool after all. Isaac accepts her answer and declares that she has passed his test. She then understands that Isaac knew from the beginning that she was only a decoy connected to another woman and her monster. Isaac makes it clear that deceiving him was never an option. She finally confesses that the killer from 14 years ago was her sister, who sent her monster to hunt and feed on the aftermath. Isaac concludes that the informant had confused the sisters because their energies were similar, meaning the real culprit behind Relia's party was already killed recently. With that settled, Isaac demands an update on the current hierarchy of demons, and asks what the gods are doing. Her answer that the gods have remained quiet troubles him because he expected them to be far more active. He reasons that they should still be desperately searching for his soul, especially after sealing it inside an insect vessel that is now empty. Even if they somehow missed his escape, they should have discovered the empty seal by now, leaving Isaac puzzled by the contradiction. A new possibility occurs to him. Perhaps another soul now occupies the place where his should have been. He wonders whether the replacement could be a dark higher being, another catastrophe like the Skeleton King, or even another god. The possibility excites him. When the demon confirms that her name is Ash, Isaac immediately gives her new orders. He sends Ash back to the demons as his spy so she can serve as his eyes and ears. Back in the present, the rescued knights publicly thank Isaac, admitting that they can never repay him. The villagers add that he defeated the demon alone and saved every one of them. Isaac modestly brushes aside the praise, which only makes the crowd admire him more. Even the trainees who were previously hostile are forced to acknowledge that he saved the villagers as well. One of them suddenly decides the answer is obvious and calls Isaac out as though he has reached an important conclusion. He and the others then formally kneel, with Derek and the rest offering themselves to Isaac's command and swearing to follow wherever he orders them. Isaac is genuinely surprised by how completely they submit. He immediately begins calculating the value of gaining capable soldiers with extensive connections at almost no cost. While considering the bargain, he notices the small blonde child among them and asks whether someone that young was really among those he rescued. Derek hints that Isaac would be shocked if he knew the child's true identity. The child introduces himself as Tiberius, the youngest prince of the Arcane Empire. Isaac is stunned to discover that the person he rescued was not an ordinary child. He immediately realizes that the mages were so cooperative because one of their own princes had been captured. Tiberius cheerfully explains that he once thought all Helens were scum, but Isaac proved otherwise and earned his life debt. The prince's sincerity catches Isaac off guard. He continues praising Isaac over the Sanctus Hades, criticizing them for sending trainees instead of proper rescuers. He declares Isaac truly pious by comparison and asks to repay him as a brother. Amused, Isaac decides to play along and asks whether the prince really believes he can help him. Elsewhere, a report reaches a cardinal that the Azure team has entered Crescendia. The cardinal notes that the mages forced his watchers back, but the trainees still reached their mission area. He then learns that Isaac, Joshua, entered alone. The news pleases him because he believes Isaac has no control over the pack mules. Confident that Isaac will either fail or die, he reminds his subordinate that they have already ensured the team cannot return to Hela. He expects Joshua's fourth uncle to entertain the intruding nephews while the mages finish them off. When asked whether the crown might intervene because of its interest in Isaac, he dismisses the possibility. Since Crescendia is disputed territory, he orders that even if Isaac somehow succeeds, he must still be prevented from returning to Hela. The cardinal savors the disgrace he expects to bring upon House Azure. Elsewhere, Isaac decides that this is exactly why he needs to defeat that cardinal himself. Back with the trainees, Isaac reveals his solution to the Sanctus Hades problem by presenting the Arcane Empire's youngest prince as their secret weapon. Instead of being impressed, the trainees are horrified. One of them calls Isaac insane for casually revealing the identity of a prince from a hostile nation. Tiberius laughs and explains that this is why he normally keeps his identity hidden. When someone accuses Isaac of kidnapping him, Tiberius cheerfully denies it, while another trainee insists that kidnapping is exactly what happened. Isaac, however, is already celebrating because the Sanctus Hades is now cornered. They owe him for saving both their knights and a foreign prince. He explains his political rule that the best way to deal with an opponent is to make them indebted to you. Tiberius admires the tactic, while the others conclude that the prince is just as unhinged as Isaac. Trying to regain control, a trainee asks whether Isaac intends to return in triumph after saving the arcane prince. Isaac says no one should learn about the prince yet because he has a better use for the situation. He claims the Faith of Gold must have sabotaged their mission with traps, and then asks what would happen if those traps nearly killed the arcane prince as well. The possibility delights Isaac because it would allow him to strike back at the Gold faction without confronting them directly. A trainee realizes that both the priest and the prince would be caught in the same trap. Isaac points out that both empires would investigate whoever caused such a disaster, leaving House Gold exposed and scrambling for an explanation. One trainee warns that Cardinal Barrett would never leave evidence leading back to himself. Isaac explains that he does not need to, because Barrett already has an accomplice he can blame. The trainee immediately realizes that Isaac intends to use the mages as the scapegoat. Isaac admits that he wants revenge for what they did, but needs to carry it out without triggering an open diplomatic crisis. As Isaac becomes more excited about the scheme, He reduces the entire plan to one simple result, an explosion. The prince enthusiastically agrees while Isaac's allies stare at them in disbelief. One wonders whether Isaac has finally lost whatever sanity he had left, while another turns around in alarm at the absurd conversation. Before they can argue further, a disturbance erupts outside. Smoke rises from the direction of the mage's camp, revealing that something has already happened. Isaac bursts into laughter, thrilled that the mages have struck first and handed him exactly what he wanted. The prince is equally enraged, taking the destruction of the mana cores as a personal insult. One trainee curses Isaac as a lunatic before rushing outside. At the camp, the mages report that an ambush destroyed all their mana cores and shattered their magic tools. The lead mage concludes that Azure's trainees must have attacked first after realizing the mages were preparing to move against them. He orders an immediate assault on the priests, and the mages charge toward their targets. Isaac waits for them with a smile, ready to turn the situation to his advantage. At the crucial moment, Isaac pushes the prince in front of himself and presents him to the attackers. The lead mage demands to know who they think they are attacking, but the mages freeze when they recognize the arcane crown prince standing among the priests. They desperately ask why the prince is with them and urge him to come over so they can protect him. Isaac twists the situation further, warning that if they value the prince's life, they had better reveal everything they have. With a sword at the prince's throat, he demands all their remaining resources. Even while maintaining the threat, Isaac becomes irritated by how slowly they respond and repeats his demand from behind cover. One trainee silently prays for divine punishment to strike Isaac instead. The situation becomes even more absurd because Joshua's line is known for its strict chivalry and would never raise a weapon against a hostage. Yet one of them is now holding the arcane prince hostage, forcing the mages to hesitate. The lead mage cannot understand why such a powerful prince is allowing himself to be treated this way. He knows the prince is strong enough to subdue several adults alone, so he concludes that Isaac must be controlling him through some hidden leverage and decides to help him. Trying to de-escalate the situation, one trainee calls out to the descendants of Joshua and urges them to calm down. The lead mage follows his lead and asks to negotiate instead of fighting. Isaac rejects the idea and demands their complete surrender. One mage reaches toward the prince, offering to pull him away, but the prince grabs Isaac instead, making his position clear. He then berates the mages for failing to rescue him properly, leaving them completely baffled. Another mage tries to intervene, but both Isaac and the prince dismiss him as useless. The prince cuts off their excuses, invokes his authority as crown prince, and orders them to drop everything and leave immediately. Isaac happily carries the prince away on his shoulders while echoing the order. Unable to understand what is happening, the lead mage decides that the prince's status matters more than his confusion and chooses to obey. The mages surrender their remaining mana cores and beg Isaac to release the prince. Isaac becomes so focused on the mana cores that even his shadow familiar has to tell him to calm down. He eventually accepts their surrender, leaving the mages seething with humiliation. The prince warns that he will report their attempted attack to the Arcane Empire. The lead mage tries to salvage the situation by claiming they were only hunting demons, but Isaac points out that their weapons were specifically designed to kill priests. With no response left, the mage can only curse Isaac. The prince fully supports Isaac and orders the mages to leave. Night falls over the town after the confrontation. Back inside, Isaac surrounds himself with the captured mana cores and laughs with pure delight, reveling in the treasure like a man drunk on his own fortune. The prince admires Isaac's eye for quality and excitedly explains that arcane mana cores are far superior to those produced by the Holy Empire. A hooded observer praises Isaac for recognizing their value, while someone nearby can only conclude that yet another lunatic has appeared. The prince then promises the Joshua family rich rewards if Isaac tells him what he wants. He even invites Isaac to defect to the Arcane Empire, while Isaac's companions beg him to stop encouraging the madness. Eventually, a trainee asks Isaac seriously whether he really plans to tell their patriarch that their fourth uncle brought the mages into the affair. The question shifts the mood from chaos and profit back to the family betrayal at its center. Isaac coldly admits that he intends to eliminate every rival, even after being warned that one mistake could ruin him. When asked what evidence he has against their dangerous fourth uncle, Isaac admits that he is acting on suspicion rather than proof. He recalls that the mage who confronted them already knew they were descendants of Joshua, meaning someone must have identified them beforehand. His companion argues that Joshua descendants are easy to recognize, but Isaac brutally dismisses the excuse. Their appearance could not have revealed their identities, so the information must have come from within. Isaac concludes that Joshua's fourth son must have informed the mages because outsiders could never have known that the trainees included Joshua heirs. His companion loses his temper, but Isaac snaps him back to reality by reminding him that his own uncle tried to have him killed. When the boy insists that his father knows nothing, Isaac argues that any father worthy of the name would never ignore an attempt on his son's life. That finally shakes him, forcing him to consider that the family may already know more than he assumed. Isaac pushes the point further, suggesting that the great houses and even the Holy See may already be in chaos over the attempted murder of the prince. At the Sancta Sede, officials react with stunned disbelief when they learn that the Azure trainees are returning alive. The messenger adds that they are already heading toward the capital and have successfully rescued the kidnapped victim. Confusion quickly turns into outrage as the church leaders demand to know what their mages were doing. The cardinal presses for answers about Joshua's fourth son, the mages, and how Isaac could possibly have survived. The explanation changes everything when they learn that the rescued captives include the Arcane Empire's prince. The name Tiberius Britannia lands like a disaster, suddenly revealing the scale of the incident. To make matters worse, Isaac Joshua has formally demanded a full investigation into the mages. The cardinal realizes that Isaac is turning the prince's attempted assassination into a weapon against them. Isaac, meanwhile, understands that once a prince is involved, the investigation could just as easily turn against him if he is not careful. Elsewhere, the cardinal bitterly reflects that both Isaac and his father have become equally troublesome. Before he can decide how to respond, another emergency interrupts the meeting. The patriarch of Joshua has arrived in Berat and is causing a public uproar. He demands that his fourth son be brought before him immediately, leaving the cardinal trapped between grandfather, father, and son. The scene shifts to Roman, the capital of the Holy Hellene Empire. Isaac gleefully tells his grandfather that his fourth uncle tried to kill them with the help of the mages, sending the old man into a fury. A woman then approaches Isaac respectfully and drops to one knee. She sincerely thanks him for avenging the brother she lost 14 years earlier. Caught off guard, Isaac admits that he never knew about the connection and awkwardly brushes aside her gratitude. When he asks about the wider fallout, she explains that the other factions are reacting much like the patriarch did. One lord is particularly enraged not only by the attack but by the fact that a man tried to murder his own nephew. His brother dryly points out that Isaac is also that man's nephew, only making the argument more heated. Their bickering is interrupted by news from the financial side. The fourth lord's inheritance has already been seized and reclaimed by the state, leaving Isaac frustrated that the money is gone before he can take advantage of it. Back with the woman, Isaac admits that the upcoming New Year gathering of all the Joshua descendants makes him uneasy. She warns him that the fourth lord appears determined to kill him. Isaac confidently replies that he has no intention of dying, regardless of how ambitious his uncle is. Still, he finds it strange that another place which should be in complete uproar remains unusually quiet, and predicts that the missing party should arrive soon. Something suddenly catches his attention, and Isaac immediately brightens when he recognizes who has arrived. A summoning circle flares beneath them, and the woman realizes that someone has used a holy summoning spell to appear instantly. She is surprised that such a spell was used simply to reach Isaac. Isaac greets the newcomer with amusement, noting that he must have been in a real hurry. The newcomer steps forward as Lord Cardinal Sepet of Red, reminding Isaac that he promised to provide him with something entertaining. Isaac immediately notices that the cardinal is pleased by the arcane prince he has delivered into Red's hand. Sepet's excitement grows as he studies Isaac's reaction and reaches toward him with familiar ease. He then rebukes Isaac for bringing the arcane prince there. Isaac explains that he brought the prince to help him. Sepet pauses, intrigued by the answer rather than offended. In his thoughts, Sepet admits that he initially liked the arrangement because it gave him an opportunity to squeeze money from powerful enemies. He remembers Isaac asking Red to investigate the prince's attackers, but he immediately saw through Isaac's attempt to shift the blame onto the Pope and Joshua's fourth son. Even so, Sepet considers Isaac useful because the boy could help him weaken both the houses of Gold and Azure. With enough leverage, he believes he can gather the strength needed to confront even greater demonic threat. The memory shifts to the interrogation chamber, where the arcane prince mocks the Empire's methods as barbaric. He openly insults the Holy Hellene Empire for calling itself civilized while behaving this way. Instead of cooperating, the prince rants about his rights, boasts about Isaac, and treats the priests with contempt. The interrogators nearly lose patience, but one restrains the other and explains that Isaac deliberately created this situation to frighten the faith of Gold. They realize that Isaac handed them an uncooperative prince precisely to make Gold panic, while keeping Joshua's fourth son out of the blame. Isaac later taunts Sepet for allowing himself to be used so easily. The woman draws her weapon and warns Sepet that he will not get away with threatening Isaac. Isaac casually points out that Sepet is not even angry and is actually enjoying the trouble his own subordinates suffered. He goes further, accusing Sepet of taking pleasure even in the pain of his own men. The accusation makes Sepet stop and study Isaac more carefully. For the first time, he realizes that Isaac has seen through a hidden part of of his nature that no one else has noticed. The woman immediately senses how dangerous that realization is. Sepet asks whether Azure's patriarch was the one who exposed his secret. He warns that making a trainee disappear would be easy and demands to know who told Isaac about him. Isaac refuses to answer and instead coolly tells Sepet to pay the price for his entertainment, formally addressing him as Lord Cardinal Sepet and turning the demand into a transaction. Sepet laughs rather than becoming angry. He threatens Isaac with death, questioning whether Joshua teaches anything beyond faster ways to die. The woman urges Isaac to run as Sepet's killing intent fills the area. Sepet reaches toward Isaac, but Isaac remains seated and completely unafraid. Instead of attacking, Sepet thanks the higher cardinal, who suddenly intervenes. Isaac immediately treats the interruption as sufficient payment and produces the token he wanted. The woman gasps when she realizes Isaac had been bargaining all along. With Sepet standing down, Isaac asks whether he was truly the one who defeated the monster from 14 years ago. Sepet denies that any mere trainee could have accomplished such a feat, while Isaac hides the truth behind a smile. Isaac needles him further, saying Red's curiosity is understandable because their house is so poor at killing monsters compared with Azure. He twists the insult deeper by pointing out that this failure is exactly why Sepet's son lost. Sepet accepts the provocation with only a thin smile before leaving. As he goes, he privately labels Isaac a brazen little bastard, while Isaac politely sends him off. Once Sepet is gone, the woman anxiously checks whether Isaac is unharmed. Isaac brushes off the encounter and jokes that unpleasantness seems to be a defining trait of the faith of Red. The woman notices the token in his hand and asks what it is. Isaac explains that it grants him access to the Sancta Sedis prisons and, more importantly, allows him to meet his imprisoned servant. The story then moves to the Pentagon of Gold Review Board. Before the ceremony begins, people confidently predict that Gold will win again because its team has never lost the title of king. Red's earlier defeat to Azure is dismissed as nothing more than a minor embarrassment. When the trainees arrive, the crowd immediately focuses on them. Isaac enters with the Azure team, shocking the spectators simply by being alive. Among his own teammates, resentment rises as they remember how often Isaac nearly got them killed. Noticing their murderous glares, Isaac orders them to smile for appearances. A commotion from elsewhere in the hall interrupts them. The Gold team enters to loud cheers and immediate recognition. Its members sneer at Azure as though their victory is already guaranteed. They boast that they recovered a lost relic of the Empire from a hostile nation, considering it proof that they alone truly serve the Empire. They mock Azure's rescue of survivors as insignificant compared with recovering such a valuable treasure. The ceremony formally begins, and the audience is ordered to rise. The Emperor himself appears to announce the results, making the occasion far more significant than usual. The crowd immediately understands that the Emperor's personal appearance means both the stakes and the rewards are extraordinary. Gold's team takes this as confirmation that its recovered treasure has already secured victory. The evaluation ceremony of the Pentagon of Gold officially begins. The White team is praised first for recovering lost books scattered throughout the world. The Red team follows, earning recognition for bringing back a holy sword forged 3 centuries earlier by the legendary smith Arte. Even the Emperor acknowledges the weapon's value and the importance of studying it. Observers note that this year's cadets have returned with an unusually impressive collection of relics. Then the attention turns to the Gold team. The Gold team's offering is revealed as a long-lost imperial necklace stolen centuries ago, and the hall erupts in admiration. The crowd recognizes it as a treasure passed down through generations, and even Isaac's side understands why the Emperor personally attended. The Emperor confirms that the necklace belonged to his own family and had seemed impossible to recover. He openly praises Gold's remarkable achievement, and the team basks in the applause. Gold immediately uses the praise to ridicule Azure again, convinced that no rescue mission could possibly compare with such a treasure. The announcer finally calls for Azure's results. The first revelation is that Azure recovered an entire squad of paladins kidnapped by demons in Crossiendia, stunning the arena. Gold tries to dismiss it as nothing more than a few survivors returning alive from the land of mages. That argument collapses when the announcer adds that Azure also slew the monster responsible for the deaths of trainees 14 years earlier. The achievement is presented as more than a victory. It has finally healed an old wound the Empire has carried for years. Gold desperately clings to the belief that an imperial treasure must still be worth more. Then the final revelation lands. Azure also rescued the Arcane Empire's crown prince, Hiberius von Britannia. The announcer explains that the Holy Hellen Empire has already secured major concessions from the Arcane Empire in exchange for the prince's life, including the return of stolen property and the removal of trade tolls that had burdened Hellen's citizens. Isaac stands smiling as the full scale of Azure's political victory becomes undeniable. The emperor admits that the results are so astonishing that words almost fail him. He declares that these cadets have restored real benefits to both the empire and its people. He acknowledges the value of relics and legendary items, but draws a clear distinction between them and human lives. To him, protecting souls and lives matters far more than wealth. He praises Azure for saving the paladins, countless citizens indirectly, and even a foreign prince. The improved trade resulting from the prince's rescue only strengthens his judgment. Azure's side can barely hide its satisfaction. Turning to the review board, the emperor makes clear what conclusion any honest judge should reach, and states that the board must have arrived at the same answer. A hesitant objection dies before it can be voiced. One board member concedes that although Gold's treasures are impressive, Azure's achievements are unmatched for a group of trainees. Another adds that Azure alone fulfilled the true clerical duty of protecting the weak, while the other teams returned with little more than material wealth. The board formally recognizes Azure's service to both the Empire and its people. Watching from the side, one rival realizes that Isaac must have engineered the entire outcome from the beginning. He understands that Isaac brought back living witnesses and political leverage precisely so Azure could not be denied the crown. The Emperor prepares the final announcement. He praises the entire group once more, especially the team that refused to abandon its own people despite impossible odds. The praise lands directly on Isaac and his teammates as they brace themselves for the verdict. With full ceremony, the Emperor declares Azure the winner of the Pentagon of Gold. Isaac stands at the center of their triumph. The scene then moves to the Azure team dormitory after their victory is secured. A blue-clad patriarch walks through the halls already considering Isaac's future. He reflects that Isaac went far beyond the simple order to survive and returned with greater promise than anyone expected. That success makes him wonder whether Isaac could someday become a saint capable of restoring glory to House Azure, provided his flaws can be corrected. Satisfied with this plan, he goes to find Isaac. Before he can greet him, however, he overhears Isaac mocking the entire idea of succession. Isaac is being coached to manipulate the patriarch by pretending to be devout and compassionate, even boasting that the act would make his patriarch completely fall for him. Drunk on confidence, Isaac declares that the family seat and the title of king in the Pentagon of Azure are already within his grasp. Then everyone suddenly falls silent. Isaac realizes that he has been overheard. The patriarch is standing behind him, and Isaac immediately understands that he is in trouble. Coldly, the patriarch shuts down any discussion of succession and decides that ordinary discipline is no longer enough. Isaac curses his bad luck and blames everyone else for failing to warn him. His frustration turns physical as the room absorbs the force of his tantrum. He rages that he has been treated unfairly from the beginning. In his mind, every harsh lesson, temptation, and impossible assignment becomes proof that he was deliberately singled out to fail. When he demands to know what he did wrong, the obvious answer is that he insulted the patriarch directly to his face. He is reminded that refusing those assignments would have meant failing outright, leaving him with no one to blame but himself. Cornered, Isaac suddenly thinks of a way out. He calls for his uncle and reveals that the patriarch arrived together with their grandfather. Then he throws himself into his uncle's arms and begins crying for help. Isaac commits so fully to the act that even his uncle is startled by the sudden tears. Immediately protective, his uncle demands to know who made Isaac cry and vows to take revenge. Isaac claims that his grandfather hates him so much that he may have to leave the house. His father panics and asks for an explanation. Isaac says the patriarch ordered him out of the dorms and told him to return home, then adds a petty complaint about being denied alcohol. His father is baffled and wonders whether the patriarch is deliberately trying to break Isaac's spirit. The uncle explains that Isaac's deceased parents raised him like their own child, and losing them devastated him. Because Isaac survived, the uncle treasures him as the last remaining piece of that family and would sacrifice anything for him. Isaac presents his dream as simply passing the Pentagon of Azure, becoming a proper priest, and fighting the Skeleton King alongside his uncle. He then melodramatically claims that he can no longer smash the Skeleton King's head, leaving everyone confused about what he is even talking about. His uncle is stunned by the absurdity but still takes Isaac's distress seriously. He promises to handle everything himself and confidently declares that he can get Isaac through the Pentagon with ease. Fueled by that promise, the uncle storms off to intervene personally. Left behind, Isaac trusts that his uncle can handle tomorrow's test for him. He decides the exam can wait because something else is more important. The next day, before an execution at the Sancta Sedes prison, Isaac goes to visit the condemned underlings he wants to see. The guards verify the Cardinal of Red's token but insist that he must wait 14 days before entering. Isaac points out that the execution is less than a month away, making the delay pointless. He immediately reduces the waiting period to a week. When the guards protest that security procedures alone require 10 days, Isaac cuts it to 5. As they continue objecting, he reduces it again to 3. Finally, Isaac demands immediate entry, but the guards refuse to shorten the period any further than tomorrow. Isaac accepts the compromise, while the guards resent that their patriarch has empowered such a brat. Privately, Isaac decides that the prison visit can wait one more day because winning today's Pentagon of Azure could bring him something valuable. His companion remarks that Isaac's uncle apparently would do anything for his beloved nephew, and Isaac immediately tells him to stop calling him that. On the way to the arena, Isaac wonders how easy the test has become after his uncle's interference. The great arena of the Pentagon of Azure opens before the city. An official welcomes the trainees and spectators to the final trial. The last task is announced: defeat several monsters. The crowd erupts with excitement, but Isaac immediately suspects that the exam sounds far too easy. The other trainees assume Isaac used his family's influence to rig the test and despair that they might still fail something this simple. They nervously point out that the real problem is discovering which monsters they must face. The answer appears in the form of skeleton. The trainees immediately relax when they realize their opponents are only skeleton, but the skeletons recognize Isaac as their king and rejoice at his arrival. They celebrate as though he has come to rescue them, while Isaac realizes in horror that he is being forced to kill his own people. He freezes, furious at the trap, and silently curses his uncle for turning the test into this. Isaac bitterly reflects on how skeletons are treated as the weakest and most disposable being. Clerics casually summon and destroy them during tests, lessons, and even children's games. Worse, anyone destroyed by turn undead is condemned to hell and forced to start over from the beginning, something Isaac knows from countless experiences. As the Skeleton King, he burns with rage toward the clerics who repeatedly drag those souls back, only to torment them again. The skeletons remain oblivious to the danger and are simply thrilled to be near their king. Meanwhile, the other trainees urge Isaac to cast Turn Undead, insisting that it is the easiest possible solution. Isaac refuses internally because he has died to that spell countless times and cannot bring himself to use it on these children. The skeletons rush toward him joyfully, causing the spectators to mistake their approach for an attack. The trainees panic as Isaac disappears beneath a pile of bones. Instead of attacking, the skeletons cling to him affectionately and ask where he has been. Isaac complains that their affection is physically crushing him, while the others cannot tell whether he is being attacked or embraced. One observer guesses that the skeletons are simply happy to see him. Isaac realizes he must act carefully or someone may discover his identity. He decides to disable the skeletons without actually harming them. That plan collapses when the official announces that interfering with their mana cores is forbidden and only Turn Undead is permitted. Pinned down and furious, Isaac curses the priest for forcing him into this choice. His uncle, proud of his own sabotage, cheers that he has made the test easy enough for Isaac to take first place. The spectators agree that a trial requiring only Turn Undead should be trivial for any cleric. To Isaac, that only makes everything worse, and his frustration finally explodes. He decides he would rather destroy the skeletons with attack magic than condemn them through holy exorcism. The skeletons misunderstand his attention as affection and eagerly wait for his command. Isaac plants his foot and prepares himself, but exhausted and heartsick, he falters and admits that he cannot do it. The others mock him for failing at something even a child could accomplish. Isaac simply agrees that he cannot. The skeletons notice Isaac's weakness and ask whether he has run out of mana. One even offers to restore him with dragonfire, prompting Isaac to remind them that he is human now and would only burn. The spectators catch the strange remark and begin wondering what he means. Someone realizes that Isaac may actually see the skeletons as people. They interpret his hesitation as compassion for former humans who were twisted into undead and immediately praise it as the mercy expected from the faith of Azure. Isaac knows they are praising him for the wrong reason and privately concludes that everyone is insane. One trainee steps forward and offers to cast Turn Undead if Isaac cannot. Isaac stops him with a punch before the spell can be completed. He declares that using Turn Undead on the skeletons would send them straight to hell and refuses to allow it. Instead, he gathers his own power and prepares another spell. Isaac eventually casts Turn Undead himself, shaping it with extreme precision around the skeletons while keeping the children outside its effect. His goal is to use the spell without harming either side. The audience is stunned by the enormous amount of holy power he unleashes. Inside the light, however, the skeletons are more curious than afraid, treating the radiance like a beautiful toy. Isaac secretly summons Shadow Lich as a second measure and orders him to hide the children while the spell finishes. The Lich obeys, swallowing the skeletons into shadow rather than allowing them to be destroyed. The spectators can only stare, Unable to understand what just happened, Isaac seizes the opportunity and points out that the skeletons have disappeared. The arena assumes that he erased them all at once, and the crowd erupts in disbelief that a mere trainee could possess such power. They begin hailing him as the son of the saintess, while Isaac privately vows to wipe out the corrupt clerics who continue abusing the dead. Elsewhere, the Cardinal of Red plans to use Isaac in an offering ceremony because he is convinced the boy will summon an evil god. Back in Azure, the Patriarch admits that he would have been relieved if Isaac had summoned only a mediocre deity. He warns his sons that whatever actually answered Isaac is far beyond an evil god and cannot even be compared to one. The family is left wondering what monstrous being chose Isaac, and whether it could eventually become a disaster for the world. The Patriarch decides that Isaac must be brought back immediately for re-education, and reveals that he has already sent someone to retrieve him. A messenger soon returns with urgent news. Isaac is not coming back. He is heading directly to the prison of the Sancta Sede. The sons are baffled that Isaac could enter a prison controlled by the faith of Red. Then they learn that the Cardinal of Red personally gave Isaac a token granting him passage. The revelation sends the Patriarch into a rage. He realizes that Red has lured a child away with a trap, and immediately decides to go to the Sancta Sedes himself, prepared to answer trickery with trickery. Meanwhile, Isaac trudges toward the prison, already exhausted by everything that has happened. He arrives at the papal court prison under a cloak while concealing his presence. His companion complains that the place has been tainted by the use of turn undead, but Isaac insists that the result was fine and therefore there is no problem. The Shadow asks whether Isaac brought the reward he earned from Blue. Isaac reveals that it is a cord capable of purchasing demonic energy and curing demonic addiction. For him, it also works as a disguise by suppressing and concealing his mana. Before entering, Isaac confirms that no one is nearby. Once the area is clear, he summons his hidden skeletons back out. They burst from the shadows, overjoyed to see their master again. Isaac orders Shadow Lich to take them home instead of letting them follow him inside. The skeletons cling to him and beg not to be abandoned, but Isaac snaps that staying there will only get them exercise. He finally orders them to release the prisoners safely and return, and they obey. With that settled, Isaac turns toward the prison entrance. Then he discovers that one tiny skeleton has hidden itself inside his cloak. The little one explains that it only stayed because it feared never seeing Isaac again. Isaac realizes that the skeleton is so weak he could not even sense its presence. At that exact moment, the guards call Isaac in for his visit, forcing him to hide the stowaway quickly. He panics at the thought that discovering the little skeleton could ruin everything he did to save them. He orders the child to remain completely hidden as the guards open the way. Composing himself, Isaac steps inside as though nothing is wrong. A grim history begins to surface. 50 years earlier, the Holy Empire captured a 9th-ranked demon. The demon had invaded alone to reclaim the Skeleton King's body, but the priests held the body hostage, causing even the 14-6 demons to kneel in defense of their master's remains. The official account claims that capturing such an ancient pureblood demon shocked the world, but Isaac knows that story is false. He identifies the demon behind the incident as Bloodlord Shabnak. His companion tries to object, but Isaac cuts him off and mocks the so-called visitation, pointing out that the prisoner is so far away that he is barely visible even through a telescope. The guards smugly tell Isaac that he should be grateful they are showing him even that much. Isaac openly insults them, and they realize that he is becoming a problem. They decide to search him because too many things about him seem suspicious. As one guard reaches toward him, Isaac gives a final warning. He releases a killing aura and calmly makes it clear that anyone who touches his body will die. Guards freeze under the sudden pressure, unable to move. Even Isaac is surprised by how overwhelming his aura has become. He reinforces his authority by declaring himself a direct descendant of Blue, and warns that any attempt to search him by force will be treated as a declaration of war against Ashua. He then takes the threat further, claiming that if they continue trying to touch a child's body, he will bite his tongue and die on the spot. His escorts panic, knowing their uncle Relai will never stay quiet if he hears about this. They remember that Relai is reckless enough to start a war over family pride, even for something trivial, while the family head only ordered them to discover Isaac's motive. Using the family head's pass, Isaac orders the guards to stop delaying and let him through. Reluctantly, they submit to its authority and lead him onward, prompting Isaac to complain that they should have done so earlier. They descend into the prison, where the atmosphere grows heavier. At the end of the corridor, the guards announce that they have reached the place Isaac wanted to see. The sealed cell ahead contains the 14th demon, kept in solitary confinement. They warn that its aura alone can stop a heart, but Isaac dismisses the danger and tells them to prepare themselves instead. As they approach the cell, the prison suddenly shakes from a violent reaction inside. The guards tense up, while Isaac remains strangely calm behind them. Through the bars, the chain demon fixes them with a terrifying gaze before erupting into a furious roar that shakes the entire chamber. The guards are bewildered because the demon has always been quiet, yet it is now completely out of control. Its scream strikes them like a physical force, nearly knocking them down outside the cell. Terrified, the guards urge Isaac to leave now that he has witnessed the demon's power. Instead, Isaac notices something they do not. He realizes the demon is not simply raging at them, it is dying. The guards become horrified that Isaac can still smile under such overwhelming demonic pressure and begin to suspect that he is deranged. His familiar then realizes that the demon has mistaken Isaac for a prisoner captured by the priests and panics that it has completely lost control. The demon clarifies that Isaac was not captured but forced to come there, deepening the confusion outside the cell. While the guards assume this means the demon is becoming even more violent, Isaac understands that it has simply misunderstood the situation. His familiar explains that Isaac had once been forced to bow his head, and the demon is furious that anyone dared humiliate its master. Its anger becomes personal as it focuses on the insult done to Isaac. The demon thrashes against its restraints, and the guards finally realize that it is enraged at the people who forced Isaac to submit. They panic because the prisoner cannot die before execution. Isaac recognizes an opportunity, but the guards are still too close for him to act openly. He decides he needs more time. Suddenly, the demon's restraints activate a holy countermeasure that blasts into its body and threatens to kill it. Isaac realizes the Pope's safeguard is activated and that the demon will die before he can rescue it unless he changes the plan immediately. He hesitates because using his prepared distraction now would expose him for certain. At that moment, his tiny skeleton servant offers to carry something through the bars, giving Isaac an idea. He orders the skeleton to slip through the cell bars carrying a mana stone so the demon can use it to break its restraints without being noticed. While the skeleton moves into position, Isaac openly praises the enemy family's guards to keep their attention away from the cell. The guards are caught off guard by the sincere compliments coming from someone of House Blue. When they question whether he is insane, Isaac calmly denies it and admits that he is only stalling for time. He continues the absurd praise to keep them distracted as the skeleton hurries across the floor with the mana stone toward the demon. Isaac further flatters the guards by claiming that, although he was terrified, he was impressed by how bravely they handled the demon. The guards point out that Isaac had actually laughed, but he keeps flattering them, claiming that House Red would make men like them commanders. This only confuses them further. He then lowers his voice and reveals that the real reason for his visit is a secret. He explains that he is acting under his patriarch's orders and that his family is currently holding a succession test for the patriarch's seat. Isaac says his assigned task was to wound a great demon. Even the guards are shocked by how dangerous and cruel such an order is for a child. They note that the result could influence who becomes the next cardinal. Yet they still cannot believe anyone would assign him such a task. One guard points out that House Azure does have a saintess, but forcing a child into this situation is still monstrous. Meanwhile, the skeleton reaches the demon, which accepts its help. Seeing this, the guards conclude that House Azure truly is as insane as its reputation suggests. Isaac casually tries to recruit the guards into House Azure, leaving them even more unsettled. They eventually realize that he is at least partly serious about scouting them, while his skeleton hides behind him after completing the delivery. Isaac then pretends to become faint and overwhelmed, prompting the guards to rush over and support him. Feeling sorry for him, they insist that he never should have been forced into this and decide to escort him home themselves. Inside the cell, the demon quietly thanks Isaac for helping despite the danger. As the guards fuss over Isaac, the demon addresses him with reverence, calling him its king. Outside the prison, the guards encourage Isaac to keep moving because they are almost out. Isaac gratefully accepts their help, but before they can leave, a red-haired noble named Nizer blocks their path and declares that Isaac must pass a test before departing. Nizer demands to inspect the token Isaac brought, which was issued by the Red Cardinal. He explains that the token also measures faith, meaning it was never merely a pass. According to Nizer, weak faith causes the token to darken, allowing him to expose Isaac publicly. Isaac's familiar immediately realizes that the situation is worse than expected when the token turns completely black. Nizer orders Isaac to hand it over, but Isaac refuses. Nizer attempts to describe the result as merely crimson, while Isaac's familiar points out that it is far darker. Isaac angrily rejects Nizer's claim and accuses him of trying to seize the token, then pretend Isaac lost it so House Red can take their money and leverage. The accusation is so shameless that even the surrounding priests are appalled by Isaac's devious imagination. Isaac further argues that this is Nizer's territory, and everyone here answers to him, making it foolish to simply trust his version of events. Nizer takes this as an insult to his house's honor and loses his temper. He decides he no longer needs the token to ruin Isaac and prepares to use force. Nizer draws back his fist and abandons all pretense before slamming his power into the ground with a far more dangerous method, shocking both Isaac and his familiar. Nizer announces that he has found a better way to judge Isaac. Isaac braces himself as his familiar warns that something much worse is coming. A blood-red ritual begins descending over the courtyard. Nizer summons a forbidden holy artifact known as the Blood Judgment, a judgment stand that manifests as a towering goddess statue. Isaac recognizes it as a device meant to expose faithless humans and demons disguised as humans. He is stunned that Nizer would dare use it against another noble child. Nizer explains that the goddess weeps for the faithful but opens her eyes in outrage toward heretics, putting everything on the line for a public condemnation. The nearby guards, still sympathetic toward Isaac, encourage him to trust his courage and faith and prove Nizer wrong. Nizer taunts Isaac to step onto the stand if he truly is a saint candidate, but Isaac refuses to fall into the trap. Nizer then strikes at Isaac's deepest wound by claiming that even his own family has abandoned him, causing Isaac to falter. Isaac snaps back that his house would never tolerate such abuse, but Nizer keeps pressing forward. Before Isaac can finish protesting, Nizer grabs him and forces him toward the judgment stand. Caught off guard, Isaac is pushed into position as the towering goddess looms over him and the ritual locks him in place. Nizer falsely reassures him that it will be over soon, while Isaac realizes he can no longer move or escape. Nizer triumphantly commands the statue to open its eyes and deliver judgment, expecting it to destroy Isaac and drag House Azure down with him. Instead, the goddess begins crying blood. The priests are stunned because blood tears are a sign associated with cardinals, not condemned heretics. Nizer refuses to accept the result, insisting that Isaac cannot possibly possess genuine faith. Isaac is equally shaken until his familiar warns him not to show his reaction. It then realizes what Isaac missed. The stand did not measure Isaac at all. It measured the tiny skeleton hidden on him. Because the skeleton's absolute faith is directed toward the demon lord, the stand interpreted that devotion as overwhelming faith and produced the sign associated with a cardinal. The onlookers conclude that Nizer recklessly used the artifact without even knowing whether it would condemn or vindicate Isaac. Isaac regains his composure and lets Nizer deal with the consequences of his own gamble, while the skeleton quietly celebrates. Nizer threatens retaliation from his house, but before he can finish, the statue's eyes begin opening behind Isaac. Isaac immediately recognizes the danger and orders his familiar to flee. The stand's power surges as the true judgment begins, and Isaac realizes too late that he should have left the skeleton behind so it would be judged instead of him. Nizer notices the movement and gleefully points it out, convinced he has finally won. He calls on everyone to witness the goddess opening her eyes and declares Isaac condemned. However, the others remain confused because from their position, the statue appears unchanged. When challenged, Nizer insists that he saw the eyes open just as Isaac stepped away, but no one believes him. Isaac realizes that only Nizer witnessed the true reaction and quietly notes how close the situation came. The priests instead focus on the undeniable miracle they all witnessed, the statue shedding tears of blood. Nizer's claim is ridiculed, allowing Isaac to mock the situation and turn Nizer's own logic against him. The priests warn Nizer that claiming the stand can randomly change its verdict would undermine the church's authority, forcing him to explain himself. Desperate, Nizer orders Isaac back onto the stand, but Isaac refuses and accuses him of trying to manipulate the result. He further suggests that Nizer is simply jealous of a level of piety he could never reach, while privately crediting his skeleton for saving him. Isaac dismisses Nizer as pathetic, stripping away what little authority he has left. Humiliated, Nizer threatens him again and moves to force him back onto the stand. Before he can strike, someone catches Nizer's hand. Isaac's uncle arrives at exactly the right moment and reveals that he came expecting trouble. He rebukes Nizer for attacking a child in public, while Isaac's older relative warns their father not to escalate matters by harming Isaac any further. They decide the proper response is to file a formal complaint with the Red Cardinal. Isaac immediately clings to his uncle and tearfully claims that Nizer hit him. The accusation sends his uncle into open fury and leaves Nizer terrified. Isaac's uncle declares that he will personally confront the Red Cardinal over the outrage, while the older relative offers to draft the complaint and make the matter official. When another family member tries to calm him, Isaac's uncle coldly dismisses Nizer's collapse, saying he is only pretending to be seriously injured. Watching from the side, Isaac's brother fumes that this disaster was obvious from the beginning. He urges Isaac to leave before the situation becomes a full heresy trial, but Isaac treats the possibility almost casually. His brother confirms that this is exactly what could happen, and Isaac admits he has already been through one before. He bluntly recalls how Nizer dragged out a terrifying statue and forced him before it, horrifying his own family. His brother immediately assumes the worst and asks whether Isaac is now going to be burned at the stake, leaving everyone staring at him in disbelief. Isaac's uncle promises that House Red will pay for what they have done. Meanwhile, the priests scramble to salvage the situation by insisting that, despite everything, Isaac passed the test brilliantly. His uncle focuses on their mention of tears of blood and realizes that the miracle was far more significant than he initially understood. At that moment, the Red Cardinal arrives after hearing about the disturbance at the prison. He directly greets the Patriarch of Azure, making it clear that the matter has reached the highest level. The Patriarch of Azure accuses him of allowing the abuse and argues that they should have simply shown Isaac the demon and let him leave. The Red Cardinal counters that Isaac's request to meet a servant of the Skeleton King was suspicious, especially because it came through someone connected to Azure's faith. Under those circumstances, he argues, an investigation was justified. He then bluntly points out that the Patriarch's third child was the one who brought out the judgment of faith against Isaac, shifting the responsibility onto Nizer. The Patriarch takes this as a serious provocation, while the Red Cardinal calmly admits that even he never expected Nizer to go that far. The Red Cardinal offers a smooth apology and promises compensation, attempting to defuse the confrontation without fully conceding fault. He then asks for the token he gave Isaac to be returned. The Patriarch readily agrees, wanting nothing more to do with it. Even while handing it back, he condemns the absurdity of giving such an item to Isaac, but the Red Cardinal reminds him that Isaac was the one who requested it. Privately, the Patriarch remains furious. Isaac may be troublesome, but using the judgment stand against his grandson has crossed the line. His anger gives way to pride when he remembers that Isaac somehow made the statue shed tears of blood. Since such a miracle is normally associated with cardinals, he apologizes to Isaac for doubting him and asks for the token. He reasons that if the miracle was genuine, the token should have changed as well. When he examines it, he realizes that it has indeed transformed. The token now appears dark, and Isaac immediately imagines the worst possible outcome with comic horror. The Red Cardinal notices the Patriarch's reaction and asks whether he saw the change. Before the Patriarch can answer, he moves to return the token. Instead, the Red Cardinal casually destroys it in his hand. As the shattered relic falls apart, the Patriarch is left stunned that the Red Cardinal has just destroyed a token bestowed by the first Pope himself. Isaac refuses to return anything to the Blue Cardinal, making it clear that their relationship is beyond repair. At the Sepent Manor, the leaders of the Faith of Red review the uproar surrounding Isaac's flawless faith test and the blood-weeping statue. Neon Sepent realizes that confirming Isaac's result has effectively placed him above every other saint candidate. His son is scolded for demanding another test even after the public had already witnessed the result. Neon warns that such recklessness could destroy their standing. He reminds his son that he was supposed to secure the family's future by becoming Patriarch, yet even that has failed. Neon presses further, warning that the boy will only survive if he rises all the way to Pope. For him, Isaac's rise to sainthood, and eventually the papacy, is essential to Red's plan to rule the world through faith. The Red Cardinal cuts through the panic, explaining that losing the faith-measuring token is troublesome but not fatal. They still have other ways to control the situation. He decides to use the upcoming sacrificial ceremony to expose any dangerous children once the divine messengers arrive. Until then, he orders the frightened boy to remain still despite his insistence that he witnessed something ominous. The boy suddenly asks whether the participant list for the ceremony has been finalized. He learns that most of the participants come from Azure, including Isaac Joshua, who qualifies because of his earlier Pentagon of Black result. Desperate, he begs to be assigned as Isaac's servant instead of participating normally. Since the rules allow participants to bring servants, he argues that this would still let him stay close to Isaac. Neon is outraged that an heir of Red would humiliate himself this way, but the boy insists that humiliation no longer matters. He reveals his true intention. If there is no proof against Isaac, he will obtain it himself. His father rejects the request, explaining that Isaac's servant has already been chosen. The name is Kina Barrett, leaving the boy stunned as he struggles to process what that means. Elsewhere, the announcement that Kina Barrett will serve Isaac shocks the attendants who know her status. The political fallout then spreads across the other faction. The blue side confirms that Isaac's faith test result was completely black. Someone asks whether this is why the measuring device was destroyed. They explain that despite rumors of the statue crying blood, Isaac was forced to undergo another test to confirm the result. Blue concludes that the blood tears were likely triggered because Isaac had recently met Melissa, rather than because the test itself was false. When they learn that the stolen faith tester originally belonged to Red, the others mock the idea that Joshua's patriarch could still be trusted. One man bitterly jokes that at least they do not have to worry about an evil god choosing Isaac, because Isaac already seems like one. Another points out that this is exactly what makes the ceremony dangerous. The highest Pentagon scores can summon gods there, and the Red Cardinal is surely waiting for that moment as well. Blue then realizes that the Black Cardinal has also arranged for the Pentagon of Black to judge trainees based on the gods they attract, making the trap around Isaac even more dangerous. In response, Blue orders Shuri to serve Isaac during the ceremony. His conclusion is simple: Isaac must not be allowed to summon a god. On the day of the sacrifice, the ceremony begins at the Colosseum. Backstage, an argument breaks out before the participants enter. Shuri arrives to challenge the nonsense he has been hearing, and both he and the red-haired boy claim the right to serve Isaac. Another attendant can only despair at the chaos. Already irritated by the crowd of zealots, Isaac thinks it would be easier to knock them all out. He complains that the ceremony is unbearable enough without so many fanatics surrounding him. A demonic companion explains that the ceremony involves sacrificing a great demon, so the transport duty has been assigned to one of the god's own underlings instead of ordinary escort. The explanation only intensifies the dispute, with both claimants refusing to back down. Isaac tries to calm them by saying that today should be a good day because it is supposed to be the day his servant gains freedom. Shuri privately panics, convinced that the adults are right and Isaac's true nature will ruin them all if it is exposed. Isaac sees through their excuses and asks why everyone is so desperate to stay by his side. The red-haired boy claims that he has a duty to serve Isaac, while Kina explains that she wants the training Isaac promised her. Fed up, Isaac declares that he needs neither of them, leaving both stunned. Instead, he chooses the horse and the maid, turning the argument into open humiliation. Shuri is dragged into the role as well and can only curse his luck. The procession heads toward the arena beneath the bright sky. In the stands, spectators eagerly discuss the ceremony, treating the saint selection as an even greater spectacle than the demon's execution. The participants are announced as they enter the arena. The crowd immediately recognizes Master Kina and reacts with reverence, convincing many that she must be the true saint candidate. Others cite a prophecy claiming the next saint will come from the House of Red, creating further confusion. Red and Gold's factions argue over whether Kina's stigma proves anything, while Red dismisses the sign as commonplace. The priests are then announced, formally beginning the ceremony. Isaac enters the arena in an absurd display, allowing the crowd's expectations to build. Kina and the red-haired boy are both caught off guard by what he makes them do. Isaac rides into the arena on the kneeling red-haired boy, while Kina shades him and Shuri carries his cloak. Shuri is horrified, convinced that this behavior proves Isaac will choose the vilest god possible. The cardinals watching from above are left speechless. They cannot understand why Kina is participating in such a farce or why a member of Red is acting as Isaac's mount. Even the usually composed observers struggle to contain their laughter at the humiliation. Some wonder whether the bizarre arrangement was planned in advance. Cardinal of White, Seraphine, notices that Cardinal of Gold seems unusually calm. She remarks that she heard Gold had been especially harsh toward his chosen child. A flashback reveals Gold's reasoning. Serving as a servant is a necessary step toward becoming Pope, and he refuses to let Isaac take that future. He accepted the arrangement only as long as it advanced his own ambition. Gold also believed Isaac's strength would allow Kina to remain near him safely, which suited his plan. Back in the present, Gold hides his unease and claims that he wants nothing except to make Kina Pope. Red reminds him that Isaac is not even supposed to summon a god during the second half of the ceremony. He reveals that Isaac had originally been removed from the list but was secretly restored. Gold and Blue are stunned to learn that Red deliberately placed Isaac back into the summoning phase. Red openly admits that he wants to see which evil god Isaac will summon, leaving Gold and Blue to curse him as a madman. Before they can react further, the execution phase is formally announced. The arena erupts as the condemned demon is brought forward with explosive force. The escorts and attendants recoil from the violent arrival. The condemned figure is revealed as the great demon Shabnak, chained and prepared for public execution. His monstrous form and numerous eyes make his danger obvious. Even restrained, Shabnak releases a wave of demonic pressure that forces the nearby heirs and servants to their knees. The trainees are shaken by how overwhelming a restrained great demon can be. Shuri realizes that if Shabnak is merely a servant of the Skeleton King, then the king himself must be far more terrifying, and he urges them to strengthen the restraints. Shabnak continues struggling against them, proving the chains alone are not enough. Isaac quietly addresses him by name, revealing their private connection, and promises to save him. Shabnak immediately senses what has been done to Isaac and condemns the clerics for cursing a child. Isaac then realizes with disgust that torture devices have been embedded in Shabnak's body as part of the execution ritual. His hatred for the clergy intensifies as he condemns their cruelty. The observers notice that Isaac's entire demeanor changes around demonkind, and that his killing intent is far too intense for an ordinary child. Red, however, notices something important. Isaac's reaction is hatred, not delight, suggesting that he has not truly fallen to evil. Isaac forces himself to remain calm and focuses on one goal, getting Shabnak out alive. He recalls that Shabnak should have 5 binding orbs and that he already provided the key for the most difficult restraint. He also remembers arranging for the ceremonial priests to automatically release the remaining restraints once the ritual begins. Hidden among the priests, an accomplice is satisfied that keeping an ash decoy alive has allowed him to avoid the dragon's notice and reach this moment. As Isaac sees the execution about to begin, he prepares to act. Still playing the role of Spoldmaster, he berates the red-haired boy for moving too slowly. The boy finally speaks back and asks to be let down, surprising Isaac. Isaac tells him to quit if he dislikes it, but inwardly, the boy remains focused on gathering evidence against him. When Isaac demands an answer, the boy can only break character with a panicked, horse-like outburst. The priests then begin the execution in earnest, surrounding Shabnak with ritual pillars. The ceremonial priests begin chanting and channeling holy power into the arena. Isaac confirms that the device is activated and tells Shabnak that all that remains is to break the manacles. Shabnak answers with absolute obedience, ready to shatter the restraints the moment he is free, but instead he declares that he can now die without regret, catching Isaac off guard. He addresses Isaac as his king and offers his life and loyalty rather than accepting rescue. Isaac furiously rejects the sentiment, while the red-haired boy can only hear more incomprehensible noise. Shabnak explains that forcing the heirs of the faith to kneel before him has already fulfilled his deepest wish. He urges Isaac to flee while he still can, calling it their only chance, and praises how much Isaac's power has grown. He insists that Isaac has already repaid him simply by attempting to recover him. Isaac refuses to accept that answer and demands clarity, while the red-haired boy insists that he still cannot understand anything being said. Isaac is baffled by the boy's strange reactions, while his demonic companion suspects there must be a reason. The reason becomes clear when Isaac notices an extra binding orb hidden inside Shabnak's sternum. He realizes there are 6 restraints rather than 5, meaning the final one must have been added after Shabnak was imprisoned. Shabnak admits that he stopped resisting because Isaac had been given a new life and should not throw it away fighting the Pope and bishops. He urges Isaac to abandon him and instead earn the church's trust. Isaac rejects the logic completely, refusing to trade Shabnak's life for political safety. He judges the hidden orb to be low grade and decides that he can remove it if he gets close enough. Even knowing the risk, Isaac searches for a way to draw Shabnak's attention and create an opening. At that moment, an official suddenly orders Isaac Joshua to switch places with the assistant executioner. The order supposedly comes from Cardinal Barrett, giving the top Pentagon scorer a chance to participate. The spectators immediately suspect a trap, realizing that someone may be trying to place Isaac within reach of one of the 14 demons. Shuri finally understands the danger. Isaac has taken the skeleton king's body, meaning the king's followers will never ignore him. Isaac confirms the realization with a delighted laugh. He reveals that the Cardinal of Gold has unknowingly arranged everything he needed and knocks the red-haired boy aside. Now free to approach openly, Isaac mocks the boy's fear and takes the executioner's place. He moves toward Shabnak, confident that once he touches the orb directly, the rest will be simple. He dismisses the hidden restraint as low-grade trash and reaches toward Shabnak's chest. The moment he touches it, Isaac realizes that the orb is infused with holy power from the divine realm. He panics after understanding that someone embedded an impossibly troublesome sacred device inside Shabnak, and that dismantling it could take months. His companion explains that only sacred blood of the highest order, possibly even the Pope's, could safely disassemble it, leaving Isaac temporarily cornered. As Isaac wonders whether the Pope is present, the ceremony is suddenly interrupted by a command for everyone to rise. A divine summoning circle opens overhead as an envoy of God descends. Blinding holy light floods the arena, and a heavenly voice identifies the corruption below as the stench of rot. An angel appears and declares that a filthy minion of the Skeleton King is present. The crowd recognizes the newcomer as the envoy of the god of punishment. The angel's arrival sends a wave of force through the arena and captures everyone's attention. The envoy calmly announces that he will personally deal with the offender. Isaac finally understands why Shabnak abandoned his attempt to escape. Surviving an execution carried out by an angel would be nearly impossible. Instead of despairing, Isaac becomes ecstatic because the one thing he needed has arrived on its own. Shuri stares in confusion, feeling as though he has seen this disastrous setup before. The memory suddenly snaps into focus when Isaac launches a concentrated blue strike toward the descending angel. Shuri recognizes the scene and realizes that Isaac is repeating the same suicidal pattern. Horrified, he screams for Isaac to stop, but it is already too late. The attack detonates in a massive burst of blue power as Shuri calls Isaac a madman. The arena erupts in panic as everyone realizes that the ceremony has turned into an outright assault. Shuri can only scream Isaac's name. As the dust settles, the young priest's latest impossible move leaves his enemies convinced that something unnatural is happening again. One of them lashes out in frustration, blaming Isaac for whatever disaster he has caused. Then a calm voice praises the priest for noticing what others could not. The speaker reveals himself as a winged messenger of the divine, descending into the arena. The winged messenger openly acknowledges that Isaac detected demons hidden among the crowd and fighters. The onlookers finally realize that the fallen creature is a real demon, and credit the child of Azure with bringing it down. Isaac's ally is stunned to realize that Isaac had been targeting demons from the beginning. Isaac immediately remembers the stranger who interfered with his shot and concludes that the winged messenger was the one who redirected his holy bullet. At the same time, lesser demons begin attacking elsewhere, confirming that rumors have drawn them to the arena. Isaac coldly reflects that Ash spread the bait perfectly, luring demons with the promise of a high-ranking corpse and vulnerable young priests. He knows that the corpse of a 9th-rank true demon will drive thousands of demons into a frenzy. He also decides that any subordinate foolish enough to rush in because of the rumor is expendable. Still, Isaac is unsettled that the winged messenger not only deflected his attack but also avoided a strike that had secretly been aimed at him. Determined to test him directly, Isaac prepares another attack despite his allies' panicked warnings. He fires a blast at the angelic figure. The winged messenger casually redirects it again without losing his composure, astonishing the nearby fighters. Isaac responds by multiplying the blue projectiles around himself and controlling them from multiple directions. He sends a barrage toward the messenger, but the redirected streams instead tear through the invading demons across the arena. The messenger treats the exchange like a lesson, criticizing Isaac's crude aim and suggesting that he may have been using the messenger as bait. He even invites Isaac to keep trying, while Isaac decides that it is better if the messenger continues underestimating him. Isaac accepts the challenge and attacks openly. His ally protests that everyone is watching, but more redirected blasts continue slaughtering demons around them. Isaac finally understands the trick. The messenger is not simply dodging, he is altering the paths of Isaac's attacks using the same attribute. Isaac realizes he cannot win the exchange unless he increases his output or changes his method. The messenger begins invoking a higher divine authority, hinting at power beyond ordinary angels. Isaac dismisses the idea, knowing that true divine power would require a contract with a god. Instead, he decides to rely on something he can use immediately. With a grin, Isaac calls upon Malice's divine relic hanging at his chest. He grips it and promises the winged messenger that this attack will be different. Before he can act freely, more demons surge toward him from every direction. Instead of reaching Isaac, they crash into one another as though some force has diverted them. Nearby guards rush to protect the important guests as the chaos spreads. They conclude that the demons have invaded to disrupt the execution. The demons hesitate in confusion when their charge repeatedly fails to reach Isaac. The messenger suddenly appears beside Isaac and remarks that the attack came dangerously close. He lifts Isaac to safety and checks whether he is injured. He praises Isaac as a promising servant of God. In the next instant, Isaac blasts him at point-blank range. The messenger is hurled away, leaving Isaac's ally screaming his name in shock. Isaac lands and steadies himself, ready to continue. The messenger recovers and keeps speaking to Isaac like an instructor, insisting that his aim still lacks refinement. He demonstrates again by redirecting Isaac's attacks away from himself. Isaac finally snaps in frustration, admitting that he cannot hit the target he actually wants while the messenger keeps interfering. Watching another redirected blast tear through the arena, the messenger wonders why a servant of God is attacking him. Isaac answers with open hostility, threatening to rip the angel's wings off. The messenger realizes that the child genuinely sees him as a monster and is horrified by how ignorant the accusation sounds. Isaac insists that he has seen the truth himself because the demons never attacked the winged messenger. He concludes that the messenger must be the Skeleton King's agent, attempting to steal the demon's corpse. The messenger is appalled by the accusation but decides that he may need to discipline the child for his own good. Isaac doubles down and loudly declares that the winged messenger is a demon servant. The messenger tries to explain that the divine realm cannot directly interfere in the mortal world, but Isaac refuses to listen. The messenger then sees an opportunity to turn the misunderstanding to his advantage by branding Isaac a heretic. If he can make the accusation stick, his mission will become much easier. Unaware of the scheme, Isaac celebrates the successful hit while his ally calls him insane. Then the messenger suddenly realizes that he has actually been wounded. He falls silent in disbelief. Isaac demands that if the winged messenger is not the skeleton king's servant, he should prove it. The messenger bristles at being asked for proof, but his response gives Isaac nothing he will accept. Isaac channels more power through the relic in his hand. The messenger notices the sudden increase and becomes wary, while his ally looks up in alarm as the energy builds. A massive sphere of blue power forms above Isaac, far larger than anyone expected. Isaac takes the messenger's hesitation as confirmation that his suspicion is correct. The enormous spell dominates the arena and draws everyone's attention. His ally realizes that if it falls, the entire Colosseum could be destroyed. He initially reassures himself that Isaac would never actually unleash it on everyone, but panic soon takes over and he begs Isaac to stop. Instead, Isaac declares that everyone can die and hurls the massive spell downward. The blast erupts into a blinding explosion that shakes the arena. Spectators and fighters are thrown into chaos, struggling to see or remain standing. Through the storm, Isaac spots the messenger's position. The messenger recognizes the power as that of a saintess, likely connected to a child of Joshua, and is outraged that such power has been placed in a child's hands. The repeated references to the skeleton king make him realize that the incident may be connected to something far larger than a simple execution. He decides to settle the misunderstanding directly with Isaac and lands in front of him. At the same time, a hidden figure moves through the smoke, under orders to finish the mission and withdraw. Before the messenger can act, a dark command freezes him in place. He immediately senses a terrifying presence and breaks into a cold sweat. A towering skeletal demon manifests before him, making it clear that disobedience means death. The messenger finds himself completely unable to move, overwhelmed as though he is standing before a supreme being. Isaac, now wearing a monstrous grin, charges through the chaos and slams a brutal strike into the immobilized messenger's face. The messenger reels backward, coughing and stunned by the impact. Isaac mocks him, reducing the supposed divine messenger to nothing more than an angel. Before the messenger can recover, Isaac lands another crushing blow. The messenger realizes that he may actually lose if the assault continues. Desperate, he unleashes a stronger divine attack while reminding Isaac that he is only human. Isaac quietly recognizes this as the opening he needs. At the same moment, a red-black slash from the hidden demon cuts through the messenger. The attack passes, leaving the arena briefly silent. Isaac's ally sees what happened and screams his name. The messenger tries to reassure him that Isaac has only lost the saintess's power, but he is interrupted. The surrounding clergy stare in horror at the messenger's attack and Isaac's condition. Even the messenger is left speechless by what he sees. Isaac's ally denounces the idea that a messenger of God could behave this way. Cradling the bloodied Isaac, he accuses the messenger of using deadly force against a servant of God, and repeatedly begs Isaac to wake up. The messenger insists that it makes no sense because the spell he used should only paralyze, not cause such severe bleeding. To everyone's shock, Isaac opens his eyes despite being covered in blood. His ally breaks down in relief and begs him to stay awake. Isaac calmly claims that he was punished for mistaking a messenger of God for a demon. He takes responsibility for the incident and asks the messenger not to be angry. A silver-haired cleric rushes over to heal him and confirms that Isaac will survive. However, the healer immediately senses that something about the situation is deeply wrong. He states that no true messenger of God would treat clerics this way, and condemns the messenger for attacking those weaker than himself. The messenger is baffled because, from his perspective, Isaac was the one who nearly killed him. He insists that he never used a killing spell. Isaac's ally rejects the defense, pointing out that everyone saw the messenger leave Isaac in this condition. The messenger can only stammer that he does not understand how Isaac was injured so severely. The silver-haired cleric presses further, questioning why a messenger of God appeared unannounced at the execution in the first place. He also points out that Isaac had already noticed that the demons never attacked the angel. Isaac's ally blurts out that he had been redirecting the attacks away from the messenger all along to protect him, and begs for more time. The messenger seizes on Isaac's unstable behavior and argues that the entire disaster happened because Isaac went berserk and must be investigated. He demands custody of Isaac, so he can take him to his master for questioning. Isaac's faint smile shows that he has been waiting for exactly this move. His eyes flare with demonic light as he gives a quiet signal. The messenger is suddenly struck from behind and thrown forward. The nearby guards are too shaken to understand what happened. The messenger realizes in horror that the seal on the demon has been broken. A dark, many-eyed demon rises behind him, now completely free. The messenger demands to know how this was possible, if a heavenly binding orb was truly used. The demon simply thanks him and reveals that his interference is exactly what allowed the escape. Still pretending to be weak, Isaac recognizes the freed demon as Shabnak and notes that imprisonment has only made him sharper. He is pleased that the fool who once understood nothing has finally learned how to deceive others. Shabnak decides to finish the damage by killing the messenger before escaping and leaving the aftermath to the other infiltrators. As the messenger screams, Isaac privately notes that Shabnak has become remarkably good at scamming people. The messenger grabs at Shabnak in fury and curses the demonkind, but Shabnak cuts him off with contempt and counters his attack. The messenger gathers red divine power and insists that the demon must be eliminated before he can fully recover. Shabnak responds by forming a dark, blade-like limb. The messenger resolves to offer the insolent demon as tribute to his god, but Shabnak drives a vicious strike through his body. Badly wounded, the messenger staggers as Shabnak continues the assault. Shabnak judges that if the fight continues, the defenders will be wiped out, while the messenger can only think that reinforcements are urgently needed. Shabnak roars over the kneeling angel, asserting complete control of the battle. Now able to hear Shabnak clearly, the messenger realizes too late who he is facing. Shabnak announces that he has already taken the messenger's mana core and will now withdraw. He leaves the remaining chaos to his hidden comrades, shocking the clergy who hear him say it. As Shabnak departs, the messenger can only cry out in disbelief at the absurdity of what has happened. The witnesses begin piecing everything together. The angel called a demon his comrade and used killing magic against a priest. Bleeding and furious, the messenger blames everything on the disgusting bastard who manipulated him. Meanwhile, Isaac grins from his ally's arms, leaving the messenger convinced that no true saint could possibly be something like him. The wounded angel burns with rage and swears that he will never forgive the one who wronged him. Before anyone can understand what is happening, blue blades rain down around him. The attack tears through the angel and sends him crashing backward in pain. The hall erupts in confusion as the angel reels, demanding to know what new outrage has occurred. Humiliated and furious, he can only express disbelief at being attacked again. The source of the assault reveals itself through a storm of summoned swords. Relai steps forward in murderous fury, declaring that anyone who harms his nephew has made a fatal mistake. His barrage continues, overwhelming the area with blue blades. The angel is driven back and demands to know why he is being attacked. He protests that he is a divine messenger and treats Relai as insane for turning against him. Others finally intervene, shocked that Relai has openly attacked a heavenly envoy. Relai's elder refuses to show mercy and orders that the angel not be killed quickly but made to suffer. The surrounding clergy are horrified that anyone would dare strike a messenger of God and begin wondering whether the Sancta Sedis has lost its mind. Relai answers that the real madness was using killing magic against a servant of God. He points to Isaac lying bloodied and barely conscious, arguing that this is clearly attempted murder rather than a harmless ritual. A hostile cleric dismisses Isaac's condition as an act and calls him a devil, only deepening the family's fury. When the Red Cloak side tries to seize Isaac for the Inquisition, Azure refuses to surrender him quietly. The confrontation approaches open violence. A higher-ranking cardinal finally intervenes and forces both allied factions to stop fighting each other. He redirects everyone's attention toward the escaped demon and orders all units to pursue it immediately. Watching from Isaac's side, the cardinal privately decides that losing one of the 14 demons is acceptable if Isaac is too injured to be chosen by God. He is pleased that Isaac's condition may disqualify him from the upcoming God selection. Publicly, he orders the high-ranking clerics to pursue the escaped demon at once. Relai rushes back to Isaac, filled with guilt for ever leaving the boy's side. While Isaac remains in his arms, Relai hears him entrust Isaac's care to him. Relai resolves to hunt the demon himself. He vows to capture it with his own hands and clear his grandson's name, despite warnings that he is too old and too conspicuous to become involved. The warning is justified, especially because Relai had already gone to great lengths to secretly smuggle the demon out once before.